Okay. I think we are good to go. Can't get naked the first minute. Welcome to Unclicked. A little bit of Dennis has aged dramatically.
Thanks. That hurts.
We have John Povah here co-hosting. We have a previous podcast with John, which is super good. If you haven't listened to that, please go do that. But today we have Sir Ron Kimler. You are knighted, correct?
I got knighted.
You got knighted. It is your birthday.
It is my birthday.
Happy birthday.
Just by chance.
Yep.
It keeps happening.
I told him, he's like, why the hell does he want to do a podcast today?
What else am I gonna do? I'm not with my family. This actually makes my day better. If I'm gone on my birthday, I get to hang out with a couple of buddies and talk shit about fun stuff.
We're gonna laugh a lot.
Well, as always, we are proudly supported by Dales, by Source, and then this month we have X-Games as a sponsor. We're giving away 2 tickets to the Salt Lake City X-Games on June 27th through the 29th. Just leave a comment. Anything about X-Games, you should just, if you plan on going, come get some free tickets from us. 2 tickets every month, or every episode this month. And I figured maybe roll straight from an X-Games about why you got banned from X Games. There's only a few people banned from X Games as far as I know.
Well, I was only banned for that year. Though.
That year.
Not forever.
Okay.
Just, man, for people who don't know the story, middle of my run, first run, I'm sitting in 3rd place. In the middle of my second run, I get a flat. Run's going good. I'm feeling like, all right, maybe I'm going to finally not get 4th stink in place again. Like I got 4th so many times, and I'm like, all right, this is actually kind of good. I get to roll over there. Povah's always like ready to rip, and everyone's there. Like the whole team's ready to help me out. So
hold up a sec. So X Games used to allow us to have a 2-minute timeout. So because I'd have
the pit crew on the side.
Yeah. So I'd always bring spare wheels, tires, whatever we needed, and this was where like we thought we were doing our thing, and Ron's up there taking a breath, catching his breath, actually, which is pretty awesome. You get to catch your breath for 2 minutes. Go on the rest of the story.
Yeah, so I'm in that same mindset. I'm thinking this actually is fine. I'm going to catch my breath again, and I'm going to rip as fast as I can now for the last 45 and just whatever, you know, finish off strong. Awesome. And somewhere in the mix, a rule had changed. We weren't made aware or something.
Exactly.
And so as a unit, we all knew what the deal was. And so we were all everyone just kicked into gear. Povah was leading the charge. Everyone's there. Osato, everyone's ready to help. And, in the end of it, I could have just grabbed anyone else's bike and went and finished my run. And even if it was mediocre, I still would have been in a good spot. And Povah just gets down my bike, hands it to me, and I'm literally like grabbing it, about to run out onto the course, and they go, "Oh, sorry, Ron," and I can't remember exactly what they said.
Yeah.
Basically, "Sorry, Ron, there was a timing error. You don't really get a timeout." And I looked up, and it was 3, 2, 1, and I'm like, and I lost it because I'm like, "Hey, you could have." As soon as you knew that, you should have said, "Dude, grab a bike, go, go, go!" Like you don't get a timeout. They sat there and watched us change the whole wheel and all this stuff, and then told me with 5 seconds left. And so I was, and again, like I said, obviously, like you're competing, you want to do good, like.
Yeah.
And I got 4th so many darn times. I was like, all right, I'm gonna get on the podium this year, and then that happened, and I was just pissed. So I'm like, really? They're like, yeah, sorry, your run's over. So I flip them off, and I'm just like, F you guys. And then and the crowd went nuts, right? So the crowd had actually been paying attention enough to understand exactly what was happening. And I don't know, they must have been paying attention, I guess, to my run. And so they cheer and got so hyped when I flipped off the judges because they booed when he said, "Oh, sorry, your run's over."
Yep.
The crowd knew I got screwed, and so they were booed. And then I was like, "Yeah, boo," and flipped them off, and then they went crazy. And then I was like, "Yeah," and so I whipped around and pulled my pants down and mooned the judging tower. And the crowd went even to another level of crazy. So I just spun a full 360 and showed everybody. And the crowd was going nuts, and I was like, whatever, at least, like, this is kind of funny.
Yeah.
Whatever. So pull my pants up and go about my day, I thought, and that was funny, though. I've never had so many people approach me trying to leave the event as I did that day. And I was like, really? Is that the best looking part of me? Is that how that
They were into it. They were into it.
But anyways, so then it's all done. We're leaving. And I'm pretty sure you were with me, weren't you, walking out? And Swope and Matt came up and stopped us. And we're like, what's up? We're like, hey, Ron, dude, that was really bad. And I'm like, yeah, I know it was really bad. You guys really screwed me here. Like, no, I mean, that was really bad. Like, you can't do that, blah, blah, blah. Like, you might be in trouble here. And I'm like, I don't know what kind of trouble I can actually get in.
Yeah.
So whatever. Like, but then I don't even think we got to leave. We went straight to Jack Wienert's office.
Yep.
So Jack was the head of the X Games at the time, and Jack was actually a great guy.
You got straight bumped to corporate right away.
We went straight to Jack.
Yeah.
And so we go see Jack, and he was super cool, like a nice guy and everything. But I kind of understood when we saw it. He's like, look, I got 450 athletes here, and we got 5 more days of events, and you just did that. And if you get away with that, all the athletes think they can do whatever they want now. I don't need more problems. He's like, let's just see how this blows over. We'll talk tomorrow. And so Povah and I went in the morning and sat down in his office, and he grabbed, a newspaper sitting over here in the corner. And he slid the newspaper in front of us, and he pointed to an article up in the corner. And I'm just like, oh, man, really? Like, and sure enough, it's like a tiny little blurb in the newspaper, but he's like, dude, it's in the media. It's in print in the paper that you did this. And he's like, I'm really sorry, but you got to go. And I had still at least 2 more events. Street was first.
Oh, shit.
And I was supposed to ride Park, and Miller and I were signed up for Vert doubles.
Yeah.
And I feel like there was 4 that year, but I don't remember. Anyways, at least 2 more events I was supposed to ride. And so it was a bummer. And then he was like, and you're not part of it. You're a spectator. And I was like, so if I come, I can't like walk in with the team and watch the event. He's like, you can watch the event from the other side of the fence. And I was like, I'm leaving right now.
Fuck.
I'm going to the airport right now. I'm out here. I'm not. So I did. And they still, what really made me mad about it, and I think I called this out in Jack's office. I was like, but you guys are still, I was like, if you're kicking me out and I'm not getting a paycheck for 6th place, which is where I ended up with only half a run, if I'm not even getting that check and no one's getting that check now, you're just keeping it. I know you're still going to put my first run on TV.
Yeah.
That's not right. You pay me, give me my 6th place check, and then you can put my run on TV. Like, I know I signed it away anyway. You can do whatever you want, but come on, man.
Yeah.
They didn't pay me nothing, and sure enough, I go home, and my phone's like inundated that day. Like, dude, you were in 3rd place. What happened? You disappeared from the TV show, and I'm like, well, there was this thing.
Technicality.
Yeah. So, not to take up the whole time with one story.
No, that's what a podcast is for.
Yeah, the rest of the fun about it was then, right before X Games, my contract had expired. So I'm sitting there with no contract. And I'm at Woodward, and I know they plan on re-signing me, but X Games is in less than a week. I'm not playing this game. I'm not going there for free with your stuff smeared all over me. And then, like, that puts me in a weaker position to negotiate a new contract as well. Like, what are you doing? I'm not. So I'm telling Joe Rich or somebody that I was riding with at camp, and I'm telling them about this. And I'm like, dude, this is crazy. I'm supposed to fly there in 2 days. And, like, what am I supposed to do? I'm going to put your shirt on and go ride.
Mm-hmm.
And what was his name? Was it Todd Toth? The Huffy dude, Huffy manager for a while? Was it Scott Toth or Todd Toth?
It wasn't Todd Toth, because I was a sales dude for Ride.
I could have the wrong name too, but anyway, Huffy dude's there. I don't even know it. He hears all this, and then like we get done riding, and I'm leaving the building, and he's like, "Hey man, what's going on? I kind of heard you sounding a little upset with Schwinn and blah, blah, blah. And so he's like, dude, I would love to have my jersey on you in 4 days at the X Games. Like, what do you want to do here? So I talked to him and basically kind of set up the deal how I wanted it even. And I was like, dude, I'm not sure that this is the best long-term thing, but man, it'd sure be fun next year, wouldn't it? Like, or however long it lasts. So I'm looking at it, trying to decide, because Schwinn was a really good place to be at that time.
It's the powerhouse days, right? It's all.
I was really lucky. Like I was on some awesome teams.
Yeah. It was the team.
And so, I really had fun with those guys, with all those dudes. So I was in a weird spot, but I talked to him, and then I can't remember if I called Schwinn or if somebody just got the word through the grapevine, and it was like, hey, what's going on? I'm like, what do you mean? What? Yeah, what's going on? You guys aren't even going to talk to me about a new deal before the X Games? Like,
the biggest event of the year.
I'm not playing that game. I have 3 events there. Yeah. I'm going to get you, like, you're going to get visibility. I'm not going there for nothing. Like, so they're like, no, you're not doing anything else. Don't talk to anybody else. Because I think at that point I told them, I said, I've already got something else lined up. Like, I'm not paying for my trip to the X Games. What are you guys doing? Like, are you guys going to play games with me? I don't do that. I'm going somewhere else. Yeah. So it was, no. Like, and then my flight got changed immediately. You're coming to Boulder tomorrow before the X Games, blah, blah, blah. So I flew straight to Boulder. 4 hours of back and forth, and John Paul leaving the room, and then Greg leaving the room, and then let me go talk to this guy, and coming back, and then we finally worked something out, and then I got on another plane 4 hours later and flew to wherever it was that year, and then got kicked out the second day. And and Jeff was pissed because we did talk about it. We had sort of a verbal agreement in place, but they didn't do anything about it for a month.
They always drag their feet.
And I'm like, dude, I'm not playing this game. Like, we've talked about this a while ago, and now, not only are you dragging your feet and making me feel weird, putting me in a weird spot.
Yep.
But other people are coming at me and telling me what my worth really is.
Yeah.
And I know you guys should be doing better. And whatever. So I ended up getting a much better deal. But it was just a wild seed. So I do all that. Then I get kicked out. Then I go home. And it's like, oh, great. What happens now? Then, Jay Hurt calls me first, I think. Like, oh, dude. Oh, man. Like,
yeah, they were stressing.
People aren't too stoked. Oh, and I'm like, yeah, well, I'm not too stoked either, And then Bagney calls me, who was vice president, right, at the time. Old hippie dude, like, he was one of my favorite people.
He's awesome.
One of my favorite people in the whole thing. And he calls me, and he's like, Ron, dude. And I'm like, dude, I'm sorry, man. And he's like, dude, you were just in the office 3 days ago. And, like, every time those guys left that office and came and asked me something, or he wants this, or we're thinking of, I told them you do whatever it takes, and you make sure he's riding for us when he leaves this building. And then I'm like, oh, thanks,
You're
Greg.
essentially giving Schwinn the middle finger.
Yeah, so I was like, well, I really appreciate it. Thanks, Greg. He's like, look, man, I'm in your corner, and I get it, but, like, try to stop for a second and think before something like that happens again.
And they was, honestly, man, they were so forgiving back then. Like, the whole BF situation with him smoking weed, and, like, they just laughed it off. It was like,
man. They made an ad making fun of it.
Yeah.
Best thing ever.
Yeah, BF got banned from racing, and they made an ad about it.
Like, oh, you're gonna ban him from racing? He'll just be the best dirt jumper on the planet. Too bad.
Yeah, he's Schwinn was good to everybody.
Well, obviously, I feel like there's a lot more of the Schwinn. I didn't mean to derail it too much with the X Game thing, but that is funny. So if you don't moon anybody at Salt Lake City.
Dude.
But how old is that? That's 20 years ago.
Something like that.
25.
It would have been 99.
Yeah, late.
Yeah,
late
25.
90s.
Yeah, wow,
Jesus
crazy.
Christ.
We're old.
Some of the kids watching this they weren't even born yet.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
So nuts.
Well, where would you like to start, John? You obviously have known Ron for a very long time. I can just say, like, Michigan and then see where it goes. But
yeah, I mean, maybe just an origin story. Like where it all started, where you grew up, like how you found BMX, kind of.
Man, Detroit. Out suburbs of Detroit, 40 minutes out the cities. White Lake, Michigan, and
There you go.
and so I don't know, normal beginnings, like apparently we lived in one of the richest counties in the country. I remember seeing that and thinking like, really? We're not there. Like how? I know there's neighborhoods, but that ain't us. But I grew up very well. Like my parents did awesome. Like had a good upbringing. My parents were married until my dad died. Like all that stuff, good and quality and awesome. Nobody around, really, not a lot going on. I think I picked up BMX. I mean, I had a bike. I had a BMX bike, and a couple of things happened. I rode my bike every day. Didn't know how to do a darn thing. Me and my buddy would just try to do wheelies up and down the road. Who can do the most pedals in a wheelie, right? Yeah. And then I remember at the drugstore seeing freestyling was the first thing that I picked up that
Sick.
just went like, holy shit, what is happening here?
Oh, yeah.
Like, and that was way back when it had skating in it still too.
Yep.
And I vividly can remember I don't remember like the month and the year, but the magazine itself and all the articles, I read everything in it, and that changed everything. I was just like, whoa, this is like a thing. And then probably a couple of years after that, still just riding up and down the street every day, jumping curbs. And then all my buddies got Honda Sprees, the little mopeds. Like, I don't know if that was a thing out here, but in Michigan, that was the shit. And so everyone got these things, and my dad's like, yeah, no, you're not doing that. Like, I'm not getting you one of those, and if I see you on theirs,
Was he worried you're going to get hurt or something?
I think so. I mean, my dad raced motorcycles, but then tried to stop me from doing everything. Like,
Really?
wouldn't let me race motorcycles.
That's crazy.
Like I remember being at the race.
You got
and there
brothers
was
and
like
sisters?
an 80 for sale, and I'm like, dude, and he's like, no.
Only child?
No, I have a brother and a sister, a younger brother, older sister. But I think part of that was my mom too. Like my dad tried to buy me a Chevelle too when I turned 16. And my mom was like, yeah, no, that's not happening.
Yeah. That's fine.
So some of that might have been mom, but I wasn't allowed to do that. So then I was just in the neighborhood alone again all of a sudden. Four of my buddies were out riding those things every day.
Do you think your dad wants you to do another sport or some? Being in Michigan, you'd think like football or something like that is kind of.
Yeah, I mean, my dad. For a while, it would be like, you should get something with a motor in it. Kind of like, he wouldn't say you're wasting your time. That's dumb. He didn't degrade it or belittle me, but he's just like, sort of like, when you're going to grow up and get something with a motor in it.
I think we all went through that.
And so, and then at some point though, and it was maybe a little bit after that, like, he wouldn't let me ride get a moped, but then he saw like I'm outside every day. I've got like kickers dug into a couple neighbors, like little hips that they have in their grass, and I'm just jumping every day. And then I learned one-handers and I learned one-footers. I'm just by myself, just trying to figure things out, just bored. And I think he started to see that and started to,
So you had a passion.
So then he was quieted down with that kind of talk, but still wasn't like, yeah, chase this.
Yeah. It probably wasn't a thing though. Like
no, I didn't know either.
He didn't know it was a thing.
And I wasn't chasing it. I was just having fun. I didn't know where it would go or whatever. And then like Albie's contest started happening.
How far were you from Albie's?
40 minutes.
Oh.
And for a long time, I won like kind of most of that stuff. And
that's Albie's, like the mail order that we know today.
Mm-hmm.
That's great. I know they've been around for a long time, but so obviously, who owned Albie's before? I mean,
a guy
Mark
named
Flipwood?
Sam, and then Todd Vierk.
Yeah, the
from
robot.
Albie's. Yes.
Yeah.
He was, I don't know if he ever had ownership or not, but he basically ran it.
Okay.
And then eventually Flip bought it.
Okay.
Which is awesome.
Yeah.
So yeah, they did most of the events, and whatever, I was good.
So it sounds like you were in like a bubble. You're like, I'm just doing whatever, and you show up at this contest. You're like, oh, I'm good at this.
Right. I mean, but somewhere in the bubble, I met Taj. I did have some.
Okay,
other
that's a good bubble.
Right.
Yeah.
So is there more like there must be more local kids if they're coming to the Albie's contest and you're doing good against them?
Yeah, but they weren't like
on your doorstep.
Those contests drew people from 2 hours. Like Chase Gwynn would come from Canada across the border and ride in those contests.
So they're a big deal.
For the
regional,
area, it was a pretty big deal at the time. And I had no idea. We were just out jumping all the time, you know, and then we start going to these contests, and you know, me and Taj are like first and second almost all the time, and just having fun, whatever. To back that up a little bit, Taj we had a 12-foot wide vert ramp at the end of a cul-de-sac, like no houses for half a mile, and it's just a dead end, and these dudes stole from every other job site on the street and built this ramp. And I knew the dudes, but I didn't realize it until this was all happening. So then we all start riding together, and Taj starts making appearances, but he's not Taj you remember right now. I wish I had photos with me. Shit, I got to start posting some of this.
Send me some after if there's enough time, but
especially if you get him to come down and do the podcast, I'll send you some stuff.
That'd be great.
But I mean, I've got photos of him before pre-puberty, and he's like tiny, and but just him and I just rode all the time, and because he showed like, I got to finish this. So he would just show up at the ramp, but he would be like way off in the cut. And we're all riding it. And there was a couple of the guys that were like loose cannons. They're up there, you know, drinking and just being idiots. And so he was always real shy and like off in the cut. And I realized later he waited till we all left, then he rode.
Oh.
And so one day I got there before the crew. Yeah. One day I got there like before the rest of the crew. And there was a little loop with a couple dirt jumps there as well. And so I go to rip through the loop, and there he is. And I'm like, yo, you're that kid that I keep seeing, like, just kind of hanging out. What's up? Like,
peeking through the bushes.
Right. Yeah. And so, and he was like, you know, like kind of, and so he's like, yeah. I'm like, why don't you come and ride, you know? And he's just shy at that time or whatever. But then we just started riding together from that day on. I was like, you come out here and ride all the time? He's like, yeah. And I'm like, dude, I'll come early and ride with you. And like, whatever, still ride with them or whatever. Like, and we just started riding together.
What was the age difference?
We're only a year or two apart.
Okay.
But when you're young, though, like when you're 15 or 13, is a big difference, right?
Yeah. And and very different. We were in the same high school even and everything.
Yeah, he told me about that.
But kind of different
That's
groups and different grades.
He said that you would like eventually just cruise by and you'd always pick him up and kind of took him under your wing.
Yeah, I mean, I tried to, because he was the other dudes were my friends and everything else, but they were into partying as much as riding and everything else, and I just wanted to ride my bike every day. And he was like the dude who wanted to ride all the time. Yeah. And even we're riding a curb, whatever it is, we're gonna go ride bikes every day. And we just hit it off and had fun. So
he was telling me he used to go through some rough shit, and you would kind of always be there for him.
Mm-hmm. Like, he had some shit.
Yeah, like he said that a couple of times you'd offer to kick his dad's ass.
Dude, I wanted to kill
his stepdad.
I wanted to kill that fucking guy. Like it was just like Taj was such a mild kid and had already kind of been through it. Like I never saw his dad. I don't even remember, to be honest, right now what the deal was with his real dad. But like, just that guy was an asshole. Yeah, and I knew it. And
Taj being timid is probably he's a target.
Yeah, and I saw him. Like I'd come to pick Taj up, and the guy's being an asshole and yelling at him and shit. I just wanted to kill that dude. I'm like, this kid's got nothing negative.
He said
in
there was more than once that you'd offer to beat the shit out of him.
Oh, fucking hell. Taj has touched on his home, his childhood a couple of times in a couple of interviews, and it's always been super. I mean, I can relate on a few things, but how forthcoming and how well spoken he is and stuff. Yeah. It's cool that, you know, he did have somebody like you to kind of be a solid figure in a sense, or at least like an escape. You know. Yeah, I mean, I think that was a lot, maybe part of where I helped as well. Like he said, I would, wherever I was going, then I would. You want to go? Jump in, and. Started taking him to a lot of places and making sure if I went to an event, he went to an event. Like, let's go, let's do this, you know, whatever.
Yeah. Instant riding buddy.
He's like, oh, I only have $20. I'm like, well, I already had just enough to get there anyway.
Yep.
My car's going there. Do you want to get in or not? We definitely had some wild trips. Like drove all the way to Rampage once because we were supposed to like ride a couple days, then go to Lake Owen for the contest.
Yeah.
And Taj and I both thought like we're going there, spending the night or something, and then we're all gonna get in like the vehicle together, and Standard's gonna pay for the trip, sort of thing. And we get all the way to Rampage, and they're literally loaded up. And if we would have been half an hour later, they would have already left without us.
Oh, shit.
And we're like, wait, what? Yeah, we're going. Let's go. And I'm like, oh, my God, I'm so tired. We just drove all the way here. So we just get in the car and start driving and realize, like, oh, this is all on us. And we barely made it home from that weekend. Like,
Are you riding for Standard at this time?
we were. But
So how old
mean
are you?
anything.
How old are you around these times? Like still in high school and stuff?
Standard started 91, so I was, just 2 years out of high school, 20-ish.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys are adults.
Yeah.
Ish.
Yeah. Ish. Loosely.
Yeah.
But
So
yeah,
you guys both go from riding these contests, riding together, and then how do you guys both get hooked up at the same time, or how does that?
Yeah, I mean, we were both riding for Albies, which was it wasn't a lot, to be honest. I mean, Todd just wanted to put his logo on us because it would be like, well, can I get some, whatever? No.
Strips.
Just,
Yeah.
just give you a deal.
Can I get? Wait, well, I thought. Can I get like? Well, I'll give you a little bit of a deal. Like he was very
Jesus.
kind of like, just matter of fact about it. Like, hey, can you help me out here? I really need some bars. Like, no, but thanks for asking. I remember him saying that all the time. No,
I've only met him like once,
thanks
but I
for
just know
asking.
his name was Todd the Robot. So I think that fitting name
Oh,
apparently.
dude. Stayed in a hotel with him a couple times, and he slept sitting up in the bed, back against the wall. Like, whatever. How was he, like, just...
His
Coughing.
arms crossed. Or
Yeah.
something.
Like a vampire.
It was so eerie. He's out cold, sitting up with his arms like... Weird.
Maybe you just missed when he turned the off switch on.
Yeah.
Like, hit the off switch.
That sounds
on the
weird.
side.
It was weird. So we rode for Albies. Then we started going to the Rampage stuff. We went to like Indy King of Vert, and there we met Rick, and Rick was like telling everybody about a contest coming up at Rampage, and we're like, oh, let's go. Like, and then we started going to all the Rampage events. And I don't remember how many we went to or how long that went on, but we knew all those guys now because we've been coming to their stuff. And then when Standard started, obviously it was Rick and Kurt and Bill Nitschke first. But then the first riders, Mark Murphy was first, Killer from Chicago, and then Taj and I were kind of together, the next couple guys. So pretty early, I guess. And then that whole ride started.
Which lasted how long?
7-ish years, I believe, something like that.
Okay.
I was on there before Taj left earlier and did the Hoffman thing, and then by chance, I think DeGroot and Frymouth and me, and who else was it? Joe, maybe. We all quit the same week without talking to each other. So,
Yeah, there was always drama around.
Well, 7 years. Let's not glance by 7 years. I mean, that's a long time. Well, and then I guess like, are you and Taj like best friends for a while, or
man, like I don't. It's not only Taj. I was just told you this recently, John. Like I'm terrible about keeping in touch with people, and like
This is true.
even people. Yeah, I mean, dude, I don't know. I'm much more positive these days. I'm stoked to see everybody that was involved, whether we got along great 20 years ago or not. Like, it's
water under the bridge.
Yeah,
at any point,
and so it's all good. And I don't know.
You got a family now.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't. I don't know. It's a waste of time. I'm trying to put some positivity out there. I'm not always great at it, but I'm trying.
Hey, wait, this is a very positive table. We're both all renowned for our positivity, right?
Yeah, bunch of salty.
Oh, I meant like, I just think I didn't know that relationship with you and Taj. I'm just imagining like 17, 18, 19-year-old Taj and Ron going around and just like fucking destroying everything and being so good, but not realizing how good they are. And that dynamic is like very interesting to me.
Yeah,
in a sense.
It was super fun.
Yeah.
It was like really pure at that point. We didn't give a crap. We just wanted to ride all the time. And like, yeah, so it's cool. And I got way off the kind of a little off tangent there, but like to answer the question, I still honestly, even though I don't even know when's the last time I talked to Taj. We text occasionally. But again, I'm just bad with keeping in touch with people, and a lot of us are, I think, because I don't get tons of calls back either. But I don't get upset about that because I'm terrible at it.
Yeah.
Anyway, I would still consider him to be one of my really good friends. Like, when we talk and when we get to hang out, it's great and it's always fun. And at that time of our life, we were tight. We were together a lot and did everything. And then we started dragging Flip along to contests too, and. That's
cool. You guys are on the same path for a while, and then at a point, you guys are still, then it starts getting like that. You get a little pulled apart in certain ways, find your own group of people or whatever. So,
somebody, I can't remember how the way the question was worded one time, but I was like, man, here's how it went down. We started riding together. I helped him learn no-handers and threes, and then all of a sudden the supernova just exploded and he was gone. And you know what I mean? Like, and that was it. Like, I feel like as we started to learn, like, dude, we really can do this stuff. And then, like, I seriously felt like he broke through those couple barriers, and then it was just like, oh shit, I can do whatever, you know? And then like trying whips to the deck on the box jump at Rampage, and then Rick's like, jump the whole jump. And he's like, what? He's like, if you jump the whole jump, you'll put your feet back on. And he just sent it and pulled it, and then, but so it was awesome. It was so awesome to see, and whatever, it's not my business to get too deep into his family life, but like we've already breached the subject that I did not like his stepdad. And so it was cool to kind of get him out of there and like let him open this door to confidence and like a new world,
Totally.
And then, like I said, it was like, I didn't teach him nothing. I helped him. I gave him some ideas, and then all of a sudden he learned a couple things and was just like, boom, here we go.
Very cool.
But I think things like BMX do. Like, I was shy as a kid. It kind of brought me out of my shell.
Same.
You know what I mean? Like, and back to the, you guys went separate ways and maybe not stay connected as much as you did before, but maybe because you had different sponsors and you start hanging around different crowds and he moves to a different town. I mean, it just happens, right? Like,
It's not a bad thing.
No.
It's a way.
But the
it's
point
way
being,
a lot of most. It's way 99.9 of child friendships go.
Yeah.
But I'd say this to a lot of people like Frymouth and Joe and everybody. Like, all my best friends live really far away, and it sucks.
Yeah.
But we always pick up where we left off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we don't. Nobody has any animosity about it. No one's bummed. It's just we just want to see each other more than we get to.
Yeah, I mean, that's true about so many people. All the people that I know overseas and stuff that I haven't seen in 20 years. Yeah. But I'm still going to be stoked to see him, give him a hug, and just start talking shit right away. Like, that's
100%.
And we're going to have a great time. But like,
Well, standard days, 7 years of standard. I don't know if I have any specific questions. Maybe.
No, I don't really. I mean, we could kind of get into the politics of it, but like,
well, it was
why do that?
I mean, you said you were the third. Basically, you and Taj are like the first like kind of outside group, which is pretty crazy because standard was kind of revolutionary at that time.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, we were
the army.
We had been going to all their stuff and doing really well in whatever the expert class or whatever it was at that point, and and so I in a way it felt natural, even though it was like, really, holy crap, like wow, awesome, like so it just it was super fun. It was a super fun time. I mean, I don't regret any of those 7 years, like I might have been able to do something where I made legit money earlier than that if I rode for somebody else or whatever, but like I don't regret any of it. We had a great time, and to look back at that, like I said, thinking about most of my time, the bulk of the time where I was more in the spotlight, I suppose, was Standard and Schwinn. And then it was FBM after that, which was awesome as well. The teams, man, like, dude, that Standard team.
Oh my God.
Holy crap. Like,
that was a super team of the time.
You could just list them off for 5 minutes and they're still bangers. Like, so that was just super fun. We just felt like, I don't know, felt like some kind of gang, like we're going to dominate BMX. Like it was crazy, just all those people. Yeah. And then Schwinn, same deal, like just bangers, man, and fun. We had so much fun. So yeah, everything was cool. Always, money's always cool and stuff, but like it was just like more about living the dream at that point, because nobody was making money.
I mean, it's early 90s too, so that's like a relatively dead period, quote unquote, of the industry aspect of where the X Games ushers in this new arena of stuff. But then do you directly leave Standard for Schwinn?
Yeah, I did. And I have been thinking about leaving.
Am I the only one that's going to drink tonight?
I'm going to in a minute.
You don't have to.
A little later on, I get a little loose.
I'm a lightweight, so I don't want to start too early.
Exactly.
Fair enough.
But I appreciate it. Does Frymouth have anything to do with this? Dale's beer?
That's Frymouth's alter ego. When he drinks too much Dale's, he turns into Dale.
Yep.
You get this offer from Schwinn. How does that?
Yeah, how does that come about?
Are you?
That's the best. That's a good story in itself. So, like I said, things at Standard weren't awesome because, I mean, I don't know. It's not about talking shit, but I feel like there wasn't money to go around. Like, I was one of the guys trying to actually go to all the events and do good and make it into the X Games. And because even though I was in the top 10 easily in points for a couple of years, I didn't get invited the first couple times. And I'm like, how does this list work? Like, I'm beating all these dudes. How the hell am I not here? So like the one year I was like, all right, I'm just going to make sure I go to all of them this year and whatever, I'll get in there.
It was like the B3s or whatever it was.
And it would be like, I want to go to this event. Oh, cool. Save all your receipts and we'll reimburse you.
You'll
like,
never get paid back.
Yeah. So it was just difficult. And
there's a lot of those stories from what I hear.
There was a big team, a lot of people to take care of. But at the same time, he had just gotten away with doing it that way for a long time. And I felt like taking advantage of it a little bit, and I'm just like, man, come on. Like, I'm out there. I'm trying to, I'm really trying to do this for Standard too. Let's do this. And so I was a little bummed on the thing, and I needed to go to Florida.
Yep.
I knew I had to show up at the Florida event.
That's a B3?
It was, B3.
Yeah, the indoor one, right?
Yep, the indoor one. And it was like, I called Swope and like, hey, so,
what's up?
What's the deal, yo?
I'm like top 6 at every event. Like, am I in this year or what? And he was like, actually, you have to come to Florida too. I'm like, really? He's like, you have to come to Florida and do a run. Even if you get last, you just have to be there and ride, and then you're in. And I'm like, dude, that's kind of rough, but okay. Like,
so what year is this? Just so
97, I believe.
So that's like like second year or something. Actually, right?
Yeah, 95 started.
95, yeah. So then they were running on strict like qualifications for X Games,
and I didn't quite understand how it worked, but or
was it always kind of in the wind?
The first couple of years was invite only. Mm-hmm. And then they started doing the B3. Was it B3 or
Bicycle Stunt Series or whatever?
Yeah. So they had like 4 events per year, which led up to you qualified for X Games.
Yeah. It was BS, and then it was CFB.
CFB maybe that's what it was. Yeah.
But yeah, so in the end, I had to go to Florida to make it in. So I was like, all right, I have to figure this out.
And
get to
Standard and Albies are pretty much the only sponsors at this point.
At that point, I was in Texas, and I think I switched to Trend at that point.
Okay, all right.
Because again, even after all those years with Albies and doing good and like being out there,
Yeah.
they still didn't really do much. But shout out to Albies now. I love Flip, and I think they're doing awesome stuff.
Yeah. Albies is a staple for sure.
I don't want what I'm saying about 20 years ago to affect today. 'Cause it's a different deal. But and I got down there and made friends with Tina and Tom, and who were only working at Trend at the time, didn't own it all yet. Trend turned into Empire for all you young folks. And
so Tina and Tom were what made Trend, and then they finally
Tina and Tom were what made Austin.
True.
Yeah.
Be honest, at that point, like they really like it was cool, and they weren't even together at that point.
No.
When I first met them, they just worked at Trend, they just held everything together. Everybody like met up there all the time, and
it was
9th Street was right down the road and everything else. So it just kind of worked out. It made sense for everybody. Like I was just like, hey, I quit riding for them. They don't really do anything for me. Like if you're interested, I'd be stoked to support you guys. And so it was never anything major, but they helped me out with stuff. So at that point it was Trend. And so whatever the Standard thing, I was hesitant because it wasn't necessarily fulfilling what I was trying to accomplish at that point.
Yeah.
Right. I had an awesome time for 7 years. I love Rick. I love everybody that was involved. We had the best time. But it was time. It felt like time to move on, kind of. And so I'm mulling all of this. And then I'm sitting at home, I don't even know what I was doing, just sitting there in my bedroom. The phone rings. Best phone call ever. Hello? Yo, Kimler, it's the Beast. Who can say that?
I know. Sounds about right.
And if you ride a bike, you're like, oh, shit, it's the Beast. What's up? Like, I'll never forget that, though. That moment was hilarious. It was just like, hello, yo, Kimler, it's the Beast. I'm like, yo, Jay, what's up? And he's like, hey, let's get straight to it. No bullshit. Do you want to ride for Schwinn? I'm like, so caught off guard. I thought like he's coming to town. He wants to ride or something. And I'm like, and he's like, seriously? He's like, dude, you ride. Seriously, dude, you're hesitant. You ride for Standard. Are they flying you to the contest this weekend? I will.
Yeah.
And he's like, are you going to Florida this weekend? And I was like, yeah, I have to. And he's like, well, are you getting on a plane tomorrow? And I was like, no, I'm getting in my car tonight. And he's like, I will put you on a plane, and Povah will be waiting for you at the airport. And the whole thing, like, what are you waiting for? And I'm like, dude. But being so spur of the moment and caught off guard.
And also like, having 7 years of Standard.
Right. I was like, dude, I got to think about this for a minute. And I was like, I'll see you tomorrow night. Like, I'll be there tomorrow night, and we'll
So you still drove
this weekend. I still drove 18 hours there, like an idiot.
18 hours,
like an idiot. I think I needed that 18 hours to like process what I needed to do.
Think about how shitty this drive is.
That drive certainly made a difference. Because I drove all the way to Florida alone, and then and they put me up. I stayed with the Schwinn guys and rode to the contest with them every morning, and which in itself was insane, because I remember waking up the one morning and getting in the van, and it was vert day, and Jay was going to 5-whip that day.
No, fuck.
And no one knew it, and he had never done it. He just did it up here.
Never tried,
Which I totally understand, though. Like, there's a lot of ways that I was like that, too. I didn't do something until I knew in my head it was there. Like, if I can't see it and figure it out in my head, I'm not throwing myself. Like,
yeah,
of course,
Jay was good at that. Like, if the self-determination pulled him through.
Yeah, I'm not going to miss.
He's 100% convinced he's pulling shit.
Yeah. And so, but I remember that morning, because like, we get in the van and we're a little bit late, and Jay's got to get to vert practice, and all of a sudden there's a wreck or something. The whole freeway's blocked up, and he's losing his shit, driving the minivan, and he whips down into the median and is just hauling ass down the median in the minivan. I just remember that day, and he was just like stressed out, and I'm doing this today, and then he did. We got there in time, and he banged out the 5-whip.
Yep, insane.
But so that's insane because obviously, like, you're like, wow, Jay's on one, and then afterwards you're like, oh, makes sense. I'd be fucking losing my mind too. Dude. Yeah, crazy.
So wild.
So at that point, you hadn't even said yes, though.
No.
Yeah.
So I go and spend the weekend with them. And they take care of everything. They're taking me out for food and the whole thing.
Who all's in the minivan? Sorry.
Were you in the van that day, John?
I don't think so.
I feel like it was just a bunch of riders, and we just because we were getting there early for practice.
Yeah, but we were always good about.
Or were you even there yet?
I wasn't right. I wasn't working with Schwinn yet.
It was Kevin Dana at that point.
Yeah.
Okay, because that was going to be my question. I was like, Povah, why is Jay making sponsor phone calls for you?
He was.
That's why.
Yeah, because I essentially took over his management job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he was the TM for a little bit.
Oh, he did everything.
Oh,
for
yeah.
He
I kind of forgot about that.
Yeah, he was a badass.
Yeah.
It was insane.
Yeah.
He did too much.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, but
driving the minivan, 5-whipping the contest, calling for sponsors,
the cool thing about
booking the flights.
The cool thing was always that, and like I kind of picked up the same habits, but we would always take care of all of our friends. Like Ruben would fly over from Spain, or probably living in Austin at this time. But he was always, he'd always stay in our rooms because he couldn't afford it. We'd always feed him.
Yeah.
But that's just how we were. Like,
makes sense.
Yeah. I think Jay was trying to trying to cultivate him to ride for Schwinn, but it never happened.
Yeah,
so he wrote for Huffy.
There was times where I shared a room with like Osato,
Imagine
and I'd have
Ruben
half of
being
Canada in there by the end of the weekend.
Yeah.
We'd have Ends or Steve Roy. Was that the Flatlander's name?
Or Andrew Brown.
I don't know. There was a bunch of
Andrew
them.
Ferris?
No.
Oh.
Ferris eventually.
A group of girls. Osato's girlfriend would show up with 2 more
Jesus
girls,
Christ,
and they'd all stay in our room. And like the one X Games, it was like, hey, they decided like she's gonna share your bed with you tonight, and then she's gonna share your bed with you tomorrow. And I'm just like, do I?
What do you mean share?
Do I get a say in this?
I'm excited.
Are we both under the covers, or how does this work?
Yeah. Were your balls out?
Which night?
Good.
Which night?
A deep thought right there.
Well, I'll say
I was about to do my Beast impression. You're really hesitating right now?
First of all, to be clear, this was before my wife was in my life.
Of course.
Use your imagination.
One of the girls that they had sleep in my bed, no one bothered to tell me that she was my friend's like fresh ex.
Oh, yeah, that's awkward.
And that made shit awkward.
Yeah.
I was like, dude, that's not cool. I didn't even ask for this. I didn't get out of here. and then she went and tried to hook up with another one of his friends on purpose the next night.
Dirty.
Yeah. So I was like, how to
stay
everyone
clear of
stay
that.
away from my rooms forever.
None of those girls were the girls in your Schwinn ads, were they?
Oh no, dude. Dude, I was at Ray's mountain bike park or whatever in Cleveland. And just recently,
shout out for the shirt.
Oh, I have the shirt on. Yeah. I go to Michigan a lot. Still, my family's still there, and one of my buddies, a big ramp we've been working on for a few years. So I spent some time there, and I always just pop into Ray's because they hook it up. So I'll stop and ride for half an hour if I just need to wake up for the rest of the drive. But I was in there a month or 2 ago, and one of the dudes that I knew from Woodward Camp, he's like, Ron, wait, before you leave. And he runs in the back, and he comes back out with a magazine. And I'm like, oh, geez, what's he got? And he whips it open to that ad, the Schwinn ad with the girls hanging all over me.
Dude, it was awesome.
I forgot all about it, dude. I was dying. I was like, I didn't even remember this
Schwinn
ad.
had the best ads.
And dude, that ad, the girl I was dating in Austin was so mad about that. I was like,
freaking ad.
I didn't even know what the ad was going to be when I flew there.
Yeah.
And then, they hired 2 strippers to hang all over me. But I'm like, I didn't think they were that pretty even. Like, whatever. The one was cute and one whatever. But like, they were paid to hang on me. This isn't like we're laughing because it's so awkward and like I'm cracking up in the picture. I'm laughing my ass off. And maybe she thought I was just like, oh, this is my best day ever or something. I was just laughing because I was like, this is so ridiculous.
Yeah.
But yeah, when that came out 2 months later, she was pissed. I'm like, wow.
It's funny how that works.
Not with her anymore.
That's why she's your ex.
Not with her.
Yeah, that's a not a good trait. Sorry, I was seeing if Google would treat me right, but it wouldn't. So,
you'll find it.
Okay, so you go to Florida. I assume you take one run, so you make it to X Games. But that's like the sub story. Yeah. When do you say yes to the beast?
I told them by the end of the weekend.
Okay.
I mean, dude, he gave me shit all the time. The whole day, we'd be sitting eating. So, how's that? Food is pretty good, yeah. So you still wondering? that was free, right? We're paying for that. You still questioning what you're gonna do? I'm just like, oh man. So I knew, but it was just hard to. Like I said, I really think I knew right away, but it's like I just wanted to mentally process it and figure out how I wanted that to go instead of just being like, yeah, and then showing up in Florida in a Schwinn jersey and I didn't even get a chance to tell Rick.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So,
and then obviously, I would assume Rick took it moderately well.
Well, yeah, I mean, he was cool and whatever, and of course was like, oh, dude, I was going to do better for you this next year or whatever. Right. And I'm like, well, yeah, but that's just because Joe and Dave and Chad all quit already this week.
It was like in 1 week.
And, whatever, like,
that had to be a hit. Like, right. You'd have to have some self-reflection.
It was huge news.
Those were big names at that point. Like all four of us were in the mix, and again, nobody planned it. Each of us didn't know the other three was quitting. And then all of a sudden we're like, wait, what? Holy
Which
shit.
kind of makes it even like more important. Like more telling that something was off. I guess
exactly. I agree.
So. Yeah. You guys are all coming to the same conclusion at the same time, then that's not some like fluke, some feeling that you're just one of them gets. So,
but again, too, like I'll always look back on it and be stoked about it.
Of course,
it's always the way.
Like, those guys. Whether I don't know specifically if one of them said we want Ron on the team, if it was just Rick, or if it was Kurt, or if all of them were like, hey, yeah. But like, he's the first dude who took a chance on me, and that's a big deal. Like,
For sure.
Back then there was nothing.
You definitely saw something,
There wasn't a lot to gain back then. It was just about having fun and wanting to ride, and then like going on tour or going to the events or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So I still look at it very positively, like stoked, thankful, grateful for all of it. But Rick, if you're listening, a few years back on Facebook, Rick was like, hey, I came across your lengthy frame in the warehouse. Are you interested in it? I'm like, yes, dude, that would be the sickest thing ever. Because we always gave all of them back.
Yep.
And so I'm like, yeah, what do I got to do? And I never heard from him.
He's like, yeah, $350.
So if you're out there, I'll give you my address.
I have a group message with Muller and Moliterno.
Oh my God.
about doing the podcast, and there's only been one or two responses from Rick in it, but it was initiated by Rick for the most part
to do it together.
Like that. Something like that. It was like one of those things, and then he reached out to Muller, and then one of those. So hopefully that happens. I would love to, I would love for that to happen.
Chris is always entertaining.
Yeah. Well, Rick, it's a Rick podcast.
Yeah. Chris is always entertaining.
I see what you did there. Yeah. So Rick, come on the podcast, talk shit about Povah. So it'd make it even.
I'm down.
So Schwinn deal happens. When do you get hired?
Povah was, I think, a year or two after. I feel like I toured at least one whole year.
I was in 97 to 2001.
Oh, all right. So it was late the same year then.
Yeah.
So I know when I got on, it was
It just
like,
felt like a long time because John wasn't there.
yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah.
It was late winter, I believe, when that Florida event happened,
Yep.
and so that makes sense because I did a whole summer tour, and then Kevin was gone and you came in. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. So, so Kevin Dana, I think you said. I don't know if I'm familiar with him, but he was the TM or something. But Jay was also handling a lot of stuff.
Kevin, was
Maybe like
more,
kind of the.
I think more just like tour manager and stuff.
Okay.
Because I don't.
Is that it was, they had that weird split where it was like racing. It was a race
Yeah,
team.
John Paul took care of the race team and like the
Dirt jumpers.
dirt jumpers, which was
Julep, Van.
But it was weird though because there was Van was in there.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, renowned dirt jumper.
Griffin
Joey
on XS.
Garcia and there was a bunch of them.
Yeah.
God, the team was fucked, huh?
Dude,
Even like the XS
XS
parts
stuff
team
was
was
so
awesome.
sick.
Yeah.
And those parts were great.
yeah. I really wish somebody had picked that brand up.
Yeah,
'Cause
they made a lot
some
of good stuff.
They just went away.
It would have been successful if they sold it anywhere but just stinking Schwinn shops. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah,
whatever.
a business model.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's on the freestyle team. It's Beast, Asado, you. Who else is there?
Pat Miller,
Pat
Jay
Miller,
Eggleston,
Sean
Sean
Peters,
Peters, Andrew Ferris.
Yeah.
Who am I forgetting? I'm forgetting someone.
Well, Enz comes in later. Right?
Enz didn't ride for Schwinn.
Oh yeah, duh. What the fuck am I?
No, it was. So there was like all these dudes who did contests, and we also did tour. At some point, we deliberately not deliberately separated, but it was too much for Jay and Osado and Ron and that to do. So they would do some shows, but they were mainly the contest dudes, and then we brought in other guys that were more tour guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So like the Eggleston and stuff like that. Well, they but
went
Vert
to the
was
events as
huge.
well.
He
Yeah.
went to the events. Yeah, he did good.
Vert was huge. Obviously.
Yeah. So
Big-
Pat and Jay were both riding all the events. Did I not say Jay? Jay.
You said Jay.
Yeah, Jay is, jeez, yeah.
Yeah.
Jay was awesome. He goes so high.
Yeah. Jay was amazing.
You got all those dudes. Then you got like guys, like he said, that rode some events, but probably from Schwinn's perspective, we're more the tour guys.
Well, I didn't want to damage the goods kind of thing. Like, I couldn't risk having him hurt or Osado or Jay.
But even so, like a bunch of rippers, like Duncan Gore and Justin Marchek and Koji came from that crew, and
nobody even knows about Justin Marchek. Oh my God!
Dude, just a bunch of people like
couldn't air 4 feet, but could go 9 foot, do 9 foot flares.
Yeah,
he was the first dude after Nyquist to do bar spin backflips. Like he was.
Yeah, there was some wild kids.
Dude, he was an animal.
Justin Marchek. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Chicago. Right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Scrap dude.
No, it was after Scrap.
No.
Yeah, I think it's from Indiana.
Huh.
Maybe.
Somewhere over there.
Yeah.
That's all the same.
But dude, there was the shows were always next level. Like.
And then, so you were obviously didn't have to do shows.
I did quite a few shows, but I didn't. The first year or two, it was kind of like a plane ticket just showed up, and I was like, "What the really? Like, how do you can? No one's even going to tell me? Like, just like, oh, you're getting on a plane on Monday, and you're gone for 30 days. Like, oh, awesome. Like,
yeah.
But then it got a little bit better. I mean, as they started, because at that time too, like you said, Jay was doing almost everything.
Yeah. So it'd be like Jason and you the flight, and then like he's probably books a flight. Then he's like, I need to call him, but then he's so fucking scattered because he probably had so much shit going on.
Or there's maybe a travel person in the office, and he hands it off to them, and then the message doesn't get to me. And that didn't happen a lot. I don't want to make a big deal out of it.
Would you get if you're doing 30 days of shows? Was that like baked into your contract, or did you get like more money?
We got paid for the shows.
Okay, all right.
So, and honestly, like I said, going on tour was sort of part of the dream back then. Like, and probably not for everybody. I don't think that everybody's into it, but I was, because I was one of those kids that went to all the shows when they came to Albies, and that I met a lot of the pros like that. That's where I first met Rick at a Haro show, and Lee Reynolds, and dudes that I
we all looked up to.
Still know now. I just went back and forth with Lee on Instagram a little bit ago, like. I was posting memories. Somebody posted a 2-hip in Flint, Michigan, and that was my first contest ever. And I only entered it so I could get inside the fence and see these dudes right up close. And and my Lee was just exploding tough wheels trying 9s.
Dude,
and he ran through all of them, and
Yep.
then my buddy like gave him the one off his bike, and he ruined that too. But then, yeah, so I wrote that whole story out on whoever's Instagram post that was and went back and forth with Lee for a bit.
Yeah.
It was fun. But, yeah, where did that come
Oh,
from
so
again?
the shows, yeah. The tour life was, you're like, oh, sick, I get to go on shows.
Yeah, like I get to be that dude who
Yeah.
shows up at the shop and everyone thinks, holy shit, these guys are awesome.
You're a superstar for a day.
Yeah.
So that was part of, I think, I don't know if I actively like thought I want to go on tour, but when the opportunity was there, I was like, hell yeah, like let's do this. That'll be cool.
Yeah.
And it was. We had fun. Every day wasn't awesome. There was days we could just waste this whole however many hours you want talking about days that sucked or challenges we had. But there was a lot of fun involved too, and sometimes
Yeah, it was a slog sometimes. Like because I took care of all the vehicles and the ramps and everything. Like, sometimes he had to fly out to the West Coast just so we could drive to Chicago.
Yeah.
Because I needed someone else to drive with.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff sucks. But now you look back on it, it was good stories.
And then the
Or
dual
there's
guys in the desert, and we're up inside there trying to fix the air
115
cleaner.
degree.
Like,
115 degree heat. We broke down in the Arizona desert.
Good no.
Yeah, and like you're pissed in the moment, but it makes for a good story.
yeah. Now we're old dudes with a bunch of good stories,
Yeah,
at least,
yeah,
instead
yeah.
of just old dudes.
We fixed that with an inner tube.
Yeah, more than once.
Yeah,
Fixed what with an inner tube?
it was the
radiator
air
hose?
intake or something.
air intake. It was the truck
for
was
the turbo, right?
Yeah, the truck was recalled for some turbo issue, and it popped off while we were driving, so we lost all power towing a half pipe trailer.
Like after the MAF sensor or something
Yeah,
like that? Yeah.
And then we're
The
like,
car talk.
we're literally like in the middle of the desert, not a town for hours, and we got to
And
fix
it's
this.
super hot.
Freaking hot. And we're like, how are we going to fix this? And we just packed it out with an inner tube and put the hose clamp back on, and we were good to go for a few thousand miles.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I'm definitely not even worth the podcast, I guess, but I had a buddy that was like, he's like, see this pipe right here on my radiator hose? He's like, radiator broke in the desert. I was like, fuck. And then I looked, and there was this pipe right here on the ground, and he just put it in there. He's been there ever since.
It worked.
like, holy shit.
So crazy. That's I don't know. Some of us have our brains work in those sorts of manners anyways. Like,
Yeah.
I'm going to find a stick and a rock and fix this thing. But
Yep.
like all of those experiences too, like just add to that. Like I might get stressed about something if it happens, but I'm like, no, we're going to figure this out. Like,
Yeah.
let's see what we got.
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah.
figure something out. Like I don't know. I mean, that's part of what I do for a living too. Like, let's just, I can build anything.
Yeah.
I'll figure it out.
Yeah.
I'll just say yes, and then I'll figure out. If I don't know, I'm going to figure it out.
I'm doing the bathroom in the house, and I've a couple of people I talked to about it. I'm like, my greatest skill is I'm really stubborn, and I'm just going to keep going until
That's
I sort
definitely
it
him.
out. Like, so
That's definitely him.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's
I get anxiety about this stuff. I know I can do it, but I still get anxiety about doing it.
oh yeah, but once you start, you can't stop.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So that's the thing. So shows, Schwinn stuff. I think there it is. Jason talked about living in the house with Asado and Miron, and they were making $10K a month from Schwinn. You were doing well.
Yeah, I wasn't stoked to hear that. I was like, God damn it, I knew it.
Was Jason lying, John?
I didn't know money.
Oh, okay.
Like I never dealt with the money
I
part.
doubt it. I
No,
mean,
Schwinn days
look,
were freaking good, man. Like
and our team was all a bunch of bangers, and it was like Jay got him to start it, kind of, right? And like at that point, I mean, I wouldn't be shocked in the least if Jay was making it like 20 a month at least. Like,
Yeah.
that's where like Dave was at.
He was a
somewhere in there.
superhero. Yeah.
So like,
Yeah.
it was kind of weird because it was like one guy's gonna get that, and then everyone else gets $200 or something, and it's like, dude, it's not that big a disparity.
Yeah.
But like corporate model, this and that, put it all. And I always thought it would be smarter, especially because I was on teams with a bunch of guys. I'm like, dude, you need to be running ads that show every face on your team. Make everybody a star so that like that only makes your whole deal better. All your marketing's better if you make sure everyone knows your faces, right? So like it doesn't have to be like everyone's in every ad huge, like, but maybe there's like a little picture of the team down in the corner with names and faces. And now everyone who looks at the magazines, and that was when they stapled papers together, kids, and there was pictures and stories.
That's crazy time period.
So like, you know what I'm saying though? Like if you make everyone a star, it only helps.
It elevates everybody.
Elevates everything. You
Elevates
help them and you help your own brand.
Exactly.
And but I do I get it. And if I was Jay and I had the chance to start that and bring my buddy with me, I'd make sure we got taken care of too.
Of course.
So
how did Jay started the Schwinn program?
I don't know.
I assume maybe.
I don't know the whole thing either, but I know that. I think it was Scott Racing, like the motorcycle company. That was who owned it at the time, and they were really good about listening. Like a lot of people think, you know, a lot of the owners, they'll just do what they want to do. But like Jay was like, hey, if you want to succeed, we got to do this, this, and this. And they listened, and it freaking worked. And because I think the power of the X Games was huge at the time. Jay was one of the biggest names, you know. And
I want to give a shout out to sourcebmx.com for sponsoring the podcast for a couple of years now. Huge supporters of ourbmx and the podcast. So
and BMX in general.
Yep. One thing that maybe a lot of people don't know is about the Source rewards. Basically, you can read the site right here, but you join, you get 1,000 points. Every dollar you spend, you get 10 points. From there, you can redeem them for a bunch of cool stuff. You got Source hats. We got the beer can wax that we have right here. Seat tube badges, socks, the most revered socks in BMX as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, so you get rewards for using Source as your shop.
So literally, like signing up, you get 1,000 points. So you could get with your order, you get free valve caps.
Oh yeah, we've talked about this before. Yeah, this is awesome.
You get tube levers, stuff like that. So just a cool way to jump back and get a little rewards here and there. You can refer friends and get 10% off, and you get 3,400 points. Source rewards is just a cool way to kind of keep the ball rolling for your next order, because obviously, you know, you got to switch your parts out pretty often, and
you should switch them out.
And you know, Source is the biggest mail order in the world. You know, they got Germany, they have England, they have Louisville. So shout out to Source. Appreciate what they do. Battle of Hastings coming up. All the other random things that they got going on.
Their
shout
team,
out to that whole
everything.
squad.
If you don't got a core bike shop near you, support Source because they're doing it big.
Yep.
We like the brand Schwinn was visible because of BMX. Like, we may not be selling 1 million BMX bikes, but because Schwinn's all over the TV, they're going to sell. They're going to, exactly, brand recognition. You're going to sell road bikes, so it made sense. But they got traded a few times, like, because they're a publicly traded company, and at some point they were like, "Okay, we got it from here," and that was when shit went downhill.
Yeah. And you could see it coming. I mean, I think that you probably saw things happening.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Like when I got the phone call, I knew what the phone call was. Like,
Sorry,
I was like,
I turned off my own mic there.
I got the phone call, and I don't remember if I had caller ID yet at that point.
Yeah.
You know, I probably barely had a cell phone in 2000, but it was, I remember getting the call driving, and I can't remember if it was Jeff or Jay, but I knew right away. I was like, this is not like a day or a time when they would call me. Like, and I've seen it coming. So I was like, oh, what's up, man? Well, and I was like, yeah, it's over, isn't it? You know? And they were like, and they were kind of like surprised, like, well, how do you, I'm like, I'm not dumb.
Yeah.
I've told you guys before, like, before I made it as a BMX pro, I had my own businesses. I've done a lot of things. I understand business. I understand all these. I'm not some genius about it. I'm not trying to claim to be smarter than everybody, but I see what's happening.
Yeah.
And it seems pretty obvious. And so, and why are you calling me on a Tuesday at 8 a.m. or whatever? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, this just seemed pretty obvious to me. Like, oh, so like, wow, you're being pretty cool about this. And I'm like, what am I going to do?
Yeah.
fight you through the phone, and it's not,
It was a good
So
run.
you didn't make Povah didn't make that call either?
No.
No, he didn't
Fucking
like.
hell,
He hated
Jesus.
me.
No, there was a guy that there was a guy we dealt with at Schwinn, Jeff Schaefer. He was friggin' awesome. He always went to bat for us.
Yeah.
He had to do the dirty work, I think.
How many years did Schwinn last?
Oh no, 4 or 5, something like that. 97.
Yeah, they filed bankruptcy 2001.
4 years.
4 years.
Yeah.
I think it was because it was right after I got married.
Yeah.
Right after I got married, then I lost everything. Lost all my
Yeah.
checks in the mailbox.
I mean, what are the takeaways there? Like, I mean, there's American Muscle. Like, what was the other video? Is there short?
No,
you're not in that.
They
are
actually
you? Yeah.
started filming a second
Yeah.
video, and I don't know where that footage is, but it's
Who
out there
filmed? Who was filming?
I can't remember the guy's name.
But-
He had
Find his name. I'll
Yeah.
message him on Facebook
No.
right
Yeah,
now.
pull it up.
somebody hit me up about this recently. I can't remember, but he had an eye patch.
He had an eye patch.
Yeah,
All
an
right,
eye-
filmer with an eye patch.
Yeah. I can't remember the name.
We can narrow this down.
Yeah, because
He probably only has footage of shows,
yeah.
dude.
All right, so 4 or 5 years. I mean, like, it's so funny because, like, when I think of Povah's, like, dominant years back in the day, obviously Etnies, but, like, it's funny that it's only 4 years, and you think back of, like, Kimler, Schwinn, ad in the magazine, girls.
We packed a lot of shit in 4 years.
Yeah.
Did.
Yeah.
Dude, we were going all the time.
Yep.
Just going. There's a lot of them. I mean, I remember days where, like, we don't. Most of the time when things happened, it was most of our funny stories involved somebody being pissed, probably.
Yeah, of course.
And it was probably most of the time was Povah because we were dicks. But
Well,
we would do things like, "All right, you guys, we have to pack up and leave right after the show." And get out of town because we got a 4-hour drive. The show is earlier in the day tomorrow. We got a TV hit in the morning, and the show
Like
is
a
2
new,
hours
like
away.
a news show or
And
something.
sometimes
Yeah,
we'd
yeah.
have 8 a.m.
Yeah.
Like
Dude, there
set
was-
up the box jump at 5 a.m. and then wait, and then at 8:04 do a flip, and then get out of here.
yeah.
And dude, that
Those
was
were
One of those
gnarly.
weatherman type things.
Oh,
don't
Yeah,
warm up,
yeah.
don't do a darn thing. Stay out of the shot,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
when I point at you, you flip,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
get out of the shot again. Like
Yeah, that shit was
disappear
insane.
from the world. Like
There was one time that we were in Connecticut somewhere. I'm not sure if you were with us, but we had a PR person for Schwinn, and they would always like send us pieces to go do. So I have the dually and a 36-foot long half pipe trailer, 11 and a half feet tall, and I drive it through downtown New York to the piers. I pull up. The cops let me park on the thing. I pull out because there's a skate park there at the time, and they want to do a piece on Pat Miller because he's in the X Games. And we get out in the skate park, and like Pat's all padding up and everything, and I'm looking around, and I'm realizing there's no cameras anywhere. It was a verbal interview. We could have done it over the freaking phone.
I think I remember
I was livid.
at the piers at that skate park.
Yeah.
Fucking phone call.
I remember wandering around that park.
Well, they thought he just
Not
lived down the
doing
road
anything.
or something.
Well, no, but they like the PR dude didn't communicate that. Like he just, they want to do an interview, but never said it could have, whatever.
It would be bad. We would get hit up like the night before. Like,
Yeah.
you guys, we got to go because now we have to drive tonight instead of tomorrow because we have Good Morning America at 6 a.m., which means we got to set up the jump at 5 a.m.
Yeah.
And somebody's got to do a flip at 6:06. What
Yeah.
Oh God, here we go. And then we would.
Yeah, you get somebody that just book shit that
And then
didn't
we
have the
would-
fucking math on
we
how
would
long
be
it
like-
actually takes to do stuff,
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Then the team after dinner is like,
Let's get some...
Povah, quit being a bitch. One more beer, bro. Like,
Yeah.
and then,
Well, and they'd always drag their feet. They'd always
Toddlers.
They'd always They'd always push it to the limit. Like if we had to be at a show, like because I'm the type of person that would rather be somewhere like an hour before rather than 2 minutes late, and they would always drag their feet. And like I would it's one of those things I would get crazy anxiety, like I said, and they just wind me up. And we always get there on time. We'd always set up on time. We'd always do our job. We were never late. But they'd always push me to the limit.
and that's what we would tell them. What? We're never late. We always make it,
Yeah,
dude.
yeah,
What's
yeah.
your problem?
Everyone,
Let's just have some fun tonight,
yeah,
Povah.
we always pulled it.
And then
Somehow.
Povah's response would be, we always make it because I always push you
Dude,
guys. Yeah.
Sometimes.
Is it hard to be like the dudes are your friends.
Yeah.
And I always felt like I would struggle at a point, you know, the early days of ride, I would go on a trip and then I would be like, all right, I need to shoot fucking photos. I need to do this. And then at a point, I felt like I was trying to control shit and people wouldn't like me. You know, like I was like, hey, I don't have enough. And then I realized, like we talked about earlier, self-evaluation. I'm like, hey, I'm kind of being a fucking bossy prick right now. And I just let go at a point. And I would come back from trips and I'd be like, this is what I got. This is what they wanted to do. And this is all that happened on the trip. And I would not push anything anymore. Being a TM, you don't really have that luxury of just being like letting go.
You got to be a bit of a chameleon.
Yeah.
Like there's a balance to be had there. Trying to come across not bossy, but still get the job done. Sometimes you got to try and make people feel like they're making the decision, but when you're really just kind of coercing them.
Mm-hmm.
But it's definitely, it can test you and it ages you.
That's because we were all smarter than him with that psychology shit.
I'm
Didn't work
not-
on us.
Manipulating. He's like, Pova's manipulating us. Let's manipulate him.
We'll manipulate him back.
Yeah, I can just remember specific nights. How about Iron Mountain? Do I have to say anything else about that?
Please
I remember
do.
the name, but please.
Remember the ski jump? That's where we met Micah.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
He was a little kid, but,
Grants?
Yeah.
but he thought he should
Micah
be
was
part-
little.
Yeah,
Oh,
young.
yeah, he was young, and there was one of the reps out there that like took him under his wing and would bring him around and like let Micah feel like he was part of the pro team. And
Yeah, and Micah was young and not a decent rider yet, and
Micah rode for Schwinn.
and no,
Okay,
but
all
this
right, all
guy made him feel like he did.
Okay, fair enough.
He
All right.
came, so he had like a chalet or something, like I got a villa for you guys. We're all set for the night.
Oh, I remember this.
And we get to this place, and we're like, just the one? Like, yeah, there's enough rooms in here for everybody. But then he goes in and takes the biggest
Yeah,
room,
it's the big
and then he
suite.
gives Micah a room or whatever, and leaves the team that they're supposed to be taking care of. Like, me and Miller slept together on the fold-out couch. Everybody's like, just, where do I don't know. I sleep in this chair, I
yeah, it
guess.
sucked. I remember.
And that was the
Go with the Todd Robot move.
and then we're trying to warm up for the show, and we're trying to hit the jump and stuff, and Micah is like doing tricks on the landing.
Yeah, like 540 tie taps and
Oh yeah.
And like yeah, I'm warming up for the show. And Povah's got to be like, dude, just get him out of the way. Like,
Yeah.
we're about to do a show here.
yeah.
That was crazy to meet Micah like that, and then know him all these years later.
Dude, he's freaking awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I love him. He's so funny.
Who was the guy? Sorry, I missed
And
that.
this
Who
dude-
was the guy that brought him in? It was
He
the
was a
sales
re-
rep?
Scott was his name, and he was drunk as shit
Oh,
all the time.
He had a Coke can that was always filled with booze.
And
Always.
and
The old Watts.
Micah's parents trusted this guy,
Yeah.
and he's like driving Micah around
Yeah.
wasted all the time. Like,
Yeah.
it's crazy.
He's-
Wait, he was a sales rep for Schwinn?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And
Yeah.
he followed us to a couple shows.
Yeah,
didn't he?
yeah. Because the Midwest was always our busiest.
good.
Was our busiest kind of. We had like, there was another rep there. Why am I spacing it? Anyway, like there was a rep there that would book. He did a really amazing job and booked all. Pat Casey, no, not Pat Casey. Friggin' Pat.
R.I.P.
R.I.P. That rep as well. He's passed away as well.
Was it Mike Casey?
Mike Casey.
Yeah.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chicago area guy,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, he always booked a ton
He
of
was
shows
really
in
cool.
Michigan, Indiana, Illinois.
And that was the whole point of these things. is
Yeah,
to
yeah, yeah.
Move. Obviously get people psyched on BMX in general, but move fucking bikes.
But
because they would sell bikes those days that you guys came
Yeah.
came and they would sell bikes for the weeks afterwards, etc.
During this time, it was Schwinn dealerships.
Yeah.
It was very much American,
Yeah.
Not like that anymore, but yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Was there, I feel like, and this is part Povah podcast, so I feel like I feel like I didn't ask this, but if you're dealing with these dudes, they're slight rock stars in a sense, did you have like a budget? Was it like you have to like bail people out or something? Was there
Oh,
like
no, all the time. Like Yeah, but I mean, I could have gone and bought like a Chevy truck with it was like a black card.
Yeah.
They didn't give a shit. I never had to turn in a receipt ever. I never had to, like, it was top
Really?
tier. Oh yeah. Schwinn treated us good.
He made us feel like he did, though. He
No, man, like they
made
treated
us feel like we had to earn it, you know?
I mean, I'll say that was the best job I ever had. I didn't get paid the most, but it was the best job I ever had.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
No receipts?
No, none.
Probably one of my best jobs, too.
Yeah.
Going to the mailbox for checks is not that hard.
And when,
Yeah.
like I think Jay and Osado talk about it, but like they were getting paid in American dollars, and at the time the
Yeah.
exchange rate
Yeah.
was really good for
They were
Canadians, so
crushing.
they were crushing
Yeah.
in Canada.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good for them.
good for them.
Love those dudes. Good for them.
Yeah. Took advantage of the situation.
Yeah.
Screw it.
You said that in the midst of all of that, you said that you had already had businesses by the time you were a pro bike rider. What were like?
Yeah, like, I mean, I wasn't, my parents weren't going to be able to like pay for me to go to school.
Yeah.
And I wasn't sure what I would do if I went to school. I did community college some.
I was going to ask that if you went to school for anything.
Yeah, I went to just like community college because there was a community college right in my town. So I went and took like business classes and marketing classes and economics and thinking like,
So you are smart.
if I want to get, a little bit. If I wanted to do anything, those kind of made sense. Learn about how things work.
That probably helped making deals too.
Right. So I did that stuff, and
Not
that was
enough. You
about
didn't
it.
make 10K.
My dad,
He's not telling us.
my dad had a buddy who had a painting business, and he needed helpers. So like literally 2 days after high school, me and my buddy were on the job working with him, and I don't know, a year or two later, I just started my own business.
Okay.
'Cause I finally got accepted as an employee at Woodward, 1991. And so I was like, sorry, dude, I'm out. Like, if it means like that I'm out forever, okay, I understand. But I'm going to Woodward for the summer. And then when I got back from there, I'm like, oh, what am I going to do now? Like, I'm not just going to go work for him again. But I had an uncle who had been doing some side jobs painting, and he had just retired. And so I was like, well, let's just do this, you know? And we never really did much that was official, but
the idea of being that young and then just being like, oh, I'll just start my own business is a very
That's pretty sick.
that's a unique trait. Yeah.
Not many people do that.
Yeah.
it was kind of, I mean, honestly, my uncle was a lot of it because he was like, well, I keep getting people asking me, you're really good at this already. Do you want, and I was like, yeah, like, why don't we just like keep lining them up?
Yeah.
Like if these,
Did you have the mindset like that bike riding wouldn't last or it wasn't going to go anywhere, so that was the reason for doing it, or is it?
I just didn't know. I didn't know what it would be, but I knew I had been trying to travel for events and stuff and go to Woodward in the summers. And I knew that this way, my uncle was also working on stacking jobs up, right? So if I was gone for a while, it was fine. I made the schedule. I'm just like, all right, cool, but tell him I can't do it till June or whatever, and then I'd come back to town, and I know I always have work.
Yeah.
Sick.
And it pays decent, and I can schedule it myself in between stuff. So
Good.
that was kind of how it all came about and worked well. And so I don't know. And I was just taught like to work.
Working class. Same.
Yeah,
here.
dude.
Same
Like,
here.
and I still try to put that in people's heads. My kids,
Yeah,
you know, like, oh
yeah.
man, they're in college and this and that. And I'm like, well, you know, every time we will always help you unless I see you passing up opportunities. If
Yeah.
you think you're going to like not work at all when you have a chance to work and help yourself, then I'm going to have to think twice about helping.
Yeah.
So like, I just tried to instill the same work ethic that I got from my parents. And so, yeah, that's where,
Same.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I never ever thought that bike riding would ever be anything.
I still
Same.
didn't think that way. We were still driving across the country to watch somebody win and get $400. So even if I thought like, oh, who won today? Oh, Dave won or Matt won or
Yeah.
Dennis or Rob Nolly. They were the only 4 pros for a while there.
Yeah.
and so it's like, even if I felt like, could I beat him? Like, if I had my best stage, who cares? Like,
Yeah.
It's $400. That wasn't a motivator back then. It was more just like I feel like certainly like people will be like, oh, dude, don't you wish you did it a little bit later when you could have made a bunch of money? And I'm like, I don't really know how much money I could have made, but
There's no way of predicting that. There's no way.
There's no way to know. And also, like, I feel like we had it better than the dudes now. Like, I would much rather do what we did. Like, dude, there was driving across the country with multiple people in a car that was too small for as many people in bikes as you had. And, like, we were like deadheads for BMX contests. Like, but there was something awesome about that. Like, every time we all got together, it was awesome. It was like just so fun. And I don't know, there was just something to that to me.
Yeah.
I would do that. I would pick that over if I had the choice. I don't know.
That's almost kind of like a work ethic in itself. Like, people get lazy now because they want to get sent places or planes, but piling in a car with a bunch of people, that's the best times.
I think it's a culture thing too, because I feel like the culture of being miserable with your friends was the fucking, that was the mantra of BMX, is like, let's travel really fucking far to ride this spot for no fucking reason and be miserable and sleep on the fucking ground,
eat garbage food, and just
and that was success. Look at that great time we had. And now it's just measured differently. It's measured by the views you got from the trip, or the fucking money you got, or something like that. And it's just a different, man, it is, you almost feel bad, like you almost feel bad for kids because they don't, the optics of things. Everything has to be seen. And there's so much of our lives that wasn't seen by anybody except if you weren't there, or if you were there,
for sure.
And that's the where those memories are made in so many different ways. So it's,
I think also, like, people always say, what was the best time in bike riding? Like, it's whenever, like, it could be today.
Whatever
now.
you think.
Do you know what I mean? Like, exactly. Like,
it's some kids' best day of bike riding was today.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Literally. And that's ours just happened to be a long fucking time ago. Like, and that's it doesn't mean one's better than the other, but it's just a different time period.
Yeah.
So it is culture of it has definitely changed. Being broke was okay.
Yeah.
Being broke these days isn't really, people are like, oh, you don't have any money. And you're like, yeah, so okay. Like, we reveled in the idea of like, dude, I did that on fucking $20.
Yeah.
And that was sick.
Somehow we went 4 states away and
and survived.
Yeah.
And we didn't call home.
Yeah.
Because we didn't have a
I cried.
Because I didn't have 20 cents for the call. The pay phone.
Now parents are checking in every 10 minutes.
Yeah, I got the AirTag stuffed in my kid's shoe. No, not really. But
I bet you do.
I don't. Got one in my camera. I got 2 in my camera bag.
I don't blame you.
Shit, where were we? Schwinn. Povah was a horrible TM. I remember that.
The worst.
Fact.
Who could win in a fight, Povah or Dave Osato?
Jesus Christ, that's a stupid question.
That's the Dales.
Well,
That's two
Povah's
Dales.
the TM,
question.
so does he get the rest of the team to help him?
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Okay, then Dave Osato.
Dave Osato is the equivalent of 100 men versus a gorilla.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, oh, does Povah gets the whole team and everyone at the office too? Okay, Dave Osato.
Yeah. The Osato, like, so we'd be doing shows, and Dave would do shows quite frequently, and he'd always want to get out of there because he wanted to go to Olive Garden. Like, freaking Olive Garden. And like, I was okay with it, but like, so we'd have to tear down. We'd be signing, like, these guys would be signing autographs, and there's some stuff that I have to take care of with the store owner or whatever. These guys are taking down the barriers or whatever, and you'd look over, and there's a 12-foot wide, 5-foot 12-foot long, 5-foot wide piece of ramp, and it's just floating across the parking lot. And it's Dave carrying this thing on his back, and it's a good few hundred pounds because he's like kind of telling everyone to get
More breadsticks.
hurry the F up, hurry the F up. I want to go to Olive Garden.
Pasta visually.
Yeah,
Pasta
yeah,
visually.
yeah. That dude is. Yeah.
Dave is. Yeah, just one of the most gorilla strong motherfuckers I've ever known, who sort of almost didn't know and would be bummed at himself because he would break shit all the time and then just be like, dude, I hardly touched it, man. Like go to open the window in the hotel room and just break the whole thing. Like, what the?
Yeah, dude, he was so. Yeah. But the sweetest guy.
Yeah.
Just some of the things
Gentle giant.
that
Yeah.
he would just do randomly, and you're like, oh my God.
Yeah, you felt sorry for the ramp sometimes because he was so powerful.
Well, dude, I remember Indiana somewhere. I feel like it was like a fairgrounds or something, but flat area all around us, but a tiny little piece of concrete. And of course, one of those million shows where they said, yeah, we have exactly what you need, the right show area, the right size, all that stuff. Liars, man.
Yeah.
And so it was one of those where it's like, oh my God, the quarter pipe's there and the box jumps 4 feet away.
Yeah,
And it's like, oh man. And I remember just like Dave and I are looking at each other's shows. It's like almost the end of the show. It was really hard to get enough speed and get around the box and air fast enough to even jump the box. So we're struggling to do all our stuff. And then it's like, one of us got to flip, dude. What do you want to do? And, dude, this is going to suck. There's not enough speed. And it was kind of like, all right, let's just both do it. Let's see what happens. So I go do it. Go as fast as I can, and just still I'm coming down like, oh God, I'm gonna case so bad. And got my front wheel in, but just case so hard. And I'm like, whatever, I rode away. I'm out of here. And they're like, all right, your turn. It sucks, just like we thought. And Dave goes and gets as much speed as he can and just yanks and still goes way high right away. It's like he's not hitting the landing. And he's way up above the deck and looking down and sees it. And you see him just like tighten up, like stiffen up, like it's me or the ramp, and it ain't gonna be me. And he just drops out of the sky to his front wheel right at the knuckle.
Jesus Christ.
And just like boom, stops. And his bike is sitting there like that, and his knees are on the ground around on the sides of his head tube. And he's just like sitting there, he just gets up and like gets off the ramp. And I'm like, anybody else would have died. I don't know how you just went to a dead stop on your knees. And then he gets down and he bent the steel frame for the ramp, bent the whole deck, like broke.
Dude,
Everything lost.
he's so powerful.
Yeah.
That's he's a beast.
That's too funny.
Yeah.
Best dude.
I have a funny show story. It's kind of graphic, but we
Or hour 30.
somehow we ended up doing this show, and it was like prom night or something, and it was in I don't know what state. It was in the middle of nowhere.
Indiana, we'll say.
No, it wasn't even that like civilized. But there was girls in prom dresses and dudes dressed up, and we're doing shows, and I think it was Andrew Ferris, Osado.
This is good already with Andrew.
Osado, and Jay Eggleston, and Jay can go high on the quarter pipe, and he can do stuff over the box jump, but I had never seen him clear the box doing a flip. And somehow he decides he's going to try a flip like near the end of the show, because I think maybe because there's pretty girls around, but so he flips, and you can see he's coming around. He's coming up short, and essentially like is going to nose case the deck right before the landing, but takes his hands and feet off, and just sacks the stem.
Oh my God.
And then takes off around the back of the quarter pipe in pain. And like Andrew follows him back there to see if he's doing okay. And Dave's out there, and I'm announcing. And Dave, like being the hero he is, he saved the show. You know, he's doing the ramp, he's doing the flatland, and Andrew's tending to Jay behind there. And Andrew comes around pale as a ghost. He's like, dude, Jay's got to go to hospital. He said that he pulled his pants down and like everything had receded around his junk, like he'd split his sack open and everything fell out.
Oh.
Yeah, graphic.
No,
I'm glad I didn't see it. But
Yeah.
Andrew was just,
White, yeah.
oh, dude, he was like, dude, he's got to
It's
go.
like I saw an actual testicle.
Yeah, he's like, he's go. Jay's got to go to hospital. I'm like, okay, I got to finish this. He's like, no, he's got to go now. I'm like, okay, we'll get to it. Like, and we took him to hospital, and he was, he got sewn up.
Balls are okay though.
I think. I mean,
Still
he has
had a baby
He had a
after
kid.
that.
He had a
Hey,
kid. Yeah,
congrats to Jay.
yeah. Sorry for the graphic
No, you're
nature of that.
We'll get to more ball stories
There's
later.
why is there so many balls in this?
Well, not yet. I mean, I guess let's talk
Not
about
yet,
it.
not yet.
Let's talk about a side story.
Uh-oh.
Let's talk about the time that you were choked out by TJ Lavin.
Yeah. I don't recall. I lost my oxygen, and I'm not sure what happened.
Somehow your balls fell out.
Do you don't remember this? It's a bikes over Baghdad trip.
Oh man! All right. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, Chad DeGroot.
No, this is not DeGroot.
Oh, this isn't DeGroot.
This is
Who did
from.
this?
This is from. You can look to your left for that reaction.
Nice. That's awesome. That's awesome.
I don't. Did you know this photo existed?
I believe I've seen it before, but I forgot.
There's
oh,
that
man.
one too. Oh.
Yeah, there's that one too.
Yeah.
Oh, sweet. That's great. Look what my balls did to TJ's hip. Oh man.
Oh my god.
All right.
Explain. Because there's no alcohol.
So
in
is this
Baghdad.
on YouTube as well? Is that how people get to see?
Yes, this is
Okay,
on YouTube.
'cause
So
I
there'll
always
be some
listen to
cherry.
it.
There'll be some cherry emojis over that.
I always listen while I'm driving.
Yeah.
But so all right, my wife can't watch it on YouTube then.
There'll be
Okay.
cherry emojis.
Anyway,
That photo is so good. How your balls are so sharp, and everything else is blurry. It's like the only thing.
All right, so this is in Africa, and oh geez, unfortunately, this caused a little bit more commotion after the fact than we thought it would be. So this was the last night of the tour. We've been on tour.
Bikes over
there.
Baghdad, but it's not in Baghdad.
This particular show was Africa, Djibouti. It was all up in Djibouti.
Jabalzi.
Yeah. So, and we were I think we were all over that time in Iraq and Kuwait and whatever. And this was the last one before we flew home. So you would do typically about 2 weeks, and we would jam in 9 or 10 shows, and meaning every one of those is on a different base.
Mm-hmm.
So Nate and I wake up in the morning, build the ramps for 5 hours, ride in the show. We had it down to where we were building, typically like a quarter pipe, a box jump, and occasionally a third ramp as well in about 5 hours. And then we would do the show, and then sometimes jump right on a helicopter or C-130 that same night, go to the next place and do it all over again. And you'd get 2-3 days off in the whole
From
thing.
scratch, you build ramps from scratch.
From scratch, yeah.
Jesus Christ.
This is not anything to do.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
And so that part was really difficult. It would get us.
Yeah.
But Micah
rolling over people. So I will say I was always, and I never specifically blamed Mulligan, but Mulligan went on like fucking 4 or 5 of these things, and I was
Not
like,
a bunch. Yeah.
I was like, fucking let me go. Let me go on one for the experience. You can have he's like, no, they pay me, and I'm like, you can have the money. Like I will do all the work for you and give you the money because I want. And he's like, no, I want to go, and
It's
I'm like,
too good.
so do I.
Yeah,
Like I want to fucking go. Like
it was so good. I wish more people got to do it with us. Like there were so many people who wanted to come and be riders on it.
Yeah.
Everybody was like ready to go, and it was so much fun. Like
Were you ever in any dangerous situations?
for
with it?
sure.
Like,
for sure.
like the sirens went off and
Oh yeah, and that's when it got really real. Like there was a lot of time. There was trips where we never felt like the first trip. We were in Iraq and everything. We're at Saddam's palace. We're doing all this crazy stuff, and I'm like, "There's nothing going on over here." Like,
yeah.
there's the Iraqis are happy to see us. Like everything's cool. What are we doing here? And then we go on another trip, and then that's my Oskar scene where I'm almost crying. Like we're in the middle of a show, and like all of a sudden, like we're kind of hearing some announcement, but you can't hear it over our music and the announcer. And then somebody comes rushing up to Catfish and is like, "Give me that microphone." And it was like anybody and all chopper crews, this and that, immediately to your choppers. If you have this type of blood or this type of blood, report to the hospital immediately. And I'm just like, holy shit, what is happening?
Fucking hell.
And I think an MRAP, a vehicle was coming back in from patrol, got to the gate, and there was some dude like pretending to be a photographer or something, and he blew him up.
Jesus Christ.
Right at the gate. Like, and if we didn't have our music and shit playing, we would have seen it. It was like right over there, but we're in the middle of this big show.
Yeah, you're doing your thing.
And then Drew hit his head in that show, had to go into the hospital. And so Christian went with him. And they're in there while they're bringing in all these dudes. And some of them didn't make it.
So
and
that's fucking heavy.
That shit's heavy. It's like, dude. And, when I started going over there, now my kids are actually military age, 2 of them. But then they were younger, but I'm still looking at them, and I'm looking at these kids over there that are 18, and
you could see it in some of that footage. They look like they were 16.
Babies,
yeah,
man.
they're babies. Yeah.
And so I'm looking at these kids and seeing my boys. I got 3 boys, and I'm like, oh my god, like this is insane. These kids just got dumped here, and the kids also then that crew that got blown up. Our like liaison guy that was taking care of us. It was his new guys that just got there 2 days before.
Fuck.
So it all kind of was a little closer.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't want it to happen to anybody, but then it got like kind of real close to home all of a sudden. And then the next day, we spent the whole day sitting in a bus on the runway. They shut down all communications because clearly they want to tell mom and dad before social media does.
Yeah.
So they literally shut down all communication on the base. So like, here comes a plane coming to land. They don't even know where it came from, who it is, whatever. So we're on the bus all like ready to go, just eating Pop-Tarts for 12 hours straight. Here comes a plane, you guys, everybody up. Everyone's getting ready to go. They're like, oh, it's not for you. Back on the bus. And you're frustrated, but you know what happened and why. So it's like, and then we get on the plane finally, fly to the next base. We're late. We've missed our show that day already. And then it's like, oh, sorry, me and Nate right away are like, what can we do? Like, we'll build all night. Can we do it tomorrow? And they're like, yeah, we already kind of changed it. Does that work for you guys? It works for us. So we stay up. We're like, can you take us to eat first? We're starving. We've eaten Pop-Tarts all day. So they take us to the mess hall or whatever, and we're in there eating. We're like the only ones in there. And now the siren goes off again. We're like, dude, this just happened yesterday. Come on, man.
Yeah.
And like, now all of us are under the tables, like
still eating your mashed potatoes or whatever.
Ice cream cones.
Fuck.
And just like, hey, dude, I can't remember the guy's name, but asking our guy, like, so what are the chances this building can take a hit from whatever's getting shot at us right now? And he's like, it's the safest building on the base. No. That's not the answer I wanted at all.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, things like that happen, and it's like, shit, it's real,
It's always crazy because you get to leave in a few days, where the other dudes are there for indefinite amount of time.
And that might have been their best buddy that just got killed, and they're still there. Now I'm still in for 3 more years without the dude I signed up with or whatever,
Such a crazy, heavy fucking experience.
Yeah, super heavy, but at the same time, when something like that happened, it certainly made me stop and go like, dude, is this fair to my family to even fuck around like this? But then at the same time, I'm like, I can't say no. I'm going to do it every time.
Yeah.
Even if this happens every time, I'm going to do it because
felt important.
I'm never going to sign up for the military. And even if I tried, they wouldn't take me. Too many issues with they wouldn't take any of our bodies. But it was like, that's something that I can attain. I can it was a real tangible help.
The level of entertainment or just momentary relief from something so intense.
The goal is for us to make them forget where they are for a few minutes.
Exactly.
And when they come up to the table and they clearly forgot about where the heck we are, and they're all stoked and this is the best, the sickest thing since I've been here, all this stuff, and just seeing how much it affected people is that was what, wow, this is cool. This is never been able to do something this cool on my bike. We're like, wow, this is awesome.
Yeah.
So best thing ever. great crew of dudes.
How many did you do? How many?
Man, 8,
I feel like there were
9?
7. Yeah, I was
So I
going to
don't
say
even
7.
know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm guessing.
And it wasn't like one per year. It was a couple per year.
For a
right?
few years, we did 2 a year.
Yeah.
Like a big 2-week one in Iraq, and then like seems like we did like a 4 or 5 day one in like Qatar and a couple of Qatar, Kuwait for another shorter trip. So yeah, we did 2 a year for a little while there, and
How did you end up in hospital?
I mean, dude, sometimes just like crashing and either broke or whatever, messed up ribs the one time, and
Yeah.
and in the end, honestly, I'll go to the hospital there sooner than I would here, like
Yeah.
because it's paid for, but also like unless a bone's sticking out, I'm doing it again tomorrow.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
like I said, more than any other thing I've ever done. Like if I was at X Games or a big event and I was hurting, oh well, forget about hurting for a few minutes.
Yeah.
But like there, it's like a different level of like I'm gonna push through
Yeah.
everything. I'm not stopping because whoever we go see tomorrow deserves the same thing.
Yeah.
You know, and it's definitely a test. I was hanging out with Michael today and talking about some of those trips, and I was like, man, it's crazy thinking back on it. Like, there's definitely times where it got to me where, like, the days on end of weird sleep or no sleep or you know, 5 a.m. flight calls and trying to work and ride and all that, and just is too much sometimes. And then I was just telling him, like, man, there was definitely a few times I wish I could take back where I feel like I really acted like a baby, kind of like lost my shit when I didn't need to and this and that. And he's like, yeah, but dude, it was never pointed at someone and this and that. And I'm like, well, good, I'm glad, but I still don't feel good about it. But it tests you in those kind of ways, man. It's like, how much can you endure and still keep your shit together, and plans change, and no, now you're not leaving right now. Just sit tight for 3 minutes or 3 hours or
indefinite amount of time.
right.
Can you know when you going from base to base, can you kind of paint a picture of like the security you had to go through, or the planes you got on, or like is there people hanging out the side of the chopper or the plane or whatever it is with
Yeah, and
guns?
some of them there is for sure. It depends where we were. We would fly commercial all the way over there. That was all just fine. And then once we got into Kuwait, it was
security crazy for
military.
getting in there.
We definitely went through security for every base and the whole thing. And but we also usually had like a security detail. We would get off our commercial flights, and there would be like 3 vehicles there, a bus big enough for all of us to get in, and then vans to flank us with like civilian contractor security guys.
Wow.
Who can do whatever they have to do.
Yeah.
So it's kind of wild. We had even little incidences like a car trying to get in between us, and the van behind us, and dude, they
weren't having it.
They get aggro quick.
Yeah.
And so yeah, that stuff. I mean, we usually felt pretty taken care of, or like we had security, and you know, you'd get in. The Blackhawks was the coolest thing, flying in helicopters. And what was the other one? Chinook, the two prop, big old cow helicopter. I remember we were flying in one of those, and we had Blackhawks flanking us for security, because that thing's a sitting duck. Wow. So we had Blackhawks all around us, and we're flying like over Baghdad or something, and they let off their flares, like just to test them.
Yeah.
And I think we all knew it was coming, but Catfish somehow didn't, so we made sure he didn't get the word. And I'm sitting next to him, and we're just like looking out the window. It's like, dude, this is sick. And the flares go off, and dude, he lost his shit. He thought we were about to get shot down.
Oh, fuck.
Oh my God. Like just losing his mind.
I can see that.
There's a couple. I was trying to go deep for a single photo that I knew was worth, but here's a couple of images from a Ride UK article that are just pretty cool. I think this is here full time, right? This is.
Man, I'm just trying to remember where that one is even.
It's maybe it's in the caption, but there's this article, where is it? Katie with the table on our new friend Gary's mini ramp he built on Camp Liberty, officially dubbed Operation Dust Pipe. So
That's right.
Dust
That's
pipe.
right.
Yeah.
Dude, we got to a couple different places. One place they had like a whole little park, like it was
look at,
wild.
like Asado.
Yeah, like that. That
Jesus
was
Christ. How,
So that's obviously you guys built a ramp. That's some sort of storage.
14-foot tall T-wall.
Yeah.
That's a
That's a T-wall.
That's concrete. It's only 8 inches wide or
and
something.
then
on
like
top.
Kaczynski finding some street spots,
Yeah.
and then just goes to show what you guys were dealing with. Asado having some water. Obviously
you
shows
guys ever
how.
come across any riders out there?
That's what
Yeah.
this article had. It there was like interviews with a bunch. Very cool. I mean, this is a interviews with dudes that are over there. Like how long you've been there, how long you've been riding, stuff like that. And it's
That's sick.
such
There's
a
a bunch of
crazy
them.
time period. Yeah.
We'd see them at a lot of places, man, and some of them be like, "Oh man,
And
I
who
should have
you
brought
were?
my bike."
This is the photo
Yeah.
that I was looking for. It's just fucking
Epic.
fucked.
So
Yeah,
epic.
I definitely fell off the back of that thing.
Hospital visit.
No, I got lucky. I went up. That was one of the spots where we actually got to save the ramps. So we went there a few times in a row, and we almost had a skate park the last year we went. It was so
sick.
rad.
So sick.
And like we had a wall ride with even coping on top and everything. Like we
Yeah.
had a park set up. But I went up and nose picked the top of that. And the first time I did it, I had too much momentum, and I got into it and just knew I was going off the back. And it's like 14 feet.
Yeah.
So I jumped off my bike and went to grab the back of the wall, but it's like rough concrete. So I grabbed it like this and like slid off it and just raked my arms.
Jesus Christ.
But I didn't fall to my head or nothing.
Is it true that Saddam Hussein was like a big fan of American culture, and he had like a recreation of the Flintstones village?
Yeah. Yeah.
No way.
Dude,
That's insane.
The recreation of the Flintstones village was part of my understanding. What they told us was that was he was trying to lure all his daughters back to live with him out this compound. But he had killed most of their husbands. Like, and they're like,
not funny, but
and he's like, no, it's cool. I built a fun place for the kids too, and all this
Jesus.
stuff. Like, so he was trying to lure his
I
family
guess
back in.
this is it.
Like, yeah, that's part of it right there.
Yeah.
I mean, he had his security dudes fuck up his own son so that his son wouldn't rise up and take him out.
There's so much fucked
And
up
then
shit.
put in-
Like
and then put
Saddam
in-
Hussein's son
Yeah.
was like,
And then put an
insane.
elevator
Yeah.
for him.
Yeah.
Sorry, here's the elevators for you to still get to your bedroom, but like
What?
had to do that so you don't take
What
me
the
over.
hell?
Yeah.
It was outrageous. So
Pretty
much
crazy.
crazy stuff there.
Mulligan as a consolation prize did give me like a piece of Saddam's chandelier, which I do keep in one of
have
my
a-
like very
I have one of those.
keepsake. Yeah, I mean,
Catfish
dude,
gave it to me.
yeah, it's super. I'm sure they were like, yeah, let's dole these out, but
It was weird. We got to ride inside like some of these palaces,
Yeah.
and I think Nate and I were building when they did most of it, but they were riding on a chandelier that fell off the ceiling and
okay.
all kinds of gnarly.
While I appreciate all of that story and everything you experienced, how the fuck does TJ Lavin end up choking you out with your balls out?
Yeah, I was gonna say we didn't have. I did pretty good for a while there.
Circumnavigated.
I'm not gonna let that go.
All right, so 14 days in,
Let's go back. Let's remind people what the goal was here.
let's show my balls as many times as possible.
Cherries.
That was before they grew on me to the size of my fist, and I needed surgery on them.
We'll get to that story.
That was before.
So is this photo before? Is this before? Which one's first?
The headlock was first, and then they were gathering us up for a photo, and I'm like situating oh dude, leave him out for the photo, blah blah blah, and I'm kind of drunk, so I did, and then it didn't turn out to be a very great idea in the long run.
No,
Things escalated.
well, let's hear the fucking story.
So
and we'll
here's the
decide.
story.
Yeah.
I'll tell you the story. I mean, because they messed up. They just didn't know they messed up. They didn't know who they were talking to. So anyway, 14 days in, this is our last night. We're flying home the next day. Everyone's whooped. It's been a long trip. We've been to multiple countries, the whole thing that I just kind of told you. Through the ringer, basically.
A release is upon us.
Right. And so we're at this place, and we don't usually get to drink or anything, and I rarely drink anyway, so I don't drink a lot. And we get done with the show. They're like, all right, you guys come with us. They take us to the officers club, which we don't know exists. We've been to this base 3-4 times. We don't know. And they're like, yeah, come with us. They take us into this room. Here's the officers club. And we're like, no way.
Has he been here the whole time?
And they're like, you guys killed it, man. Let it loose. Do your thing.
Yeah. That's the wrong thing to say.
You guys know what happens when you say that to a bunch of BMX dudes.
Yeah.
So my balls were out. However, when I left that building, my balls went with me.
Yeah. Okay.
People might have left some other things that stayed there that weren't good on the wall. But so anyway, the mistake made was, I mean, we were all too tired to say no. They're like, let loose, have it, do you, man, party, have a good time. And we're just like, let's go. And so we start drinking, and everyone's having a good old time and just letting it out, 2 weeks of everything.
Yeah, you're all pent up.
And so everyone's just having a good time, and I'm half drunk, but we're just chilling, and I look over, and you can see me on this camera. So TJ is just standing here, and his hand for some reason is like this.
Oh my God! I know what's coming.
Yeah, he's in a conversation with somebody, but for some weird reason, he's got a hand behind his ass cheek, and it's like that. And I'm just like, oh man, and I'm like, I can't, dude. I gotta do this. I'm like, check this out. I can't remember who I was standing with, but I was like, dude, what is he? He's like standing there like
he's asking for it.
Yeah, he's like standing there like he's holding something, but he's got nothing to hold. And so I pull out just my balls, and I walk over and set him in his hand. and he's still talking. He's da 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 da, and then he's like and kind of slowly turns around and looks and sees my balls in his hand. And I'm so glad he didn't just grab them. But I'm already laughing so hard I can't breathe. Yeah. And everybody who saw it's dying,
cracking up.
And he's like, oh, you motherfucker, and he whips around and grabs me, and I'm incapacitated already. TJ, I mean,
never had a drink in his life as well, dead sober.
Yeah. And has worked out with a lot of UFC dudes. He could choke me out anyways.
Yep.
But I'm already choking myself out laughing. And yeah, so that's how it happened. He whipped around and grabbed me, and I'm just laughing so hard. And he's like, you motherfucker. And he just immediately just wraps me up, and I'm just laughing like, oh my God, I'm about to go out. Here we go.
With your junk out.
Yeah, and I was just thinking like, I'm going to pass out right now with my balls hanging out. So that's what happened, and just so fun. And that trip was so fun with TJ. It was so awesome having him there. But I
just texted it to him, and I said, tell me about this photo. And he had notification silence, and I hit the notify anyway button. And he literally says, I have no idea. Haha, that's amazing. I can only think that something crazy went down, and I had to retaliate.
He doesn't remember it. That's amazing.
He's full of it.
He just doesn't. So let me change my story then if he doesn't remember. So TJ pulled my balls out.
Oh my God.
So funny, man.
It's just too good. It's just shout out to Morgan. Morgan is like the king of you could talk about. He's like the modern day DMC basically, where you're like, oh, remember that time at 2006 X Games you did this, and then he's like 45 seconds later he's like,
I have footage.
Yeah, right here. Here's the clip. So,
man.
pretty fucking amazing that he could. He just texted me that he's like, you have to ask him about TJ Lavin. Yeah. And I didn't even. I saw the balls in the first photo, and then I didn't see him in the second photo until I looked at it a little bit later, and I was like, holy crap.
We had some fun, man. We had a little too much fun on that trip. Did you guys ever see the Punchline video?
Yes. Can explain that one too, because that one is fucking amazing, and I think I know the story.
I'm
a
trying
little
to
bit.
Remember exactly why.
Oh, what would it be under?
Oh God, what did Catfish do? He did, but
I heard that he like lost his phone or his wallet or
that's
something.
what it was. Passport, I think.
Yeah.
And that's what it was. We're in the van, and he would do this kind of stuff all the time. Who took my insert whatever?
Yeah.
Oh, you motherfuckers trying to get me, blah, 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 blah. And then 10 minutes later, like, oh, here it is. And I did see him drop his grill, his teeth, throw it in the garbage multiple times, and then be walking away and be like, oh, wow, and then have to go dig his teeth out of the trash.
Why would you do that?
That was always great. But anyway.
Yeah, so he accused everybody. He basically like went around like a total asshole or something.
Right. So we're in the van. Somebody's got my passport, and he was like, in a little bit of a mood that day, and so he was like legitimately pissed, and he's like, "Look, fuck you guys, man. I'm not kidding anymore. Like, I'm punching whoever has my passport. I'm punching him in the face. I don't care. Like, even if it's one of you that can beat my ass, I'm punching you in the face when I figure out who has it. Okay, I promise, I'm punching whoever in the face." And then he had it.
Yeah.
And so I can't remember how it turned into the whole punch line, but I mean, I've seen Catfish give himself black eyes when he get mad at himself and punch himself hard enough to give himself a black eye. But then this time it's like, all right, well.
I've seen him do that before, where he's like, run into my fist, like you give yourself the black eye, that type of thing.
Yeah.
So I think that's what it was. But then TJ,
Right.
TJ's at the end of the line, and
TJ gives it to him,
and he fucking rocks him.
Yeah, like everyone else should go their fist there, and he actually pulls back and gives him one.
Yeah, so
TJ,
that's where it came from, because he was always like, you, and so somebody's like, all right, now you gotta do it, and then we just all got in a line. But then, we were supposed to just stand there with straight arms. And he really did throw himself into every fist. Like, he went...
he was going for it.
But then TJ,
yeah.
just give him the little cock back.
God, where is this
So
clip?
good.
How...
You'll find it.
Yeah, we'll see. I just I think we're going to drop this in 3 or 4 days, so I don't want to... fuck.
So good.
Yeah. Let me just ask Morgan. He said,
Morgan will fire it over in 30 seconds.
Oh, yeah, he's got it available for sure. He knows. It's in my phone somewhere, but it'd take me the next hour and a half to find it.
TJ's impressed that you got your balls in his hand.
Jeez.
The clip
the Chad brought up the taxi driver in Kuwait
Oh, my God.
story. See ya.
Oh,
Fill
my
us
God,
in.
Dude. Oh, man. We're walking out of the airport. Just got there, and it's always a little wild. Just the drivers over there are wild, and taxis and whatever else. So whatever. But so we get out. We're just about to step off the curb and cross the main median where everyone gets picked up, and the guys are, our truck's out there. Okay, cool. And I happen to be the furthest to the left, and we all step off the curb. And right then, this taxi turns the corner right there, and is real close to us. And all of a sudden, you hear the motor rev, he's turning the corner, and then I hear just whoop, and I'm like, oh, and I turn, and he's gunned it right at me, and then all of a sudden skids, and I so close to hitting me. I thought he was hitting me for sure. The bumper was almost touching me when he stopped.
Was he going for you, or what was it?
That's what it looked like. It was really weird, because I think what he did, maybe he was not paying attention and he put his foot on the gas instead of the brake, something, right? Because he definitely, it seemed like a mistake.
Yeah.
But it sure didn't look like it when it happened. And it took me a second, and I'm like, what the hell just happened, dude? And then it was weird, because thinking back on it now, I feel like it's oh, that was kind of a douchey move. You didn't know what was going on, and then lost it on the guy 20 seconds later. But yeah, that's kind of what happened. I was like, wait, what the hell's going on here? And then I was like, this dude just almost killed me. And I just rolled up on his window in the car and just started lighting him up. And I was like, motherfucker, I'll kill you in the fucking street right here. and that was probably way over. I didn't need to be that
probably
crazy.
didn't understand a word you were saying.
No, but he knew though by my actions.
Yeah,
like he was like, oh shit, probably not smart though, threatening to kill
Oh
somebody.
yeah.
But I just kind of snapped because I realized like how gnarly that really almost just was.
Yeah.
And then I just snapped. But I was like, it probably looks like I remembered. Oh, I have a bunch of people with me, and I can yell at this guy. But I really just kind of lost my shit for a minute.
Yeah.
So yeah,
That was in Kuwait.
threatened to kill the dude in the street and everything else. And then some other dude came up, probably another taxi guy or maybe the taxi boss. I don't know, but like rolled up on him and is like ripped open his door and like pulls him out of the car. What? And just screaming at him. What the fuck did you? Whatever he was saying, but that's what he was saying.
Sorry,
and
why,
started slapping him and shit.
why are you guys out? You guys could just like.
We just got off the plane.
Oh, okay.
So
All
we
right.
were getting
so you
picked
guys
up.
Are, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
we were. I mean, there was times where we went out in certain cities. We'd be able to go out, Bahrain, and a few spots.
That makes sense. Sure.
But yeah, that was pretty crazy. I just that's probably why he just thought it was hilarious. I'm sure, and it probably was. But I just lost my shit for a minute.
It happens. I feel like it's one of those.
It's one of those things where like there's always sort of an underlying possibility that something could happen over there, right?
Yeah.
And then like when I realized like we're going to do all this stuff where there's inherent danger around us possibly, but I almost just got killed by some asshole at the airport, not paying attention, you know what I mean? And then so kind of just lost it for me.
Okay, we are back. We took a little pee break. Rue decided to join us. I was showing them this classic Bestwick moment, which is, I don't even know. There she is. Look at her, just frozen in time.
So funny.
It almost looks like she's like photoshopped.
It is. If you wouldn't see her like right there, like she is fucking amazing. She's the weirdest cat. If you ever, we picked her up in the streets of Tulum, Mexico, and brought her home on a plane.
Really?
Because she was a kitten, and she was just
Jaw's not open.
and she was just hilarious. She was just chasing butterflies, climbing trees, drinking pool water, and then after like 4 days of just like hanging around us, we're like, who does this cat belong to? And they were like, nobody really.
She's coming home with us.
Yeah, so brought her home. Pretty fucking hilarious. Okay, so balls out. Got that one check mark. Any other? Well, fuck, poor boy. Since we were talking about almost losing your leg via a Kuwaiti taxi cab driver, we should talk about was it a poor boy ad? I'm sure I'm not.
Shin guard ad.
Shin guard ad. Where your leg is literally filleted. I'm not going to be able to pull this up, and I would probably not.
Probably get pulled from YouTube.
Yeah, it is like, I mean, it's an 8-inch, 9-inch rip
At least, yeah.
and
it was from just under my knee, almost all the way to my ankle.
What was the ad for? Like, describe the ad. It was like your leg just filleted, and then it was like, wear shin guards.
Yeah, it was like, I think they did it. It was interesting. It wasn't like just a solid page. It was like kind of around the news, the 2-page spread with all the news, and I was kind of sitting down one side of the page with my legs spread out across the bottom.
Okay.
It's just wide open, and then it said "Poor Boy Shin Guards" on the other side or something. It was really weird, like differently done ad, but
Effective, probably.
Yeah, I rode for him, didn't have shin guards on, and that happened.
Yeah. It's kind of contrary to what they're trying to advertise.
Man, yeah, that we were just warming up, like trying to film more, maybe for like BMX Man or Here's a Madman, one of those.
I wonder if it will pop up now.
And I saw this like bank thing. We parked by this little bank, and I was like, oh, that's kind of sick. I could like just hit that and gap out to the street. And probably do a trick off it or something. And so I went to just jump it into the street, just to jump it once, thinking like, I'll jump it once, and then when they're ready to film, I'll do something off this. And the first time I jumped it to the street to flat, I landed a little bit like my bike leaning a little bit to one side, and so all the pressure kind of on one pedal, and that pedal just snapped. Pedal snapped off, left like gnarly, jagged axle sticking out. So all in one motion, it broke off and then just ripped all the way through my leg, all the way
Just
down.
razor blade status.
Oh, dude, and it happened so fast, I didn't know it happened.
Yeah.
Like, my whole leg's wide open. You can see my entire bone exposed. And I'm just standing there going, man. And I'm like, God damn it, you guys, I'm already done. My bike's broken. And they like look over at me and they're like, oh my God, And before them.
You're wearing
actually,
shorts then, so they could just
and
see
there's
everything.
two ladies walking on the sidewalk. And I'm just standing there like, oh, dude, like, bike's broken. I'm like, you guys, I already broke my bike. And like, look over, and these two ladies are the first ones. Sorry, two ladies are the first ones that saw it, and I just see these two ladies' faces change. They're just like, oh my God, and I'm like, dude, what are they looking at? And then the guys look at me, and they're just like, oh, dude, and I'm like, what? And I look down, like, oh boy, that's a good one.
Yeah.
And so I just was like, oh boy, and everyone just started losing it. And I sat down on the curb, and I was like, all right, everybody calm down. Like,
Yeah.
don't freak me out. Calm down.
Yeah.
It's going to be, I'm okay. It's
You're
not,
the voice of reason.
dude, it was wide open, so big and so wide open, and but not bleeding, hardly dripping at all.
Oh,
And I'm just like,
it's deep.
oh my God, this is insane. And I'm like, all right, Steve, you're the only one who hasn't been riding. You have the cleanest socks. Give me your socks.
The inch.
Yeah. I'm like, I need your socks right now. Somebody go get the truck. Hurry up. Like,
Yeah.
and so I just remember like having a moment where I was like, everyone was just losing it because they're like, oh my God, that's so gnarly. And I'm like, everyone chill for a minute.
Like,
Give me your socks.
you're the voice
go
of
get the
reason.
car.
Yeah.
And then it was like, all right, dude, how far is the hospital? And he's like, well, do you want to go to the gang hospital or do you want to go to the good hospital? I'd really prefer the good one. He's like, well, the one where you're going to sit next to gunshots and knife wounds is right around the corner. But if you think you're going to be okay to make it 35, 40 minutes, and I was like, it's not bleeding, dude. Let's go. Let's go for it. And so I just tied these socks around it super tight and pulled it closed and put my leg up on the dash and off we went. And it was one of those, like, everybody.
You just stared at it.
Yeah,
like on the dash. Like,
I was-
it obviously like started bleeding. It started soaking
It
through,
didn't
right?
bleed. No, not like
Really?
you would think at all. I mean, like
No.
a spot right at the bottom of it, it was dripping just a little, but it never really, like, even in the hospital, it was just like, okay, this is insane. How is my leg that far open without any blood vessels just squirting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, because it seemed like such a big wound. It's like, this seems like the kind of thing that people bleed out from. Like, how am I not bleeding?
Yeah.
But we get to the hospital and it was immediately like, holy shit, Bob, check this out. Going, I mean, every freaking doctor in this place came through and
Look at the soul on this
yeah.
motherfucker.
And I'm
Calm as a cucumber.
yeah, and I'm just hanging out, like, kind of like, yeah, check it out, It still didn't really hurt.
Yeah.
It didn't hurt until they sewed it shut, and then all the pressure was held in tight.
Yeah,
And then it hurt like a mother, but and they couldn't even. They had to run like 10 inside stitches just to get it pulled halfway closed. And then they were worried that
10 inside stitches
Yeah.
is for people that haven't had like inside stitches.
Dude.
That is a lot of inside stitches.
and
Like,
it was just to like get it halfway.
yeah.
And then they were worried if they did individuals, each one was going to snap before they got the next one in. So they got the thickest sewing thread or whatever it is they had, and they ran like a running stitch, like just
one.
Yeah.
and then got
Pull-
it all the
pull it
way
tight.
through. Yeah, that part was fun. That was like, all right, this part might hurt. Like,
Yeah.
and they had like 2 nurses holding my foot, holding my leg, and the doctor like, and,
Jesus.
oh, that was gnarly.
You passed a part though.
What's that?
You skipped a part.
There's the other good part was when the doctor put his hand inside my leg. That
Yeah.
part.
What the fuck?
I still don't understand. It was like, I got, all right, this is going to hurt. I got to put my hand in there and grab your bone to see if it's broke. And I'm like, your x-ray machine doesn't fucking work? Like, are you serious right now?
I'm pretty sure my leg is good.
So I still don't understand why that had to happen. It doesn't make sense to me, but I was like,
Gotta do what you
okay.
gotta do. Yeah.
So nurses come in, like hold his leg so it can't move, hold him if you need to, sort of thing. And this dude stuck his hand in my leg all the way up to the knuckles. Like his fingers were gone. I couldn't see his fingers inside my leg. It was just that. And he grabbed the bone and was like, they're holding my leg still, and he's like wrenching back and forth on my bone. I'm like, I don't understand how this tells you if it's broken. If I punch you, then it's broken? How does this work? Like,
Yeah.
So I never did get an answer, but he said it wasn't broke.
Yeah. The motherfucker.
I was like, I knew it wasn't broke. It got raked bottom to top. I didn't, like, there wasn't a...
Yeah, but why couldn't they X-ray it?
I don't know.
I
feel like they did. I don't...
Friday, the dude went to like the golf club and he's like, "You'll never listen to this, Bruce. This guy let me guy had big off hole. I literally grabbed his bone and shook it back and forth.
I've always wanted to do that.
Oh my god.
Or they had like a fucking bingo board or something like that. He was like, hold another man's bone while he's awake.
This dude was in shock. He let me stick my hand inside of him. Dude.
That's insane.
Yeah, that one was crazy. And then there was like all this pressure, and after 8 days, I was like swollen between every part of the stitch.
Yeah.
And I was like, dude, this doesn't seem right. And I went to my doctor, and he was like, dude, we got to take those out right now. Like, it's starting to get infected because of them. And I'm like, dude, it's only been 8 days. This wound was insane. I'm scared that if you cut one of those right now, it's just going to rip open.
Yeah.
So I was really nervous, but he had to take them out that day. And
Did he restitch you, or you like what's it called?
no, nothing. He just took them out.
Just let it fucking.
But this dude was like, I feel like
he's like, we gotta take that out. I gotta hold your bone.
He's like one of these doctors, one of these like makeshift vets in the movies that's pulling a bullet out of a guy. He's like one of these dudes.
Okay.
He's like, oh yeah, here we got to cut these, and he cuts down all the stitches, and then he didn't get them all out though. I was still pulling them out like the next day. I'm like, dude, why did I even go to this guy? Like, so yeah, that was a fun one.
He should have just pulled the end one and just was like did
That would've been
the
cooler.
where they have the plates on the table and
Oh yeah.
like like
my
just
God.
pull it out
that sounds miserable.
as quick as possible.
Yeah, and, like, and when you see your bone, like I've had my thumb come out, like you don't realize how white your bones are.
Oh,
it's
dude,
insane.
It was crazy, like how much I was just like, wow, there's my whole bone.
Dude.
Okay.
That's
And then I didn't even realize because those guys loaded my car up and everything. I spent the night at Steve's that night, and then the next day drove back to Austin and got home and probably didn't even take my bike out of the car for a couple days because who cares? And
yeah. Why?
I finally took my bike out of the car and I popped it out and set it there, whatever. And I turn around and look at it again and I'm like, what is that like on the pedal shaft? Like,
You God.
dude, oh, that's me. There's
That's me.
dude, it was like a little pile of super white bone shavings because it left a groove in my
Oh,
bone
shit.
all the way up.
No way.
So there was like flesh and goo and then a pile of bone shavings in the middle of it. It was disgusting. I was like, oh my God.
dude.
So gnarly.
Yeah.
Like, okay, cool.
You wore shin guards after that?
Probably not enough. I don't know.
No, we don't learn
I
lessons.
don't know.
I think we kind of breezed over it, but after Schwinn, you rode for FBM, right?
Yep. Yeah, that was I was always cool with those guys, and I think maybe when I became I don't know, what do you want to call it, honorary member of FBM, but still rode for Schwinn. We were at Palavas in the Palavas contest in France, and all staying in these what they called chalets, but they were just little tiny cabin things.
Yeah,
And,
shellacs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so we're all in those, and I think it was the Little Devil guys had a kind of nice one, and I don't even remember how this little war started, but I was hanging out with Tag and Forgash, and all of a sudden we're messing with Van and Garrett, and I don't even remember. I wish I remember how it started because it was pretty funny. So we're screwing with them, and then they end up like going in their cabin and got us however they got us, and then they're in the cabin or something, and and Tag and Forgash, and I'm just hanging out with them. They're just like, oh man, we got to get these dudes. Like, oh, we got to get these dudes. We got to get these dudes. And I see a hose over here. It's probably like a fire thing, but it's got a full hose on a reel and the whole deal. And I'm like, I got this, you guys. And I grab the end of this hose and I just rip it up to the front door of their cabin. And I'm like, turn that thing on. And we turned the hose on and just left it under their front door.
Oh my God.
And dude, such a dick.
I don't
The quiet kill
I
right
just
there
don't
for
think
sure.
kids do that these days, do they?
So we flooded these dudes out, and then I don't know. I felt like after that I hung out with the FBM boys more, but I don't know if that's true or not. But yeah, so Schwinn ended, and to be honest, I was in a place in my head where I was like, there was never like there wasn't people calling me, like Povah wasn't, dude, you have to be on the podium this time, it wasn't, but there was pressure.
Yeah.
Like they knew I had been on the podium, so they knew it was in me, so why aren't you on it again?
Yeah.
Like, you just got 2 podiums, why didn't you do it this time? And it was never shitty, it was never like, what the hell, Ron? Like, but I felt the pressure, like I wanted to do good anyway, but like I didn't want to be put in a position where I felt that. So I think at some point in there, I had sort of figured out, like, I never really rode like a lot of the contest guys anyways. I mean, I could do whips for a while. I might still be able to do them. I don't know. I just don't care that much. But like, I wouldn't do it in my run. I just didn't want, I kind of like consciously didn't want to look like everybody else.
Yeah.
And
I kind of was going to bring that up. Like, I always felt that, and I feel the same way about Rob Darden. You always put together all-encompassing runs.
Mm-hmm.
You use the course really well. It was always very unique. It wasn't just straight to the box jump. It was always unique lines.
And that's how I existed in that space.
Yeah.
Honestly, like I have confidence in myself that if I wanted to learn any trick those dudes were doing, I could have. Like that's not the question. But it's more, I didn't care. I don't want to look like you. I'm going to hit everything on this course, and I'm going to do it in a way that hopefully no one else even does.
Yeah.
And dude, people stole so much shit from me in practice that I had to start like holding back.
Yeah.
I'm like, you motherfuckers are so uncreative that I can't even do my shit. I can't even practice my shit because then you boring dudes just steal it.
Mm-hmm.
And then
I remember that.
you steal my shit and then you add 42 extra spins and twists to it.
An extra bar spin.
And it's like, come on, man. Like, yeah. And that stuff always bothered me. Like, if you're not, like, be creative. Don't just try to. But anyway, I don't know.
I was trying to find a run just for.
But that was
for a
that was
visual.
also like the differentiation of your runs, because everyone was doing flips and everyone was doing tail whips or whatever, and I think that's what allowed you to get some of those higher
There he
positions.
is.
Yeah, like I do flips every day in shows. I don't feel like doing it today.
Yeah.
I want to do something cool.
And that was rewarded back then too. Like you just did a toothpick across a rail and stuff like that. Like it was
Switch, bro. Switch. give me the switch finger sign.
But I mean, like it was an all around
Even
contest.
that, like nobody did that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
Gapping over.
that's the
whatever.
first trick
was
you've
sick,
done.
Yeah.
You know. Oh, you did a wheel.
Okay. Oh, the audio is horrible.
Terrible.
My bad. I don't know what this is, by the way. X Trials. This isn't an X Games.
It's
but
one of those qualifier ones. I don't remember.
Yeah.
No,
There's a lot of ramps on that course.
it's pretty funny how it's just like they literally had a number taped to your back. Like they couldn't understand
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, a lot of it. It was crazy. First X Games, they wouldn't even allow dudes to run logos of brands they rode for.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they covered shit up.
I'm finally gonna hit the jump. Maybe. Oh no, I'm not. Okay.
Just jumping over
I
stuff.
might not even hit the jump in this run at all. Good. Fuck that jump.
I mean, Crandall called you one of like the most like technical ramp riders that that like underrated technical ramp riding.
45 seconds still. I've been riding forever.
I know.
What?
Yeah, the runs were so long back then.
Oh my gosh, dude.
45 seconds.
Oh yeah, you had like 2 minutes or some shit. Yeah.
So if you got a flat, you could change it in the middle.
Well,
there
was 2 minute timeout.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
This isn't the best example of
Yeah,
your
what am I
riding.
doing? I'm kind of all over a little bit here.
Yeah. Well,
And
let's let you finish
you're
it.
knackered. You're
Yeah,
tired as hell.
I'm knackered for sure. But yeah, there's a little bit of a lot of breaks in that run for me.
Yeah.
I'm usually
Well,
trying to
we
keep
should
it
have
up.
discussed this a little bit beforehand. The Evil Knievel was there.
Weird old dude.
Who knows? Who knows? It was a different time period.
Definitely.
I kind of forgot where we were. So
FBM.
FBM, X Trials, or X Games, just kind of that mantra of like being on the podium and or whatever you were talking about.
Oh yeah,
So,
that's how we got
yeah,
there.
that's how
Just
we got
kind of
there.
like feeling the pressure of riding for a bigger company and just not knowing, like, kind of in my head, I guess I was kind of like, where does this go? Do we it's not like competing wasn't as fun for me at that point, I think, because even if it wasn't told to me all the time, I felt that pressure. Like I knew if I want to make more money, if I want to keep riding for this team for however long, if I want to do certain things, well, then I have to do good.
Yeah.
So there is some sort of pressure if you want to not have to get a real job, like you want to keep doing this. So yeah, I don't know. I was getting a little bit jaded about those kind of things. And then it ended and I was kind of like, one side of me is like, shit, what am I going to do next? But also part of me is like, I can breathe a little bit.
Off.
Like
Yeah.
I don't have to go to the next event if I don't want to.
Yeah.
And then oddly enough, like,
Can you let the cat out? Sorry.
well, and then the next contest came up, and I lived at the Woodward Inn at that point, and K-Rob and wife lived next door, and he just came over and handed me a plane ticket for the next event, and he's like, dude, you should be there. And I'm like, holy shit, thank you so much, but I kind of needed a rest too, like, so that was a weird one. I was kind of in a weird mental place, and I went and I think that was the first event I ever didn't qualify for the final because my brain just wasn't involved. And so anyway, my head was in a weird spot at that point.
And this is like immediately after you got your
and then Crandall called me like just about as soon as the news got out, and he's like, hey man, I heard, what are you doing? And I'm like, I don't know, dude. I haven't thought about it. I'm not chasing anything right now. I'm just like enjoying riding my bike again. Like, and he was like, oh, I don't want you to ride for somebody whack, like blah, blah, blah. Would you be into doing anything? And I'm like, yeah, but dude, like if I'm going to continue how I've been doing it, like you can't sustain that. Like, are you going to be able to pay to send me to contests? And like, I'm trying to decide if that's my path right now or whatever. But like, if I tie myself to you, can we make things work? Right. So, I told him no, and then I think he called me like 3 times over the next couple of months and just testing the waters again, and was like, look, man, we're not in a position to just like pay you salary and do everything, but like it'd be cool to have you. And like, again, I don't want you to ride for somebody whack. We'll give you a signature bike, and hopefully you can make some money from that and whatever. And so I started thinking about that, and I thought, I'm not ready to disappear, and a signature bike obviously would be cool with a rider,
like an actual
company.
bike.
Right.
Oh yeah.
And they were only 2.5 hours away from me at that point. I was living by Woodward, and that meant I could go up there any given day and sit with Dave in the shop and change something on the bike, or
That's sick.
like, hey, let's make me one like this and try this out or whatever. And it was, it's not something we do all the time because every one of those costs money and time and everything else. But that was an awesome thing to have, to be like, Dave, maybe next time we're ready, can we try this or whatever? So I could go there and see all of them and like go sit with Crandall and help design the stickers or whatever, things like that. So I was like, all right, this could work. This will be fun. And to be completely honest, one of my things with Schwinn that I didn't like was all the rad events that were going on around the world. I didn't get to go to. Like, Jay and Dave got to go, and that was basically it. And so I gave them shit for a few years about that. And then I finally got them. I was like, as part of my contract that year, I'm like, no, I'm going to the Worlds. Like, this is bullshit. Like, I beat those guys in events enough that I should get that opportunity as well.
Yeah.
Now, that's not me saying I'm better than anybody. I'm just
You want the
saying,
experience.
as in the events, though, like, look at the results and tell me why I don't get to go. Doesn't make sense. Like, so okay, all right, you're in. You're going this year. And then I got broke off 2 days before my flight to Germany. Broke my shoulder. And then that was the start of it all. I broke my shoulder, missed the Worlds, missed X Games, and rode around Gravity with a broken shoulder just because they weren't going to give anyone else my spot. So I rolled around just to say, F you, give me my check then. Because I was like, who's the alternate? Like, who are you going to give my spot to? If it's somebody awesome who has a chance, I'll walk away. If it's somebody whack, I'll keep it so they can't have it. but like, I thought, well, if somebody has a real shot, I don't want to hold somebody back.
Of course, yeah.
Right. But they were like, nah, nobody gets it. I'm like, wait, so if I don't ride, you're just going to keep my money and F it. Like,
Yeah.
there's alternates. Why would you not run the alternate? Like, and they're just like, oh, nobody gets it. It's too late. And I was like, okay, I'll be there then. And I literally rolled around the upper outside part of the course. I never rolled into the middle of the course.
I remember this.
I did a manual. Like, I could hardly ride at that point. So I just rolled around the upper part of the course.
Took your 1K appearance fee, and that was it. It's amazing.
But all three of those three things happened. And then it wasn't, then it was a few months later where things were already on their way downhill.
Yeah.
And
Why did the Schwinn program end? It was just it was
All bankruptcy,
bankruptcy. Okay.
because
2001.
I showed my ass.
Oof.
pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, they.
Oh yeah, hey, I forgot an
than
awesome detail about the mooning story. Greg Bagney, the vice president of Schwinn, when he called me, or was it Jeff? One of them informed me that, and I think at this point in my life, for some weird reason, I just didn't wear underwear for a few years at all. And so when I mooned them,
Ooh,
I
balls.
gave them a little extra.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know. I didn't. So one of the Schwinn people, it was either Jeff or Greg, and it was like, also, we've got this really big deal we're working on with Toyota. I'm like, yeah. And
Oh
he's
yeah,
like,
I remember this.
well, one of the main reps was in the crowd with his 5-year-old daughter and saw the back of your balls.
Yeah.
Like, oh, like, okay, well.
It's
Sorry.
crazy because it's a different time. Because if it was today, you would have been taken off in handcuffs.
Right?
Yeah.
Going to jail.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you're going to jail.
Yeah.
So nuts.
No pun intended.
Yeah. I was
Yeah.
like, yeah. Well played with that.
Yeah, that part was kind of fun.
Yeah.
A different time.
Oops, sorry.
Yeah.
So
I was thinking too. I was like, is it the underside of your nuts or the back of your nuts?
the back of your nuts.
The back of your nuts.
The
All right.
underback.
Underback. So did the FBM bike come out, like the complete bike?
We didn't do completes, but my Livewire frame was out for a few
Yeah.
years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it the only signature part you ever had?
Yes. Yeah.
Where did the Livewire name come from?
Music. I mean, I don't. People ask me AC/DC or Motley Crue or
King Diamond.
who's the other one. Yeah, but he doesn't have a song called Livewire.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
What's the punk band? I can't remember. But anyway, if you make me choose, probably Motley Crue. But yeah, I just literally was trying to think of a cool name for it, and like was writing down all this stuff from different places. And one day I sat and like looked through all my music, and I had, back then it was CDs, and I had hundreds, like piles of the 100 CD booklets. So I just sat there flipping through them and came up with a bunch of ideas.
That's sick.
And then when it was all done and it was time to start my construction company, I was like, what do I call this? And then right around that time, Livewire was on my short list of possibilities. And then either Dave or Crandall called me and sent me a box. And in the box was like all the leftover Livewire stickers and frame stickers and all this stuff.
Yeah.
And it was a lot. I still have them.
Yeah.
I still have a lot. And so I was like, oh, yeah, maybe we'll go with that name. And now I already have 1,000 stickers.
It works.
So it just worked out. But everybody kind of like, it worked for me because most the people in the industry, it was an easy connection, right?
Yeah.
I wanted people to know it was me.
Yeah.
Without being like Ron's building service,
Yeah. And Crandall was always so good at like the culture and cultivating and like pushing it into your brain that like Livewire and Kimler and like how it just it almost so ingrained in him that it that's how I knew you as a kid, was just kind of like I saw some Schwinn stuff, but it was mostly FBM is like when I was like
I had a lot of fun with them, and I think I started to say but didn't get it all the way out, but like one of the also underlying reasons, I started to say how Schwinn, we didn't go overseas or do like some of those really cool events, and I really wanted to do that stuff, and knew a lot of the guys in England, knew a lot of the 70s guys, because they all came and stayed with us in Austin. And so when that opportunity came up, I was like, I think I'm going to do this. I'll have a signature bike, and I know we're distributed by 70s, so I'm going to go over. I'm going to go over there multiple times, and that was honestly a big deal to me at that point, because I was like, I'm not really going to get the paychecks aren't going to come like they used to and whatever, but I just want to enjoy it. I want to have fun. I want to experience things, and so that all worked out really well. Got to do a bunch of fun stuff over there, and
that was a time period when Crandall was like really trying to do it. It was like almost like a ride ad, like the ride era, where he was paying for ads, and he
had a full manufacturing shop and
everything. It was a different FBM than I think the beginning and the end type thing. So it and Crandall has a podcast too somewhere in the archives. So Crandall was actually the first podcast in this house. I put the setup up and put some stuff on the walls, and everything else was boxes around the house. Like it was like Crandall's like, "Fuck, you're here at the wrong time period, but I will make it work for you.
Make it happen."
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, he's awesome. Like we get along, we still talk and everything. And somebody will ask me every once in a while, like, "How's things? Are you guys cool?" I'm like, "Yeah, man, we're totally cool." Like, I left FBM because I was in California. I went to Woodward West. It didn't feel the same anymore after a while because I wasn't close enough to go see them all the time. I didn't know what was going on. I felt out of touch. I was like, man, they haven't made bikes in a while. Like, where the hell are my bikes? And then so I called him and asked him, and basically the answer was, I think we're done with that.
Oh, shit.
And I'm like, wait, what? And then I had right around that same time realized that the Capone frame, or Rada's bike, was basically my bike with a couple tiny little changes. And I was like, you motherfuckers, like, you just took the bike I designed, changed a couple tiny things, and put the new flavor's name on it.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm not down, doing that.
That sucks.
And so that's kind of what ended it, because I was more upset. It all is going to end. It's all going to end.
Yeah.
But to not even say anything and then just like turn it into someone else's frame, and when I designed it, and I don't mean that. I love Sean, I love Steve. So again, It's just how it went down. I don't care anymore. And it wasn't even right afterwards. Like I saw Steve at Interbike that year, and it wasn't. It was like,
It was chill.
I wish it would have turned out different. Yeah, me too. But whatever, it's okay.
Yeah,
Like we're all good.
Yeah.
And then the best thing, one of the best interactions ever was, it might have been the first time we saw each other at Interbike, and I was like, and Steve was only like 29, and he's all gray hair already and shit, and I was like, God damn, dude, look at all those gray hairs. Like, you are aging fast. And he goes, like, just split second right off the cuff, because I'm messing with him, kind of letting him know we're good. We're good, dude.
Just
like,
fucking with him.
Hey, what the fuck's up with all those gray hairs, motherfucker?
Yeah.
Like, and we're good. I love you, man. He immediately just goes, dude, I'm still trying to get rid of all these fucking live wires I got stuck in the warehouse over here. That was awesome. Something like that. I still got 100 live wires nobody will buy. I'm trying to get rid of them.
We'll re-sticker them then.
I was like, that's awesome. So, yeah, all good, man. I love them.
Yeah.
Back to the earlier conversation.
You're jumping all over the place.
TV.
Right?
Well, I mean, this just came
the
through.
punchline. Look at it. The slow-mo is great. Oh, he tried to duck that one, didn't he? Oh, he came back in for it.
Oh, he got in the air. Look at TJ.
Oh, look, this is good, too. You forgot one.
That one was real.
Right in the eyeball.
So good that Morgan just has this shit.
I told you.
Let's
Dude,
let's do the TJ and just look at the cock back from Kagi's still fist in face.
Like TJ, probably the fittest dude in that whole line, and he just blocks him. So good.
Look at him. He's literally like, ha ha ha. Shout out to Catfish for taking it.
Yeah.
Shout out for TJ for delivering it.
Shout out to Catfish. Catfish was the very first year I was ever at Woodward, 1991. He was in my cabin week one, and
Really?
we've been friends ever since. I would take him home after camp was over, met his family. It would just funny that where it's
Look at
gone.
that motherfucker.
We've known each other 30 years. He's aged about
He's
four.
definitely the
He's
first.
aged 4 days.
He's definitely the first one that dies in Predator. Holy shit.
Look at that, though, man.
That's such
Who
a
gets to
wild
do
photo.
that?
Yeah, dude, right?
Who gets to do that?
So cool.
Hey, let's take a photo. Hey, let me hold your gun.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know.
Like, let me climb on your chopper.
Was it Jesse James gun right there?
Kagi kind of suits him.
Dude, Morgan, man.
Oh, yeah, he's all about it, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
boy.
All about it.
Morgan's in his element with those boys over
Oh,
there.
yeah. He's like, give me someone to kill.
And living in Texas, he sees more of the guys we met over there than
Yeah.
any of us, because they all come back and live in Texas so they can just
Yeah.
shoot guns and kill hogs. And
Yeah, he's all about it.
oh, man.
Too good.
Yeah.
Man. I was gonna look what Crandall sent me. That was the only.
Okay.
Crandall did send me a couple of. He said it ended up sharing a small hotel room with him and Kelly Baker at a backyard jam in early 2000s ish. I don't know
Yes.
if there's a story attached there.
We were just in a tiny spot in Pizarro's, I think, in Hastings at, that might have been the Boyley Jam.
Oh.
Backyard, but the one that was for Boyley. Yeah, wild scenes. I think Rooftop was there, and he's not gonna stay in too shitty of a place, so he had a nicer room, and I ended up going and staying with him. And the hell you have an
That's
extra
smart.
bed.
That's smart.
Cool.
We touched on a couple of things, but he delivered a compliment. Says he's one of the most underrated riders in his era and still rips.
Agreed.
And then he said he got the Qatar thing. Was it in Qatar, the taxi cab thing? He said you were avoiding a camel, which was not. I don't think you were avoiding a camel. You're avoiding a taxi. And then, but you got a concussion later in the day in Bikes in Baghdad.
Oh,
So
yeah.
maybe been the same thing.
Yeah,
but
that sucked.
But yeah, he said kind of just a hard-working, badass dude that deserves a lot of respect as a rider, builder, and a family man. So just
I'll take that. That's about all you could ask for, man. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he sent me a photo of a 80-year-old man hitting on Eric Holiday at a bar.
Oh, that was me.
Not quite that old. He looks like Bernie Sanders. But go ahead. I think you have.
Oh, so Rooftop, you were talking about Rooftop. He apologizes for not being here. Says, one of my all-time favorite people to ride with and laugh with. And what else? He has a couple of questions. I don't want to go to all of them, but...
Yeah, I figured he had.
Yeah, Mike's always got questions. What's getting old like and still being good on a bike? What a crazy question.
Well, it's because he's
old too.
struggling with that.
He's old too.
Yeah. I think that's the age-old question. That was that you listened to the Ends podcast. I think he had a great outlook at it.
I was very interested in his outlook on that part of it, and like that's definitely real. Like, and I am extremely grateful to be 54 years old today, and I can still do it. And when I feel good, I can still do almost everything that I ever did.
That's amazing.
Which is, I feel like, wow, holy shit. Like when I'm feeling good, I can start pulling things out of the bag again and like, holy shit. All right. Awesome. Had my first major surgery last July. I broke my wrist. I've got a plate and screws that were supposed to come out last month. And I just said, sorry, I have to wait. I'm busy. But, that slowed me down a little bit. I had 3 months off. And so then as soon as I came back, I've just been working nonstop trying to catch up from 3 months off with family, that's a big deal. And so I haven't been able to ride as much. And now I'm like trying to get back into it on the course with Jason Watts and Dennis and Kevin Peraza. And hey, how about you bring the best bike riders on the planet over here, and like I'll try to fit in still. And I've thought about Jason's talking on the podcast a lot. I'm like, dude, it's like, oh my gosh, like I don't, and it's weird. I know it's all in my head. They're all like, hell yeah, Ron, let's go. Like, they don't care what I'm doing.
Yeah.
But it's kind of wild. I'm like, I'm not feeling 100% yet, whatever 100% is these days.
Yeah.
And I'm watching Jason, who's worked all day with me, worked his ass off. Like, we're working hard. We've been pinning it, trying to get him to a spot because I leave in 2 days, and now he's going to be alone to finish. So pinning it, and then when it's a day that we're going to ride, it's like, dude, you don't even look like you worked. I know I'm 20 years older than the dude, but geez, man, like it's just no governor.
And the reality is him at 50% is still is better than 95% of the people that have ever ridden BMX.
Yeah.
And that's like one of those things that you kind of have to, because I was there and I'm riding, and it's like I've been on the decks before, and I'm like, all right, you've won X-Games Gold. You've won X-Games Gold. You're world champion. You're world champion. And you're like, I'm not. I never have been.
It's easy to get down on
Barely
yourself.
got fucking free T-shirts.
Yeah, it's easy to get down on yourself, but you got to realize the company you keep.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And Jason cut his fucking arm off, and he's still better than you, unfortunately.
So good. And you can't even tell which, like, if he has a dominant direction. I don't know what it is.
No.
I don't think he remembers either.
No.
It doesn't matter.
And it's just so rad. Like him and Matt Cordova riding that concrete bowl at Claremont. After work, I'm like, I don't know if I want to drop into that bowl because it's gnarly at all, and I'm tired as hell. And Matt's like, this is how I stretch my legs after work. Jesus, I'm like, by going 10 feet out of a bowl with no straight walls whatsoever. Like, you guys are just dropping in, and wherever you happen to take off, you figure out that pocket air.
Oh, no.
Because the whole thing is
with
a
gnarly
pocket.
pool coping.
Dude, it's just incredible to me. I'm watching, I'm like, man.
Fucking like cut off shorts.
You'll hear some, no pads.
I shot a photo of Miron doing a look back about 7-8 feet out of that bowl.
Yeah.
And it was fucking insane.
I remember.
And you were there?
Yeah, McNeil. He was running for McNeil.
Yeah, he was riding for McNeil. Yeah, and that was insane. And those dudes, not saying drawing equivalents in any sense, but like those dudes are so casual, blasé about riding that bowl. Where like,
I tripped. These dudes like they roll in first time hitting a wall, they're already going 7 feet.
Yeah,
like they can just automatically know how to pull, push.
Oh, and they ride so much concrete that they're just as comfortable taking off in the middle of a corner or wherever as they are anywhere else. And it doesn't.
So impressive.
I can't
fathom it either.
Yeah,
I don't understand the pole. I don't like.
Yeah,
I'm looking at it going, oh my gosh, like I can't. Yeah. I'll be scared to go 3 feet out of this bowl because no matter where you take off, it's a little bit of a pocket air. Like, and
my solution is
go here and go 10 feet high and land 20 feet over there.
Oh, yeah, watching Chris Fox or something like that is so impressive.
Yeah, and if you hear the statement "Vert's dead," I'm like, Vert is not dead. Vert's just not 2 flat walls anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
Like you can't. It's almost a different.
Yeah.
Dude, it's insane. It's insane. You guys know.
Yeah. I think seeing it in person and obviously seeing those dudes just being like, oh yeah, I haven't ridden yet today. Yeah. And then it just air at 7 feet. You're like, what the fuck?
I guess it's just the thing. Like, I think it's getting back to like the what Jason was talking about and like how I feel being on the deck with those guys and stuff. It's like, oh geez, sorry, too many things going through my head at once.
No, you're good.
It's all good.
But it's like, I wonder, I suppose there's something in the back of your head that like, I wonder where they think I'm at in life right now. Like, do they think I'm going to roll in and roast that hip like they just did? I doubt it. Why do I care? Why am I even thinking about it? Right. But like, that's just the doubt that creeps in, I'm like, I'm not, like I said, I don't feel 100% back from my injury. So I'm not comfortable to really push it.
Yeah.
And I don't even feel comfortable touching my brake lever around those dudes because they can hear it. And I'm like, pussy. I'm a pussy. I'm like, that's why you take your brakes off, so you can't be a pussy. Like, damn it.
Yeah.
So at the same time, it's so awesome. Like, I love those dudes, man. Those dudes are like my favorite riders anyway. You know, at least all of them are right there.
Yeah.
Kevin is ridiculous.
Yeah, you saw him today. I'm sure. Yeah.
He didn't show up today.
Oh, he didn't?
No, I didn't see him today.
Yeah. Kevin's incredible.
All of Gary too. Holy cow! Like Gary, how old's Gary now? Do you know?
His birthday was.
It was last week, the 4th.
6 days ago, and he turned 44.
Right. So Gary just turned.
No, 43.
But Gary went to the Nebraska thing and went and shut it down and did some crazy shit. He went to Swamp Fest and went and shut down that 270 wall thing. Like, dude, another dude. I love that dude, and still crushing. Like, running the park and still getting on his bike and slaying.
I mean, I try and tell him, I'm like, dude, you're a fucking unicorn. That. The reality is, like, nobody can do. He's literally working a full-time job, like giving back to BMX while still being paid to be a professional bike rider, and he's had that job for 2, 3, 4 years. And nobody's like, oh yeah, he doesn't deserve to be a pro. Like, he's still doing everything that he's supposed to do, and he's like, he's like riding kind of better than ever because he has that park at his disposal, and he can just, and he's giving. You see him, like when I was there, when the 2 Fridays ago, I guess, and it was like Gary couldn't ride with us because he was giving a kid BMX lessons. And it was so cute. And they're just riding across a little board, and he is trying to teach them just like balance. And that's what I mean. Like, it was awesome. And it was like, as soon as the lesson was over, he was like, and now I'm going to come over and do this over toothpick back over on an unfinished quarter pipe for Jeff Z to shoot a photo. Fucking at the park, at the park that you created for everybody. Like, put a fucking crown on the dude's head. Like, it literally is like a I'm biased because he's my best friend, but like
Yeah.
Man of the Year award.
I've always told everyone he's like one of the very nicest people I've met.
Nah, he's an asshole.
Or ever.
He is an asshole.
He's a closet asshole.
I know.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Only to you. He doesn't like you very much,
Ooh.
though.
not many people do.
That's so awkward now.
So, how did the whole Woodward journey start?
Yeah, that's what I was.
Man.
I mean,
Early
intentionally
90s.
or unintentionally?
You said 91?
Yeah,
were there?
91. Probably 89-ish or something.
I was
I started applying there because at the time, Bill Newman, who was a Detroit dude, Flatlander, and Bill Newman, Joe Anderson, Craig Litherland, these are all guys I rode with in Michigan, and they were all Woodward instructors somehow. Like the Michigan guys were kind of doing it. Probably because one of them got in and then said, hey, this dude, hey, that dude. I don't know. But so then I was like, dude, I want to go so bad. And I knew I was never going as a camper. I couldn't afford that.
What year did it start? Because you're starting 90.
87.
1970 Woodward
Yeah, it was
opened.
gymnastics.
Oh, okay, yeah. But what
I
time?
think
What, like BMX?
BMX was like mid 80s. I don't remember exactly which year.
And it started like with a quarter pipe or something.
Yeah, there was
Just
a
straight
quarter pipe and
That's it.
it was like an AFA setup,
Yeah,
quarter
yeah,
pipe
yeah.
wedge ramp.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I started applying because I was like, I'm never going to get to go there unless I get a job. But a couple of my friends work there, so maybe I can get in, use them as references. And it took me, I think, 3 years. In the third year, I got the job. Quit my job and was like, I'm going. I don't care if it's only for a week. I'm quitting my job to go and see what happens. And showed up there. We went like two days before camp opened or something like that. Me and my buddy Joe, and like, let's go a couple days early so we can ride. Like you're not gonna ride every minute of every day.
Yeah.
So we go there early and literally like we get there a couple hours later, we're settled in, we're riding the spine mini ramp, and two hot girls walk up to the fence that are staff members because there was no kids there yet.
Yeah.
And so we're just riding and they come over to the fence like, oh, hey guys, what's up? Like, want to talk and meet us? And I'm just like, is
I'm
this the
staying
best
here
place ever?
forever.
This
Yeah.
might be cool.
Yeah.
And then hung out with one of those girls that night and was like, this might be the coolest place I've ever been. And but I was young and naive too, and then like got put in my place a little bit. Like, yeah, she was only into you yesterday, not today. Oh, all right.
Because there's a whole batch of new riders
That's how
showing
this
up.
works. Okay.
Yeah.
But
So Ron falls in love quickly.
yeah, 4 minutes or so. 4 minutes on the floor of the
Is
dance
that how
jam,
long?
and I'm
Is that
in
how
love.
long TJ choked you?
You didn't think he got that bruise on his hip from only one ball slap, did you?
Oh my god.
But anyway, so,
TJ did text me. He's like, "Send me the link." When it
so that was my first day at Woodward, and I was just like, "Oh, this is the best." And we were getting paid like $79 a week.
Yeah.
And it was like nothing.
Prison wages.
And what was you doing?
Instructing, counseling when needed, and just so it was like $79. You got $50 extra if you counsel the cabin for a week. Okay. $50 to have a whole cabin full of kids for a week.
Jesus Christ.
$50.
Did you do
crazy.
it?
Crazy. I did it. I did whatever they wanted at that time. I mean, definitely some crazy things happened in those cabins, though, and yeah, it was wild back then. It was a little wilder, but yeah, I don't know. That's where it started, and just like to me, just being at a place that had that many ramps and girls for young dudes and whatever, like you're just like, oh my god, this is the best.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
hot girls everywhere, and there's so many ramps, and like it's just fun. There's shit to do all the time, and you can go into State College and hang out.
And it was a college town too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
College town too,
Yeah.
and it's like, so it was just really fun. Then I started meeting people right away. Like Joe Rich was one of my JC junior counselor my first year, and like we hit it off and rode every day. And by the end of the year, I went home with him to Bethlehem and rode Posh, and that's how our friendship started. And Joey Garcia was one of my campers. Almost like it was
One
funny.
of your campers,
dude. The 1 year in my Schwinn negotiations, I busted out the list. I was like, the way I see it, and obviously being a bit, whatever is facetious, the word for that.
Yeah.
I was like, the way I see it, you probably need to lower most of the salaries on the Schwinn team, both sides of the team, and give me that money. Because if you look at the list here of campers from Woodward,
Where did he go?
dude, it was so fun though to fuck with them you know. And you know who? I think it was like, I can't remember who pointed it out, but it was one of those guys who pointed it out. Weren't like half of us your campers at Woodward? And I was like, hey, that's a great idea. So I'm like, you guys are going to have to double my salary, and you can take some of it away from Joey, and some of it from Pat, and some of it from Van, and some of it because like, and obviously, I don't even know if I was actually their instructor. They were just there when I was there.
Yeah.
But it was fun. It's fun to talk shit about like Van and Joey Garcia, Pat Juliff, Sean Butler, Matt Polkamp. There's more. I can't remember them all right now. But so at the time, I just listed off all these people. I was like, these dudes are all good enough to be on your team because of me. Like, so it was just fun.
Yeah.
But I met a lot of those guys that way. You know, a lot of these dudes, and end up riding with them to this day. Because at that point, really early on at Woodward, not a lot of pros came through. So it was like whoever the best kids were, that's who you were riding with.
Yeah, it was it was cool because it was like a golden era of like, obviously it was under different ownership at the time, and it was a little bit freer, but it was like it was the cream of the crop, and there wasn't as much to ride back then, of course. So everyone wanted to go to Woodward, but yeah, there was a kind of a golden era of camp.
For me, it was like mid to late 90s. Yeah, and a lot of that's biased by my experiences and how much fun I had there during that time. You know, I met my wife, and we're still together. Thank you. That's all. So that's all great. And like, so for sure, part of it's skewed by my personal experiences. But like, I feel like that's the time when everyone wanted to go there. Yeah, I could get pros to go there for nothing. And when I told, Chris Doyle, I'm going to give him $200 to come for the week. Yeah. Oh my God, are you serious? Yeah. Instead of like, I'm going to need $2,000 a day, like, which is now some of it's like that. It's like, knock it off. But anyway, back then everybody wanted to come. Yep. And I was lining up the pros for a while there. I was one of them, but I also was like, I'm here. That's something I'll do. I'll do that for you. And so like, I'm lining up a bunch of dudes all the time, and hardly any money, and they're stoked, and everyone just was there, so it was fun.
It was a destination too. It was like I arrived. Yeah.
It was just a lot of fun.
So much stuff that arrived.
Yeah. When you said like the Spine Mini, was it like the Cloud9 Mini, like the original?
It was that one was the one outside.
Old, like the big 7 foot one.
Even before that, there was a 5 to 3. Yeah. That was fun to play.
Okay, there was like old clips, like I think I remember like a Joe clip of it.
Yeah, we rode that all the time. Crazy. Steel surfaced and
crazy.
So obviously, you said you met your wife there, and that was like years and years later because you worked at Woodward you did instructor stuff for what, 8 years, and then
when I first started going to Woodward, she was like 12.
Creepy old.
She's bastard. Like 7 years older than me, so it's fun to do that math and get pointed out like you're a scumbag. And I'm like, I didn't date her that year, man. Come on, like
you're 7 years older than her.
Yeah. Okay. Took it back. Wait, so I'm confused. So you met her at Woodward. She was 18 or something.
When I met her, she was
But you ended up like working. She was working for Woodward, and then you guys both like kind of officially became part of the staff at a point because you ended up coming to Woodward Wesley. Your phone number is Tehachapi.
Yeah, still is because everyone has that one. I just never changed it.
Yeah.
So we were at Woodward East. We started dating. Still weren't living there. She was in school, so I lived in Texas. She went to school in Virginia, and then we spent summers at Woodward for a couple of years there. But then. What was it? It would have been 2000, the year I got hurt right before Worlds and stuff. We were there, and we got married and went to camp. We even held off like our real honeymoon till the fall, just to go to camp. So we got married, went to camp a week later, I got hurt then midsummer. And back then, if you were a pro at Woodward in that era, you had everything. Like Gary paid for a trainer to come on site. So I had a dude that was however much it was per person per hour, he took care of. And I worked out with this guy 4 days a week and felt invincible. And so did a bunch of the dudes. So you had that if you got hurt. So like I got hurt and I just went to the trainer because I wasn't even going to consider maybe this is broken. And it was. But I'm like, no, I'm good. Went to the trainer like, all right, what is it? Oh, yeah, it hurts, whatever. Like just kind of acted like this is going to go away. A few days later, I'm like, it's not going away. I'm like, I'm going to go into town and see them about going to therapy. And I literally could drive into State College, show up at University Orthopedics, walk in the door and be like, hey guys, what's up? I messed myself up. And they would take care of me. And I would walk out.
Yeah.
Like nothing ever changed hands, just like, oh, hey,
they just passed the bill
Ron,
on to Woodward.
You know, one of the pros from Woodward, or they didn't bill it. I feel like it was weird. So I go in and I start working out with Dan, this dude, and he's working me out every day with like these tiny pink weights. And one day I'm like, dude, can I move up to the next color, please? Like, this is very degrading. 1 pound pink weights, and he goes, all right. And he hands me the 2 pound one, and I'm like, and he's like,
down.
You really probably should be able to do that by now. We've been working out for how many days or whatever. And he's like, man, so it wasn't broke or whatever. And I was like, I didn't get an X-ray. He's like, what? And he like immediately like stops me, takes me upstairs for an X-ray. They're like, it's broken. Be back tomorrow morning at 8 for an MRI. And then it was like, oh, it's in pieces. You're lucky we didn't destroy it. Yeah.
Luckily, you were on the pink weights.
That's how crazy it was, though, back then. Yeah. Like, you literally, like, the doctors all knew us. Everything was hooked up, man. And so
it's almost like the big factory in the city, you know, where everybody works there, that type of thing.
So it was like that, and so like I was in a great place there. I had just been injured. Season was ending. And I'm like, what are we going to do here? You know, we didn't have a place because we knew we were getting married. So I moved out of the apartment that me and Joe Rich had. And we were planning to go back to Austin after that summer. And then I got hurt. And then it was like, what are we going to do? And I was like, well, everything's free here. We should maybe consider staying for a little bit until I'm healed. And then they offered her a job, a full-time job in the office. Yeah. And that's how that ended. Oh.
Show off your computer.
A little bit of splash, but nothing.
No, don't jinx it.
Yeah, it's fine. So yeah, that's kind of how that went down. We ended up staying. We ran the Woodward Inn for a while, and we actually ran it as a bed and breakfast while we lived in there. And that was fun because I'd wake up in the morning and I'd be cooking breakfast, and there was like a little window where you could see into the kitchen. And, you know, I was still a little more in the spotlight then. Yeah. So, like, I'd be cooking breakfast and see a kid look through the window and be like, oh my God, Mom! That's awesome. Dude's cooking breakfast. And it was fun. That stuff was fun. But so yeah, that's how that all went down. Marcia and I got married in 2000, which was all on purpose so that I would never forget how many years we were married.
Fair play.
I would have had all my kids that year too if I could. It's easy to remember everything. But
so where does ramp building come in? I mean, obviously you said you were at the painting business. Were you always kind of swinging a hammer or whatever the? I don't think impacts were around back then for screws. But.
Yeah, I mean, like early on, I think I bought one of those like ramp how-to booklets out of the magazine one time and built a spine in my driveway and built a quarter pipe at my buddy's house. We had no idea what we were doing. Just freehand drew a tranny. And then cut it out. It was the worst, but it was awesome. And just started doing that kind of stuff. And then it, like at Rampage, showed up at Rampage the one time. We'd go out there and just stay for a month or whatever. And showed up there, and Rick was wanting to redo the box jump. We redid the spine, changed the mini into a spine mini or something. Like, I don't remember exactly the stuff, but we did a bunch of work there and changed some things with him and helped fix up Rampage. And then from there, I just started like, I get all this. Like, so I wasn't thinking at that point, like, this is where I'm going to go. I just was like, this is cool. Like, I don't need to ask anyone to build ramps anymore. We'll figure this out, sort of thing. And then when it, I think when I realized, you know, when the riding thing really was over, I was already working full time at Woodward West. So I was fine. But then ramp jobs just started coming at me because I was building everything at Woodward West. And I would bring in Ryan Corrigan or Nate or, you know, one of those guys to help.
Okay, well, big jump there because, like, how do you guys?
Yeah, did I skip
because
off?
well, just like the ramp thing, you guys were at Woodward East. You just got married, and Woodward West is like, do they send you over to be like, because you were the as far as I knew, you were like kind of the go-to guy for anything related BMX at Woodward West. So what was your title?
Yeah.
You bought a house there and stuff.
Yeah.
You were established.
Yeah, we were there 7 years, and my wife was the office manager, so she kind of ran the office for the most part. And then I was action sports director / facility manager.
So for like anything, because it was obviously gymnastics.
Yeah,
was nothing to do there, but any skate or BMX stuff, you were the guy.
Yeah, but it was like there was a couple guys that were skate directors. There was a guy or two that were inline directors. Sean Dorton, the best. The fucking
Shout out
best.
to Sean Dorton. I haven't heard that name in a bit. Green helmet.
Yeah, best dude. Oh man, so
holy
gnarly.
Shit, so fucking good.
Gnarly. But so those guys were all there and in place, and I was, to be honest, I was in a little bit of a weird spot because like I wasn't really the BMX director. I was, you know, kind of the point man for the original build, myself and this guy Bill, and so we were. You know, I was kind of leading all the ramp builds, or I was the guy that those crews were reporting to and whatever, and designing some of it and things like that. So I didn't swing a lot of hammers during that build.
Yeah.
But I was around it, and I already kind of knew. Truthfully, at that point, most of the guys I hired were more skilled than me in that arena. However, I already knew, like, I don't like being in charge of anything that I don't know how to do or whatever. I prefer to be better than anyone else on that job site if I'm going to ask someone to do something.
Yeah.
But, you know, that's... Anyway,
this thing is stretched horribly, it looks like. But this course...
That course,
I mean,
this
is not the best video. What CFB is it?
I think 2002 and 2003 or something we did. And dudes were crying that I was doing good. Because it's his home park. And I'm like, it got done 48 hours ago.
I always remember you making that place look small. Like, some of the lines and transfers.
Is that Gary? Yeah.
One of the best compliments I ever got. Somebody after this contest.
Rooftop?
There was just like... There was just
hey, Rooftop.
And Rooftop used to come up there a lot, and we would ride that course so much.
God, airing that thing was so wild over that quarter.
But yeah, one of the best compliments I ever had was like in the magazine after this, the article had like just random quotes from different people, like what was highlights of the weekend sort of thing. And Chris Doyle said my runs were the highlight of the weekend.
Fuck yeah.
And Chris Doyle's always been one of like just incredible, one of the best.
A Chris Doyle compliment goes a long way.
Yeah.
Yeah, for him to say that, I was like, holy crap, awesome.
Can I guess, since we're slightly on subject in a couple of ways, this contest, Rode was riding the Enterprise at some point, and Miron actually said, he's like, oh shit, it was kind of a dig at Ride, but I'll take it as a compliment for me. He said, oh shit, Ride finally hired somebody who could ride bikes. Or was good at riding bikes or something that. And I was like, holy fuck, Jay Miron said I was good at riding bikes.
You're like, I think, yeah, I'll take that.
Yeah, I'll take it. So this course was like revolutionary as like, and there's Dorton. There's a Dorton gap.
Jeez.
I am so happy. That was the clip. That was the clip that I was looking for.
He's so gnarly.
Oh my God, he's out of his mind.
Yeah.
Hold on, we have to go back.
I love it, dude.
I don't know why that guy was so grumpy. They showed a grumpy guy for 1 second and then just...
He's a good dude, too. I don't know why he looked so grumpy right there. I can't remember his name right now.
Dorton.
Yeah, man.
See
That course
Kramer,
was so fun. It's just, got to be a lot of maintenance, and they just didn't want to maintain it.
Makes sense.
Which was kind of a bummer, because it was
Is that Morgan?
Yeah.
one of a kind thing. Oof.
What?
Who is that? Nobody knows.
I can't remember that
someone's
dude's
name.
name. He's from Europe, and
Yeah.
he was there a bunch, and I feel bad. I don't remember his
Yeah,
name.
it's okay.
Someone's gonna call us out.
Yeah. So, I mean, you were there for I always think of Wessel obviously designing the course, but I think of, for some reason, I have your name and this course like connected. And maybe it's Torton.
Yeah.
Who's put it? Is this Mavro?
Nate
This must be Mavro.
I think it might
It
be.
is Mavro. Yeah, of course.
Nate was busy during Woodward West, so he wasn't there for the build at all.
Okay.
He came at one point. I think he came out and we sat and kind of threw around design ideas or whatever. So he had a little bit of input, but not much at all, honestly.
So it was you.
It was me and the dudes that were there. Yeah, like the
Okay.
Enterprise was literally like,
You guys were winging it, right?
dude. The first piece of the Enterprise
Was
we
that
put
Kenji?
in was in the air.
Yeah.
We built a wedge and it was sitting there up in the air.
Yeah.
And it was like, this is a weird starting point. But that was,
Yeah.
but that was kind of like what was,
Because the ground was.
yeah. It was like, looking back on it, it was the strangest place to start. But at
Yeah.
the same time, we couldn't build on the low section yet. We couldn't be there. There's a cable buried here. You can't do anything here. And it was like, fine, plop, go,
Yeah.
go.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was like Afro Pat and
Bostrom,
and
Corrigan.
Burt was Burley there.
Burley was there.
Yeah.
Burly man.
Yeah.
He's doing some rad stuff. He's building like mountain bike
Yeah,
course
he's doing-
features and sending them out, shipping them out to all these
Yeah.
other places.
Huh.
Yeah, he's doing cool stuff.
Wow. Yeah.
wildness.
So then I'm not wrong. So I always, that is, I mean, dude, this, for the people that haven't experienced this thing and walking into it through, like, generally it was like you came through a side and it just like, yeah, Kramer.
Oh,
Yeah.
And this is the first contest there, you know? So like a lot of crazy shit went down here.
yeah.
it did.
And it was like a new
That was sick.
era of like park courses. I had never seen, let alone experience anything like walking into this place and just being like, what the fuck is this?
It was like an arena.
Yeah. It was like you entered the fucking, like the Roman, like Colosseum or something, you know, like you were like surrounded by it. And you're like, where is the park? You're like, I am the park now.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy.
I loved it though. I wish it would have.
You killed it.
It was like right when the treated lumber stuff changed and they used different chemicals in it.
Yeah.
So it wasn't. We had some issues with lumber and stuff. Like so, but God, it was fun while it lasted. Like and it just worked for me for. I don't know. Like I said, some people were upset because they showed up and then like I got third and qualified for X Games. And I'm sure like dudes that thought they should beat me and get in, like, and I beat them. And people were bitching about it. And I'm like, when you showed up, I still had a tool belt on.
Yeah, right.
You're talking
Yeah.
like I've been practicing on this thing for months. Go fuck yourself. I've been looking at it for months.
Yeah.
And had been so pent up that I was like, I'm firing this stuff right now. Like, and I guess that was my era where Watts is right now.
Yeah, exactly.
You're gonna
right?
ride for 10 hours and then
Yeah.
roast 10 feet out of a 10-foot quarter, like, and I'm like, dude, I can hardly stand up on my bike. But you know, I get it because that's what that was. You know, we were looking at that thing for so long while we were working on it, and towards the end, I was out there with a tool belt on, finishing the ramp and sheeting the outside and getting it ready for the event, and then like, we literally didn't ride that thing until practice for the event.
I mean, I remember something like there was a running joke about like Gary ghostwriting like people's contest runs and stuff like that, like coaching people, because it was like Gary went on the course and he did really He
Yeah.
just wrote it really well right from the
Yeah.
beginning. So you weren't the only one. I think it was just people were, because like I said, it was kind of brand new. It was kind of like something fucking bizarre that people hadn't seen before.
It was very different.
Yeah. And so people didn't really know how to attack it in a lot of ways.
Crazy.
Yeah. Good
Yeah, I have never seen any of that early Durs right there.
It was.
That was crazy.
It was fun though. There was a lot of good gaps in that part.
Sure.
And some wild stuff.
Man. It's funny seeing all these people.
Yeah.
Like kind of trying to figure out who people are even at a point. Is that to grind? Oh, kind of look like
Wow. Oh God!
Alan.
Did he just kiss his bars? Ouch. Oh man, BF.
I would love for a BF podcast to happen. I feel like that would him and Taj first, and then BF,
Oh, he's the best.
because BF won't respond to my texts. Not
He
really.
won't?
No, he will. He will.
That surprised me if he wouldn't.
Yeah, no, he would. I hassle him occasionally for random shit.
He'd probably definitely do.
He's better about text now, honestly, than he was back in the day.
I thought he was going down on that.
That looks sketchy as fuck.
Sorry for the interlude of just watching all this fucking Enterprise footage.
Dude, it's
Stephen Lilly?
It's fun for me. Like, with just
No, this is cool.
like, oh man, I missed that spot. And the last time I rode that park ever, like a week and a half before I
Shout out to
moved
Biz.
away, I was building X-Games with Nate and Joe. Who else came? I can't remember who came with Joe. Joe Rich would come out like once a year and you know, ride with me for a few days. And he came. I can't remember who was even with him that time. And so I was like, Nate, I'm taking a few days and going home to ride with these dudes. And so I got back and we were riding 5 minutes or something. And I whatever, there was like a kink thing, boom, into a hip that was a 9-foot landing. And I roasted it and then just fell 13, 14 feet out of the sky and missed the whole thing.
To flat.
And it's like, it's part of a line I did every day. And I just like got amped up.
Brain
like,
fart.
one of my very first runs, and it carved. And as I was going off it, I was like, what the hell am I doing? I'm going the wrong way. And just, but like straight up and just, oh, here we go. And yeah.
You get hurt?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah. I couldn't lift stuff to move or anything. That actually worked out nice. We got to Woodward East with all our stuff, and I couldn't even lift a TV out or anything. I went to camp, and Joe got it again. I knew Joe was there.
Yeah.
I think it was Joe. I went to camp. Joe was there, Van, and Jeff Slattery. First time I ever met Jeff Slattery.
Yeah.
Maybe the only time. And they came and carried in my big screen TV at my house and stuff.
It worked out.
But dude, yeah, I took it so hard on that one. I tried to do the Osato, and, just, and instead my
Everything
bars
caved,
just caved in. Everything broke my sternum and multiple ribs, and like
Jesus,
I couldn't get up. So they wanted. I jumped up at first just because like
Adrenaline.
just adrenaline or whatever. And I couldn't breathe, and I was walking in circles, and I was like, oh God, I gotta sit down because I'm gonna pass out. I don't think I'm gonna catch my breath this time. I'm gonna go out. So I sat down and then I laid down and then I finally caught my breath, but then I couldn't get up. I couldn't move anymore. I was like, dude, I really can't get up, Joe. And then they wanted me, of course, like to go in the ambulance. I'm like, go get the van. Somebody go get the van. And tie a rope to the van and tie it to me and drag me to the hospital.
I'm not paying for that
I am
shit.
not going in an ambulance, and I'm not. I think I did have to go in the ambulance in the end. But the ambulance came. I'm like, I don't want to go in the ambulance. Put me in a van and get me. I could have been there already.
Yeah.
Let's go. And no, protocol, this and that. So the ambulance shows up. And then because I couldn't get up, they wanted me to life flight.
Oh, shit.
I was like, I promise you motherfuckers right now, I will find a way. I'll kill all of you. I'll kill myself. I'm not getting on. I grabbed Joe and everybody was like, listen, promise me right now, I'm not getting on a helicopter.
Dude.
Like,
I will be paying for
Imagine how
this
expensive it would be.
for the
It-
year
it
2025.
for a couple of years, it felt like a racket out there. It was like, oh, the helicopter people figured out that we're a good source for money. And so, like, they're recommending a head injury, life flight. You didn't see it. You don't even know if it was
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah.
Oh, he hit his head, life flight. No, he's fine. Like,
Yeah.
so yeah, that was crazy. But then that was a bummer. That was the last time I ever rode that course. I got broken and never got to have redemption on it.
Oh. Do you think do you think like making that course, and then you said you started getting hit up for making more ramps? I feel like maybe they're connected.
Very well could be. I mean, it was like after being at Woodward, I mean, we were out there 7 years, like I said, and after that original build, I started basically building just about everything myself. And like I said, I'd bring somebody in. You know, I still didn't have this full skill set that I have now. So like, I'd have Ryan or Nate there usually, and so early on when I was really trying to figure out the more technical nuances of it, corners and blends and things, those guys helped a lot. And you know, and then to some extent, I think we're all a little bit self-taught, and then we all pick it up from each other or whatever. And I feel like now there's a group of us, and John's included in that group, that like a lot of us that see it similar, and we've been around the block a long time and worked with each other enough that we've kind of, without really making a concerted effort as a group, we've figured out what we feel like our best practices, you know?
Yeah.
So, and then you got like, which is an interesting piece of like why I wanted to come out and work with Jason. I didn't even know Jason before this Claremont job, and knew who he was, obviously. Like, but I was like, I hit Gary up randomly before even the new year. I wasn't really busy, and I was like, Gary, I have this other little project out there. You got anything going on? Do you need anything at Claremont? And he's like,
because you help build the course.
I've built everything at Claremont for the last 10 years. Skated across the old BMX course, which, you know, now people are going, oh man, this is so much better. And I'm like, it's a different directive.
It's different level.
Like,
different level of.
Yeah, when I was doing it, it was like we want a rad BMX course for the pros, but also the kids that pay the bills have to be able to ride it.
Yeah.
All right, cool. And we never really got to do phase 2. There was like that giant space to the quarter pipe.
Yeah, yeah.
Everything was supposed to get finished, and we just didn't get to do it.
Yeah.
But this park is awesome. So
this is the latest video, so I'll go ahead and let this play.
It's so ridiculous, man. But like, so I asked Gary. He's like, oh well, actually, Jason Watts is working on a little bit some ideas for this park in the back, and you know, like I'll be very honest about it. There was a part of me that was kind of like, oh damn, like I blew it. I haven't kept in touch good enough or something, and now he's going to use somebody else.
Yeah.
But then I thought, you know, like, don't be silly. Like, first of all, Jason's out there all the time. He's probably just there riding and was like, hey, throwing ideas, right? And also, he's doing cool stuff.
Yeah,
on his own. And so, like, it's not weird for someone to want a different, hey, let's try something different this time. So I was like, no, you know what? I'm not going to be bummed about this at all. It's totally natural for that to happen. And, you know, whatever. Take the high road and see what happens. So I'm just like, you know, hey, if he needs help out there, I've never even met Jason. I've been watching his builds and his riding, obviously, and I'd be stoked to come and meet him and you know, compare our methods and just whatever. And then and then we were about to hang up, and I said, hey, also, he's from Australia, man. I know how many hoops you have to jump through to work at the YMCA. How is that going to work? He's like, yeah, I don't know, man. And I was like, well, Livewire can probably help with that if you need help. So just whatever, you know.
Yeah.
If you don't call me back at all, that's cool. But, you know, whatever, keep it in mind. And they called me the very next morning, like,
Jason knew it.
Yeah, and Jason was like, oh, dude, that's so much better than what I was trying to work out. Like,
yeah.
And so, I mean, that's kind of how it all came about. And so the job is going through my company to make it legit for Jason to be here and everything and whatever. But to be very clear to anyone, that's he designed it.
Yeah.
Since I've shown up, he's been awesome. And, you know, every time we're about to build something, he grabs me, we talk about it. We've been tweaking a little bit here or there, but I still want everyone to, I mean, I think everyone gets it already, but to be clear, it's he was working on it. He designed this. He started this, and I just got involved to help. And then I went out there. I was going to be there, going to stay for like 3 weeks. I just said, look, I'd rather not just like get a paycheck in the mail just to like write checks for you through my business or whatever.
A pass-through check.
Just to make you legal. So I was like, I'd feel better about it if I could come and put some time in to earn that money. And that also gets is better for Claremont, better for you. You're not just writing a check just for me to write checks.
Yeah.
So he was stoked on that. And so it kind of worked out best case scenario, because I was like, I had seen his build stuff before, and we all go, what's he doing? Zoom in. Oh, how does he do that? Well, that's a little different than what we do.
Yep.
I mean, we all do it as builders. And so there was like, I got a few questions for this dude, but like, just roll, like, it doesn't have to be like, why do you do it that way? My way's better. It was just like, hey man, like, I don't, right away, the first day I was like, I don't have an ego about this and how it's going to go down. And then I stopped myself. I was like, let me rephrase that. I have this much ego. I know that I'm really fucking good at what I do. I know that, and I'm 100% confident in that. Beyond that, that doesn't mean that everything I do is perfect or right. So like, when I start asking you questions about why'd you do it that way or whatever, don't take offense. I really want to know. I'm curious. What drove you to do it that way, and what's your thinking behind it and whatever. And it's actually turned out super awesome, because like, there's still things that both of us probably will continue to do our own way, even though we understand the other way now. But there's also things like, he had a really cool idea for how he was doing some of his bowl corners. Like, he was just approaching it from a different side of the math. And I know, like, fast and loose guy, he actually can do some math, but so he was approaching it from a different, like, I'm really good at math, and I think that helps me in that job, but he was approaching it from a totally different way, using pi and shit. And I was like, what? And then, but then when I figured it out, I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. Like, I'm not sure that I'll change it, or if it, but I'm interested.
You're stuck in your lane. You're not. It's too late to change it. But like, if brand new, you may have actually done it that way.
Well, but the thing is too, like, if any of us, I think myself and a lot of the dudes that I've worked with and around over these years are some of the best dudes out there anywhere that do this. At the same time, if you think you've got it so dialed, you can't learn something new, or no one has a new trick to show you or whatever, then you're not as good as you think you are. You got to, like, you know what I mean? Like,
100%. So if you think you're the best, and you're not even open to the idea of you not being the best, then you're in your own fucking, you're slightly delusional at that point.
So what's happened is we've kind of like, oh wow, that's an interesting way to approach that. And then, and then what's the next step in your brain? Okay, well, what if we did this? And so we start like, now we got to a point where like, we blasted out 2 bowl corners so fast the other day together, which is a little different than in my world. In a lot of our world, like, we've got a bunch of dudes who all know what they're doing, to the point where everyone's just doing their own project. Yeah. And Jason had a different approach, and he had guys that maybe weren't skilled enough to do it alone, but then like, so he's like doing a bull corner with 2 guys helping him, and I'm like, what? That's like a one-man job. But then I'm watching how he's doing it, I'm like, oh, all right, I guess it kind of works, like the way he's doing it. So it's been very interesting just watching each other's methods, and like, there are a few things where we're like, ooh, we could blend these. And like I was saying, the idea he had, and I'm not going to sit here and try to explain it all. It'd be boring, but I was like, damn, that's an interesting way to approach it. And then we kind of like, I show him how I'm doing it or whatever, and then we kind of morph that together a little bit, based on the idea he started with. And it was crazy how fast we blew some stuff out the other day. I was like,
that's
holy
awesome.
shit,
that's
cool.
awesome.
So I'm actually gonna try to fab up these bolt-on pieces for our chop saws that are going to make life so much faster. In that, it's super interesting. You'll be interested when I have time to actually explain it to you.
He's always been, I think Jason, he's self-taught, and he admits that he doesn't know everything, but he's just doing it how he thinks is the best way.
Yeah.
Well, and that was part of my point. How I started this was like a lot of us are self-taught to a point. We've all learned from each other or see things or whatever. But like you're just.
What he turned 28 the other day?
Isn't he? I think he's 32, isn't he?
I have no idea.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Don't ask me.
Yeah.
Whatever. Way younger than me.
Yeah, he's he's younger than me as well.
Jeez.
And so I mean he's doing this like nighttime life, where nighttime life is the pro rider, and he's incredible, one of the best ramp riders in the world, and he's doing this ramp building thing, and he's kind of like he's almost like fighting it, like, or the ramp building stuff is like really taking off for him, and he's trying to like.
But he only wants to do so much, and then he wants to finish Claremont and not work for 5 months and just go drive around and hit all the events and have a good time the rest of the summer. And just since we've started doing that and we've both been posting, I think he's got 5 jobs come his way because of it.
Yeah.
And I've got a few at least.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly, but a few. So we've got,
Shit, I got jobs. No,
we got like 7, 8 jobs that are coming at us.
Yeah, I got a bathroom.
But just because of that, and it's like, he's like, dude, these guys want us to do a deck, and oh man, like, and I'm like, but how much? Like, what? Like, let's build a deck. Like, what do we?
Yeah.
But it's like, so he's kind of like, I want to go ride. I'm ready to not work this hard for a few months. So it's a good problem though, right?
Yeah.
Like just today, I was
turning
like,
down work.
If
Get out of bed rate. We were talking about that earlier. You have your get out of bed rate. You're like, man, I'm not really gonna fuck with it for that amount. And that's And it sounds pompous, but you reach a point where you're like, I know my own worth, and I'm not going to bother with this, and I'm not trying to offend you, but like maybe you should talk to somebody else.
Yeah.
And I feel like Jason has been at that where he's like cutting deals and he's doing but I hope he gets to a point where it starts to get really, really choosy, because this is his like, what's the Latin word for it? Piece de resistance or something like that. That is like his magnus opus is the word that I was looking for. 2 Latin words I know. That was the only 2 I know. And this is his like biggest showpiece, at least in the States, because like he's done ones here, but like this is the ones where he's got Dennis posting, he's got us posting, he's got Kevin posting it, he's got all these people posting it.
The footage that this thing has gotten already, and it's not even done.
It's not even finished.
It's insane.
And so it's a crazy, and it's like Dennis's ramp on crack. When
I first rolled up and saw like they said okay to this, like this is huge, like holy shit. I had parameters last time I built something here. Like, this is awesome.
So for the people, that thing is 16 feet.
Yeah,
it's a 16-foot tall Jersey barrier is what you're like when you go, do it on the Jersey barrier, is like that was another Jersey barrier,
and that was just one of the Feast slant walls, and it was sitting there for a few weeks, and then Jason started sheeting it, and then he was like,
fuck this thing.
I saw him cutting a little tranny, and he's like, dude, I was thinking how crazy this would be, and he went up there and like screwed it in so we could see what it would look like, and I'm like, dude, do it, like let's do it, that's awesome. And it's got like some vert on it though, and then Gary came over, and it was so massive that we're like, Gary might have to say no, he might have to just be like, guys, like holy shit. And Gary's like, oh, that's awesome. And he's like, yeah, I should probably cut about a foot off it. There's a lot of vert on it, right? And then I'll make it a little lower. Then Gary's like, I like it how it is.
Yeah.
And it was like, yes. And it just, okay, there it is.
It's almost safer that it's that tall, because nobody's going to get over it. If they're not capable of getting up to it, then they can't get over it.
Today, they were roasting it.
Of course. Like,
Jason's 5 feet above it, off the quarter to the right.
Yeah.
And Gary went off the quarter to the left, rode up the wall, and still
he did
tire
it.
slide.
He did it.
Dude.
Yeah. Did you do it into the other ramp? Because that was what you were talking about the other day.
Not across the whole thing, yeah.
It is a fucking... It is one of the best parks I've ridden. Honestly, I mean, like, kind of since the Enterprise, and like since like
it's fun,
like the unit and stuff like that. Like parks like that where you're like, dude, this is fucking crazy. It is fucking awesome.
Yeah, like, jeez,
Right.
man.
So good.
How many Topo Chicos in?
Right?
Let's go.
Fucking
Like,
just
is Gary in that concern that like it might be a little too big for kids?
no, because it has element. The park it has the entire green park.
Yeah, let me be clear about it. It is
It is too big for
massive.
kids. Yeah.
Like, and that's why I was so shocked at first, and I was like, wow, they're like letting you build a legit pro park in here. And like that spot right there, when I first got there, the volcano or there was like a volcano framed, but that roller wasn't there or anything.
Yeah.
So it was just kind of like that volcano right into the side of the spine. That was the first thing he was like, as soon as I walked in, he's like, hey, look at this spot. And I was like, I was already looking at this spot before I saw you.
Yeah.
And I was already thinking like, we should have done something. I hope he, and then he was like, could we do something radder here? And I was like, we can do anything you want. You show me, like, let's talk about a shape and I'll make it happen. And that was cool too. Cause like, that was a little bit of a test for him. Like he's self-taught like everybody. And there's not many dudes in Australia. So he hasn't had the luxury of a few guys around him who have done it and know. And so he really is like teaching himself. And so like I started setting all that up, and he like watched me for a couple days framing it and everything. And then he came over and he's like, dude, I'm so stoked on this. Like, cause like this is rad and makes that spot so much better. He's like, but like, I've been watching how you did it. And that's exactly how I was thinking you would have to do it. Like, but I wasn't sure. I've never done it.
Oh.
So he was like really stoked. And he's like, I'm just so stoked because I kind of thought, how would I do that if I wanted to do that? And he had sort of thought through the process.
Yeah.
He's like, that's almost exactly what I was thinking.
That's funny. Like
So
a proof of concept in his head type
right,
thing.
exactly.
Yeah.
Like it proves the proof of concept that I was on the right track.
The one thing that I was tripping on is that like I thought maybe that separated Watts from like, and I mean it with no offense, but like the old guard of ramp builders, like a Wessel or you or Corrigan or any of the guys that we think of as like established ramp builders, is like that. I guess I would have to go back maybe to the Dennis video. Is like this. Oh crap! I think he airs it. So he does the no hander off of it. I can pause it. Bop. So this transition right here, we wrote it the first time you come out of this bolt, you whip around this bolt corner and it wasn't finished. So it was just this little strip and you were jumping it like a left-handed hip and we were landing and it was like not enough. There was not enough landing. And he was like, oh, we need to add a transition right here. And I came but he was like, kind of like, he's like, oh, like, he didn't say it like blatantly, and then I showed up the next weekend and then there's this fucking this transition right here, and I was like, if he didn't rip and he wasn't like, he was like, holy fuck, I need more speed to get to air this 16-foot tall jersey barrier 5 feet out, he wouldn't have built that. Because for me, I was like, oh, I'd never had the thought I need more ramp, you know, but he is top 0.01% of ramp riders. He's like, more ramp. And I found that like that little thing as like being like, oh, this could be what like kind of separates Jason from like dudes that aren't really at the top, because he just has this perspective of being one of the best ramp riders currently in the world, where you are one of the best ramp riders in your world and Wessel was one of the best ramp riders in his world. But as time goes on, things evolve.
I think that's fair. Like to an extent, that's fair. Like
I think design wise, yes.
There's a chance that I don't know. Like I didn't. That first day, I didn't ride that session because I was still.
I didn't even see
hurt
it.
a little bit.
Yeah, I think.
But
I
then
know you were out of town, and I wanted to touch on that.
Home,
and you went home because I wanted to touch on that too. So is that just? I felt like that was. I was like, oh, Kimler's here. He's working, but it's his kid's birthday, so we went home, and I was like, that is adorable. Like I was like,
dude,
that's fucking awesome.
A hard part about this, I still love what I do. I still enjoy traveling. I get to like being out here has been cool. It's the weather's great. I get to see a bunch of my friends and stuff, and it's all great. But like, it's hard being away from family, and like it was hard when the kids were real small. And then in mid-range, it still sucks. But I don't know, maybe it wasn't quite as hard because when they're super young, they're changing so fast.
Yeah.
But then now that my kids are a little older, you know, my oldest son graduated 2 years ago. He just finished his second year at Penn State, crushing it. Flew to Spain yesterday for a school thing, killing it.
Okay.
Now my second son, Grayson, graduates in a couple weeks here. And but the point about Cedar, who's my oldest son, I was fortunate that was the year that Woodward was doing the big changeover. Whoop, I keep hitting this thing.
It's okay. Crandall hit it like 50 times
I can
in the
see
course.
that.
Yeah. Big hand guy.
Yeah. So I was fortunate, and I was home for everything his senior year.
Yeah.
Everything. Saw every track meet, every soccer game, didn't miss a damn thing, and was so stoked. And now, because of my 3 months off because of injury, like I didn't have a choice. But then also I came out here and got involved, and Jason was like, dude, I've never had another dude I didn't have to babysit on the job site. This is awesome. Like, and so we hit it off really well, and we're doing great. So I was like, I'm in, then I'll stay and finish this with you, even if it's just you and me if you want. And so that's what it turned into.
Okay.
So couldn't be more stoked on the project I'm doing, but I'm missing my son's senior year of track.
Yeah.
And track is his thing. Like, he is a badass. He's you know, that's why I'm flying home Monday, or I would stay longer and finish every detail. But I'm like, I have to go home May 12th, district track and then state track. And it's his senior year, and I got to be there. Like, I'm not.
That's sick, dude.
Can't miss it, dude.
Yeah.
You don't ever. If you're a parent, you don't care about any of this, or if you're not a parent. But if you're a parent, dude, like you don't get any of that back. Every single day that I missed in China and Mexico and wherever the hell else I was, it never comes back ever. Like none of that. And it's like, how are you gonna? I just started thinking, like, what am I going to regret in 5 years? Or what am I going to regret in 10 years? What am I going to, like, do I need to stay home and be there for my son for this? Or do I have to get to work? And sometimes you don't have that choice. Like, now, like, you know, when I first showed up out here, I was like, I have to work as much as I can and catch up here.
Yeah.
So it is what it is, right? But that stuff is just important, man. Like, I can't...
That's real.
That's you know, and I'm sure you guys have had friends too who are like, oh man, 2 more years and they're all out of the house. I can't wait. This is going to be awesome. Get them out of here. And I'm like, oh my God, in 5 years, I'm not going to have any kids left at home.
Yeah.
You know, because when you're traveling and missing stuff, I mean, your son lives in another freaking state, dude. It's like, so you're missing things all the time. So when you get that opportunity, you got to do it. You got to take it and be there. And like, how much would it suck for my middle son to feel like you were there for everything for Cedar, but not for me?
That's why you only have one kid.
So I take 2 of them out.
Yep.
Yeah.
Send them back.
How do I pick? You guys got
Hopefully.
Who's got a coin?
Yeah. Hopefully Cedar didn't make it this far into the podcast.
Just cancel his flight home from Spain. Sorry, bud. But
yeah, I mean, dude, that's real,
100%,
and that was he like whatever the reason was. I fabricated birthday in my head,
Yeah.
but it I was like, damn, that's sick. Like he went to go home to hang out with his family. Like
Yeah.
that is the ultimate reason. And it dude, I'm with you. And Povah stopped over and shot a photo with his kid on the way here today. You know, like
Awesome.
it's the
My kid's prom tonight.
yeah.
Oh, sick. Nice.
It's real. Yeah. And not having kids listening to the podcast, you're not going to get it. But yeah.
It's, dude, when you, like, at some point, I realized, and I was like, this is the most important thing in my life left. Like, I'm not going to do anything more important than trying to create these good humans the rest of my life. Once they're out and they're out of my control, like, I don't know what's left. Yeah. I don't feel like there's anything that important left. Now, I don't mean that to sound doomsday,
They're
like,
your
my life's over.
No, but they're your
like,
new enterprise.
Right. It's like, that's your... So yeah, I don't
No,
know.
that's real.
I just
that's
want to
sick.
like support them, whether it's BMX or whatever their thing is. I was just like, I don't care, and they all rode at points, and still 2 of them still ride some, but I'm like, I just want you to find your thing and go for it.
Yeah.
And don't cut corners. Go get it. Like, go get it.
That's sick.
You only get one shot at everything. Like, you know.
That's sick.
So go put your name on the wall. Go beat that time in your track meet and put your name on the wall. Leave a mark, you know, do your whatever. And if you don't, who cares? But
Try.
go do your best.
Yeah.
See what happens.
Yeah.
So
Very cool.
I have 3 rules in my house. Respect is number 1. Do your best is number 2. And the third is have fun. Seems pretty simple, right? But if you can put them or you're in any situation and those rules work.
Yeah.
What happened? Oh, damn. Were you respectful to yourself and everyone else in that situation? Probably not.
Yeah.
So were you doing your best? Probably not. Well, you probably weren't having fun then, were you? Were you?
He's not, but
You
it's
know?
fun as hell.
God damn, too true. Yeah.
So it really does, you know, it's
Yeah.
kind of only 2 rules, but they encompass a lot of shit if you think
Yeah,
about it.
dude.
And I don't know. We've been pretty fortunate. My wife is great and has been an amazing trooper through all these years. And we are blessed with 3 amazing kids who are doing cool things. And so, I don't know.
That's pretty
Very
good.
cool.
That feels a little bit like success, I guess. They're all
Yeah,
still
that is
alive and
success. Yep.
eating.
Yeah.
We made it this far.
Shit.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I feel like when people say like why shit like that, I want to end the podcast, but I don't want to.
That was
So
good. That was really good.
yeah, so I don't know. Is there stuff I forgot to do the Instagram. I have to do that. I put promise in there.
I got a couple quick things I want to say.
Yeah, let's keep it going. I'm not
First,
saying I'm saying my inclination is to end the
Yeah.
podcast when somebody says something super wise, like, oh my god, that's
Well,
a perfect time to
this,
stop.
This can be all members only stuff.
There
Nah,
you
we'll
go.
keep it going. We'll keep it going. I'm not.
So, well, should we get? Is this
Go
where-
ahead.
Is this
No,
where we
no,
get-
No, no, no.
OnlyFans,
You say
members
say what you want to say. Oh,
This
you
is
want
where we
to.
get naked?
This is
Members
this is
only?
it. Yeah,
No,
yeah.
not only fans, you dork.
Oh,
Put your
members only fans.
Yeah.
Povah, just put your hand behind your back like this.
Can I take the last beer?
Of course, no. There's no end to the beer, John.
Okay.
Go. A couple
right.
things you wanted to say.
One quick thing I just wanted to get out there into the atmosphere. I've been way too nice about this for a few years, and just don't think about it very much. So whatever. But a few years ago, my wife and I were involved in helping a person we thought was our friend start the ranch camp in Virginia.
Oh.
A lot of people, I think, still think we're involved, and I just was asked actually earlier today, oh, how's the ranch going? We are not a part of that place. I thought I was a good judge of character. I made a mistake this time, and the dude was a scumbag. I don't want to discourage anyone from going there. If you want to go there and have fun, have fun. My buddy Craig built a lot of the dirt stuff there and has built some fun shit, you know, like they do have some fun stuff. But the dude's a scumbag. He owes my wife and I a ton of money, and we're not the only ones. Screwed a lot of people over along the way. And so whatever. That's all I really wanted to say about that. I just want people to know that it's not us. And if you support it because you're trying to support us, then don't.
No.
If you want to, like, I'm not telling people not to go there. Do your thing, man. Whatever. I'm not.
It's funny because when I looked up the photos of you, and it was like an announcement, a ranch camp, the Ron Kimler, you know, and so the association was real. So I understand like wanting to separate yourself from that.
And it's frustrating because, like I said, we were quiet for a long time because we weren't sure if we were going to work something out, and we were trying to give him time to pay his bills like he said he was going to, and whatever. And
I remember how excited you were about that stuff.
yeah. Oh, it had so much potential. And it's pretty cool, but like I don't know. I don't cut corners.
It's still not open yet, is it?
It's never going to open. It's going to be like rent
It's a
cabins.
massive camp.
He'll never use it. I don't think he'll ever use it as a camp because he doesn't want it. He just wants people to come and hand him money and drop kids off. It's not. whatever. I don't want to talk. Like I said,
Yeah.
I don't want to have a conversation about it because this dude doesn't even deserve my breath. That's why I'm not saying his name. He doesn't deserve that. We've already given him by the fact of who we were and where we were connected to. We gave him way too much shine, and we got that place noticed. So
yeah, because you guys were Woodward staff, so it definitely added a legitimacy to it in the beginning for sure. So
for a date to be set to open and then to sabotage it yourself, Marcia and I were like, that's not who we are.
Yeah.
When we say we're going to do it, we do it, and people know that we do it.
Yeah.
So we're not down with playing these games and pretending and then not doing it. So
understandable.
anyway, that's that, and whatever. It is what it is.
I love how Doyle just has drama in the Instagram topics. He said he banned from X Games. He said, "Banned topics? Why don't you tell everyone a story about your ban from the shotgun trails in Raleigh, North Carolina?" I was news to me. Gold jacket, green jacket. Too funny. Let's see. Owen Clegg, Paul B stories from the Poor Boy X Trials or Austin days.
Man,
Paul Buchanan.
Paul lived with Joe and I for a while. Joe and I had a place in Austin right close to 9th Street for a few years there, and it had a third loft, 2 real bedrooms, and then this loft area. And I can't even remember honestly the chronological order of it, but Corrigan was there for a while, Sandy was there for a while, and Paul B lived in there for a while. Yeah, what a crazy one. Such a good dude. And yeah, just a wild deal. He was awesome. And Paul was one of the dudes. I mean, everybody knows the Church Gap story.
Yeah.
Just going to do it because I've thought, oh, I probably could do that too. I'm just going to go do it by myself with one other person with me and no record of it whatsoever.
Yeah.
And I mean, I rolled up to it before, and I think before it was even done, I remember looking at it with Taj and thinking, could do that. Now, I'm not claiming that I would have ever got the balls up to truly go, but I would look at it and be like,
But you would call somebody
could
beforehand.
totally make that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'd have a lot of people there making sure if I died, it was. So I mean, that was Paul was just a different dude, a different level. I didn't, and even though he lived with us for a while, I can't claim to know him as good as Joe and those guys did, but he was just awesome all the time, and awesome on his bike all the time, and he was that dude, the Church Gap, because he felt like it. There was a gap I had been eyeing up for a while. I can't remember what it was called. Everybody would know, I was that dude who would see stuff and never get off my ass and actually go I have to drive all the way up there and find someone to film and I remember this spot, and then I wanted to go jump this gap, and then one day he went and tail whipped it, first go, just tail whipped it, and I'm and I remember being oh man, and Joe was laughing at me because I was oh man, what? I wanted to jump that gap, but it was more God, what a scumbag I am. I was just gonna jump it.
Yeah.
No big deal.
Yeah.
And Paul just made it.
He
look
already
silly.
one-upped you.
Yeah.
Dude. So good though. Paul was awesome.
Let's see. Props issue. Well, we got to talk about the shit list too.
Mm.
Props issue. He always did unique lines of transfers of comps, and he remember ones he was proud of. Owen with the.
Oh, and always comes through.
Yeah.
There's a few I remember. I think maybe one of the scariest ones was Seal Beach. And for some reason, I remember that as Kagi's first contest where he showed up with the General Lee helmet
Yes.
and did a flip over the wedge to wedge.
Yes.
What are you doing?
He didn't understand why the helmet was bad.
Yeah.
It was weird.
Dude,
Yeah.
nobody in my neighborhood understands why that flag's bad. It's all over the place.
Jeez,
It's
still,
ridiculous.
yeah,
Oh, yeah,
crazy.
it's ridiculous.
Where do you
I'm
live again?
we're in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, Pennsylvania.
You idiots are not in the South.
Yeah.
You were never from the South. What do you, so you're, it's pretty clear what you're saying.
But his was a straight up,
I remember. I mean, I grew up in Southern California. I didn't know. I just thought it was General Lee. I didn't know. I didn't know anything about the Confederate flag or any. And so I kind of thought it was cool, but I just had no idea.
We called it the rebel flag, and we just thought, oh, it's the rebel flag.
Rebel. That's
we're
cool
rebels.
looking.
Let's do this.
Well, we grew up in England. We didn't I didn't know what that was.
My brother's got a Tasmanian devil holding up like the rebel flag, and now it's like, oh, wait, that was probably a bad idea.
we just saw it on Dukes of Hazzard.
Yeah, Dukes of Hazzard. I just saw Joey today.
Did you?
Yeah.
No way. That's awesome. That dude's awesome.
And people didn't know. I was like, you guys.
So Mavro asks, tell us about the ramp you built for Robert Evans' son.
Robert Evans' son. Oh.
Who's Robert Evans?
Well, I know what he's talking about. He's talking about Victoria's ramp.
Oh, shit, yes. I worked on that little.
So, yeah.
Who's Victoria?
Povah helped me skate like that ramp. Victoria's Secret model in Beverly Hills. Somehow her kid came to Woodward. She showed up to pick him up on Sunday.
This dude's a million.
Smoking hot.
Yeah.
Like
her dude's like some rich million.
Yeah. So this smoking mom, and he goes and chats with her a little bit or something, and she asks like, oh, do you know anybody who could build one of these at my house for the kids? And he's like, I could. And then he came to me and he's like, hey, I told this lady I could build a ramp. And so we end up building this.
There he is.
Yep.
Good old Robert Evans.
That's him.
So we end up building the ramp
like
at this lady's house.
Tore up nutsack.
Crazy house in
Looks like
Beverly
he got
Hills.
choked out by TJ.
Dude.
It looks like a what is it? Silence of the Lambs, like wearing a flesh mask.
Oh God, we'll be there one day.
Coke
There he
as
was
well.
back in the day.
Wait, is that
Yeah, her
was
name.
that her?
What
Oh
was her
shit.
name?
Whenever I try and look at the.
Lady right there.
Yeah.
Is that her? No, that's not.
No,
her.
that's like his first.
That
wife
was
or
that other
something.
chick. Anyway, this lady there. We ended up going to her house after camp
That's
ended,
her.
building a
There you go.
No, that's not her.
No.
a vert ramp and mini ramp, and then ended up building a treehouse
You
for
built a
her.
treehouse, huh?
And then I went back and built a round headboard for her daughter's round
That's
bed.
her. That's her.
There she is.
That's her.
Yeah.
She was really in a run, by the way. I mean, don't tell his wife, but
Well, it
Oh,
got
God.
weird.
it got creepy.
No, she knows everything about that
Yeah,
situation.
creepy.
So she's married to this Robert Evans dude, but he lives down the road. It's just a Hollywood wedding.
Okay, yeah.
He's 88 at the time. He's got to be dead by now. And
R.I.P.
88-year-old cokehead at the time. She's like, I had to take him to the doctor the other day. The doctor's like, this and that, and I don't know why. And he's like, oh, I don't know why that's happening. It's because he's doing all this cocaine. I'm like, Jesus, lady, like, what a wild life you guys are living. I had to take my fake husband to the doctor. Anyway, so
My corpse.
she was really cool and awesome for a while and paid us great. Like, I'd give her a bill like $7,000. She's like, $7,000. You guys worked so hard. I'm giving you more than that. You're welcome to do that. That's great. And, so it was really cool for a while, and then started getting weird. I mean, she had another ex who owned like the Lambo, Rolls, Tesla, whatever dealership in Beverly Hills, worth $100 million that she was always fighting with, and so things just got kind of crazy. And then it started getting like towards the end of that first project. I'm like, Jeremy, I'm glad you're here, dude. That's like, I'm so glad a single dude is here because don't put me in a weird position like that. It's not cool. And so I'm like, you're hooking up with her before it's over. He's like, right. Yeah, right. Well, then the day we got there, you're not allowed to get wood delivered in that neighborhood. So we have a U-Haul truck, like literally full to the top with wood, more wood than is safe to be in there.
Yeah.
But we're only doing this once because it's illegal to even drive that to her house.
Yep.
I show up, and they're already there unloading the truck, and I just start carrying wood, and we're carrying it over to the tennis courts. And they're like, hey man, don't be obvious, but when you grab that next sheet, like take a look up at the upper window on the left there. So I grab a sheet. Oh my God. Like, and she's up there like with her hairdresser, and he's like doing her hair a certain way while she's butt naked. And then she tries on outfits to go with the hairdo, but the drapes are wide open and she knows these young dudes are out here And I'm just like, oh boy. And even the day I went down there alone on my way to build the X Games with Nate, I went down there and I was like, all right, I'll stop at her house on my way down there, take a look at what it is and kind of like get a feel for it. And so we can work on an estimate or whatever. I stop at her house and they're like, oh, she's not home. She'll be right back. Okay, cool. And we get inside the gates. The place is trash. She's got 3 dogs and they ate, I can't remember how many $1,000 worth of like patio furniture and pillows that day. These giant Rottweilers.
Jesus Christ. And
she comes back like, oh my God, silly doggies. You know, like mad for 4 seconds and then like, oh, I love you guys, silly dogs. Oh, that was $14,000. You know, like I'm just like, where am I? This is nuts.
Yeah.
It's a different world.
And that's the first time I meet her in person and she's wearing this tiny sundress.
Mm-hmm.
Clear, like tiny and really obvious. There ain't nothing underneath it. Like, and she knows I'm coming.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So I'm just like, all right. I don't know what to think right now. She knew I was coming. She knows there's this dude coming and this is how she shows up. And she's like showing me around and this and that. And then I'm like, all right, cool. Well, all right. Yeah, I'll work on something and get you something soon and get you some ideas, whatever. Mm-hmm. Oh, well, don't you want to? And she tries to get me to stay for lunch. I'll make you lunch and whatever. And I'm just like, I don't know if this is a good idea. And I'm like, I got to go. I got to get to work. So I leave. I'm just like, and I call Jeremy. I'm like, dude, you're
in.
You better be ready because she's after something and she ain't getting it from me. And I'm like, and it's...
Povah keeps looking over at the photo.
I mean, dude, she was smoking. I mean, she was 47 at the time and we were younger, but I was like, dude,
she was.
If I'm single in a second. And so it got kind of wild towards the end. We're both there for a while. We're staying in the house with her and everything. And there's like weeks where the kids aren't there at all. So then it's like, oh, having a couple drinks at night or whatever else. And I'm just like, dude, this is going to get wild eventually. And sure enough, like a few days before I was ready to leave town and Jeremy had been going to truck races on the weekends or something. And I had just been working. So it's like, he's like, I'll do all the staining and all that extra stuff after you can take off and get home. So I'm leaving and I'm like in a couple days. And I started sort of like just pushing buttons a little bit, like, sort of setting him up. Like, it would be like, oh, hey, Victoria, I'm making a drink. You want a drink? Like, just start having a couple of drinks with her and just see. Yeah. And then like 2 days before I left, it's like 11:30 at night, and the 3 of us are in the swimming pool, and I'm like, I don't know if I should be in here. Like, I'm like,
this would get wild.
This was fun screwing around and instigating, but this might be the moment that I do not want to be involved in.
Yeah.
And so I like, you get out of the pool or whatever and nothing happens, but that night is when I was like, dude, I mean, it already seemed like it, but that night felt like whatever, we could kind of probably get away with just a little bit.
Jeremy blew it?
Yeah, Jeremy blew it.
Oh, he ended up, So like literally the day after I left. So like that goes down and I'm like, dude, you're so screwed when I leave, like no pun intended, but like, you're like, because I'm pretty sure like it kind of felt like we both could have. And he's like, oh yeah, for sure. And I'm like, all right, good, I'm leaving soon. Like, I'm out. And so I leave, and literally like the day after I left, she came into the room. He was staying in this like way back room and just sleeping on this couch that he thought was comfortable, and she just came in and like sat down, straddled him, and was like, I really like you. And he's like, I like you too. And then she took him in the closet.
Big closet,
big
probably.
Closet. Yeah, so that all the workers didn't walk in on him. Oh. So they go in the big closet, but the big closet has pictures of the ex-husband and stuff in it. I was like, this is weird.
That's really weird.
You came in here and did that? Like, anyway, wild scene. Super crazy scene. I did work for her a few different times for a while, and then it just got crazy. Like the one time I had a plane ticket bought and the whole thing, and then she canceled on me the night before, and that was kind of the end of everything. I was just like, what happened? They want to do a shoot in my house for one of those Homes magazines tomorrow. You can't come. All right. I don't know how that affects me, but
yeah.
Anyway, that was the story about that.
Wait, who has that question?
Robert Mavro, because he knew who Robert Evans was.
Never.
So Robert Evans is a famous Hollywood director, producer, or something, and he,
AKA
he was
AKA Kimler's ball with a fucking turtleneck on.
Dude. Her first husband was a Sir what's his name? Sir something White.
Sir
So
White.
he was a billionaire.
Yeah, she was like her title was Lady something.
Yeah, she was a
White.
lady because he was a sir in
Yeah.
England. They lived in England for a while.
I'm gonna make sure to send
Anyway.
this podcast to her
Wow.
after we're
That'd
done.
be funny.
Yeah, it would be funny.
Yeah, you have her phone number?
Shoot.
Well,
Probably
he
still
does, he
somewhere,
does.
but I am not. Yeah.
We talked about a couple. DeWalt or Milwaukee? Solid question from good old Greg Henn.
Definitely not DeWalt.
Yeah, I'm Milwaukee. That's
Okay.
what works for me.
A lot
Fair
of us, a lot of the transition. To
I have
Milwaukee.
DeWalt, so
Yeah, it's all decent.
yeah. If he's gotten any heckle bench stories, I don't know what that means.
Who said that?
9th Street BMX.
Oh, the heckle bench. Yeah.
Oh, that's
Yeah, that was a thing there, but not particularly. I
guess
can't remember that far away.
what was it like working at Woodward in the formative years and watching so many young shredders become superstars? AKA, not me. I'm a fucking planet.
I don't know what that means.
The Earth is flat, catfish. So I don't really know what the
Yeah.
fuck you're talking about.
It was fun in the formative years. It was awesome. I mean,
Yeah.
it's still I still love Woodward. Woodward is awesome. It's a different thing for me today than it was before, but like
Is it different? Like when they ask you to build shit, is it different? Like design wise?
it's a hard lesson to learn. But like if you try to make a park good for everybody, it's not great for anybody.
100%.
And that's
exactly what I was gonna say
Yeah.
when you said like,
And-
if you try to make everyone happy, you're making no one happy.
Yeah, and that's that's a hard lesson to learn when the ideal situation for Woodward is to have a park that everyone's stoked to ride.
Yeah.
And that's not to say that they don't have that, but like it's really hard design wise to do that and have it be good for the beginner and the
Yeah,
pro who
yeah.
rolls through.
I think to have to change what has worked for so many years to cater to one group or another
Yeah.
takes away from functionality for the many.
For sure, and yeah, the scooter thing is difficult. It's like a reality, especially if you own a private park or something.
Yeah,
Scooters help you stay alive.
for sure.
You've got to accept it, but like it does make it difficult. I mean, I remember the first time I was asked, like, can you make sure scooters won't bottom out on the roll as they're going down this roll? And I'm like, seriously? Okay. So then I had to go into the shop at this dude's park and take every scooter and measure it and draw radiuses and see which one was going to bottom out. And it ends up being like, I think you have to have a minimum of about a 6 foot radius.
Yeah.
So if you put a 6 foot roll on a box jump, it sucks.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
like takes away the sweet spot.
There's no
It's way too big.
Yeah.
Is that what skater cross is? Because like it's kind of the same. It's kind of that because there's no. You have to land so deep to feel like you don't case.
Yeah, and skater cross was more. I mean, mostly dictated by Andy and
Okay,
what he
yeah.
wanted. I mean, and some people I hear complaints. Oh man, it doesn't ride that much like trails. Well, it wasn't built as trails.
Yeah.
Andy McDonald,
Yeah.
skateboarder.
Believe me, I wish it was. I would much rather build like a sick wooden trail section that big. It would be insane.
And
But,
you,
like,
and I'll just say, going back to the Gary thing, you know who also applied for the job at Claremont?
who did?
Andy McDonald.
Oh, really?
So it was
for
Gary
BMX.
for the job that Gary has.
That's interesting.
And so if it would, I guarantee if Andy McDonald got this, no offense towards Andy McDonald, but he's going to lean a direction that is for what he likes. And so I'm just trying to nail down the idea that Gary having that job created what what exists there today. And 5 years, 10 years from now, is it a good thing or a bad thing? It's not mine to say, but I'm pretty fucking happy Gary got the job. So it's just funny that
Park
Andy,
is sick.
Andy was also vying for the role that
I think he may not have agreed to the design that Jason came up with, but he's also a big transition rider. So if he represented the UK in the Olympics, this past Olympics.
yeah.
he rides big transition shit, so he probably would have leaned towards something bigger.
Yeah.
If it wasn't him, it might have been different.
Or he might have put all the money into Skatercross to revamp it and try again.
Yeah.
No.
The idea was cool.
It's a hypothetical, right? Like
the event was fun when it happened. It was pretty cool.
It was only a couple of times, right?
Yeah, I thought it might happen a couple more times. I mean, we had people from where was that, Norway or somewhere, asking for quotes to build one there, and I don't know.
Yeah, going back to the roll-in thing, I heard you talking about this with somebody at the Claremont Park, like the roll-in for it was something that Jason would have didn't think about because the roll-in to what will be the foam pit, or not the foam pit, the airbag and the resi, the scooters are definitely going to scrape on the way in, and that's something that like
they're going to scrape a lot of things there.
Yeah,
and that's difficult. Even the pyramid, they're going to hit both sides of that and tear the edges up. Yeah, and it's hard, man.
On the way up too.
Yeah. I think so. I mean, if they don't pop over that edge, they're going to scrape it. Yeah. So like, there's a lot of that, and there's areas we didn't put coping on purpose. Yeah. I'm sure skaters are going to hate us for that in a way, but it's when we would get to a spot like I don't know, do we even need coping there? Like, you can't grind it as a like right where the hip is onto the roll-in. It's like that corner. There's no way really. That pocket is just kind of there to finish it. It doesn't. It's almost not effective. You're not going to pump that corner and go ripping into the next line. You're going to go the wrong way if you do. Yeah. Right. So, so it didn't need coping. It's like you're not even going to get up there and grind it anyway. And we like it better without the coping for the transfer in the hip. And so we didn't do it. It's like, oh man, the skaters are going to hate us. And I'm like, this is the BMX course. Yeah. Like, that's what they said. It's the BMX course. So who cares? Yeah. Make it for BMX, and then if they don't like that pocket, don't grind that pocket. I don't know what to tell you, man.
How many parks per year are you building?
Oh man, it depends on the year. Like, it can vary a lot. It really depends.
Well,
since COVID, I've done a fair amount of like backyard projects and things like that, and I don't know, and still live right by Woodward, so I do a fair amount of work for them. But I do not. That is another thing I kind of wanted to get out in the air. I don't work for Woodward. I'm not employed by Woodward. Mm-hmm. I've had people. I think that I miss out on some jobs because people don't call me because they assume I only work for Woodward.
That makes sense.
Yeah. And I knew that would happen. They were like, "Oh, we're gonna have you working straight for 2 years," and I was like, "I know you think that's great, and that is great. Don't get me wrong. I'm grateful." And that's awesome. But think about, what does that do to my business? Yeah. After those 2 years, and I go, hey, hire me now. And they're like,
now I'm back.
Are you still exist over there? Like, we thought you worked for Woodward, So yeah, it just depends. And like I said, after I was hurt and got into kind of a crappy mental place there while I was healing, and like wasn't doing enough, wasn't being proactive enough to get things rolling again. And then I one day realized, and I'm like, all right, stop. Like, you can drag yourself down in this hole, or you can try to build the ladder and get the hell out of it, you know? Yeah. And so, realized, like, I haven't been communicating with people enough. I just been, like, got myself down in this hole. And I was like, this is stupid. Yeah. And so I just started reconnecting with friends and things like that, and without even talking about work, it just came again.
Yeah. Like, well, I mean, even reaching out to Gary.
Right. Yeah. Like, that was one of them. And again, years ago, I might have been like, fuck, he hired somebody else. Like, and just like left it at that. Yeah. Yeah. But like, I don't know. I don't know if it's working, but like I said, I'm trying to put a little more positivity out there, and like, and for myself too. And so I'm like, all right, whatever. I can totally see how that would happen. Like, why would I be upset about that? Yeah. But hey, if I can help out, cool, I'll help out, and now, and everything worked out great. Now I've got a new friend, we're going to do more things together in the future. And, so it's like,
it's kind of a lesson that you already knew, but a reminder, like a reminder of like, oh, I put myself out there and I shake hands and kiss babies, or in a sense, like, and just letting, being like,
raising your hand, I guess, in a sense.
Yeah.
Because it's so easy to get lost.
Hey, I'm still over here too.
Yeah.
I mean, for years, like Nate, still don't think Nate has ever had a website. I didn't have a website till a few years ago, and I haven't updated it for at least a couple of years.
I think I found myself on it earlier today.
It's just like, we've been so, fortunate to build good reputations, and just people kind of knew who we were in the beginning, and then you do good work and it just keeps rolling, right? And so we've been super fortunate like that, but you can't stop and do nothing for a while and then have it just like snap your fingers and, hey, I'm ready to work again.
Yeah.
Somebody give me a part to do.
It goes back to the how you're bad with communicating and staying in touch with your friends. Now you got to start doing it.
Yeah.
Now you're doing it, and shit's coming back.
So yeah, I mean, there was a minute there where I was like, oh boy, I'm almost healthy again, and I didn't line up any work.
Yeah,
what am I going to do?
Now I need to do something.
And thankfully a couple things came through, but then I kind of like got myself out of the funk. And I mean, I think most of us have had that or some kind of challenges. And I don't want to talk about this for more than a few seconds, but like that's something that drives me crazy is like mental illness is a normal thing, man. Like it's a normal thing. Like and for BMXers, I think there's a high percentage.
Yes.
And
agreed.
And people don't want to talk about it much. People don't like
guys don't talk about it much.
Well, I mean, what do you think every time you see somebody's dead on Instagram, but it never says how?
Oh yeah.
I mean, you go, oh, no one wants to talk about how he died. Oh, he must have killed himself.
Yeah.
And how many of our friends in a row every other month
it's happening a lot in
over and over and over, and no one ever talks about it. And half the time they lie about it and try to hide shit. And being at your friend's funeral and finding out a week later they were lying about how he died to cover shit up, like that sucks. And I'm not going to call out names or people about that but it's just a bummer. It's like why I don't know, it's a bummer. Anyway, so I'm one of them.
Oh yeah.
And like
I'm guilty of it.
I get in a funk
100%
sometimes.
guilty.
Like that's life.
Yeah.
Lows are, I think, a natural part of being a person that has been alive for 50 years.
Right.
And I think especially somebody who was considered, top 10 in the world at something. You had accolades, you had success in a lot of different ways, and there's always that idea of like searching for that, or I was that, I did that, and it's always in the past. And I think that just like fucks you up in a certain way, because it's always you peaked. It's like the Al Bundy fucking high school football type thing. That's a good analogy. Like it fucks with you.
It's a real thing. I mean, for a lot of these guys who don't and not again, I won't mention names, but like we were talking about some people the other day, and when Schwinn ended and different things, and it's like, and some of the dudes like don't want to even face the possibilities, so they just like pretend it's not happening, and then 2 months later go, oh hey, what happened? Like, what do you mean? It's been over for 2 months. Like,
it's not like he's gonna see this.
But anybody, not I'm not saying even just him though.
Just the idea.
The idea though that a lot of, like, I remember when the Schwinn thing ended, and I saw it coming still, but that didn't mean that it was easy. It was like,
exactly,
okay, now life's coming now. Like, I got to figure this out, and what's next, and what am I going to do, and how am I going to make money? And
a lot of guys, when they're in it, they can't see that it's going to end, and they're in denial.
These dudes who are living, I can throw a bunch of names out, but these dudes who start killing it, and they live like they're billionaires
100%.
when you made 6 figures, but you're acting like you made 8 figures. Calm the fuck
and
down.
you think it's never ending. You may want to, pump the brakes a little bit and save and invest, and
so that stuff's kind of crazy.
I think it was mentioned on Povah's podcast, but when he said that he picked people up for Etnies, it was like, hey, I'm bringing you on the team right now, but one day this will end, and this will not last forever. and it is not personable.
Yeah.
It is not personal then. It's not personal now. I think this is a great business interaction, like that type of, you would say it verbatim however you say it, but I always thought that was like a very sobering thing for people to hear in the beginning, where you're like, hey, this is great, I welcome you to the team, it will not last forever. This is not a marriage. This is not this is not death till us part, and I think that's important for riders to understand. And there are very, very few people that make a lifelong career out of any action sport.
Dude,
any action sport.
Even like
any sport.
Like a Gary or a Enns, or like some of these guys are like really I love that stuff.
Yeah.
I told Gary the other day, he was like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I got to leave for the weekend and we're going on an Odyssey trip or whatever." And I'm like, don't you dare ever be sorry for that.
Yeah, it's
I'm
amazing.
Like, dude, you I would be so mad at you if you passed that up.
Exactly.
Milk it for everything. Like, take every trip you get a chance to take. Go, do this as long as you can.
Exactly.
Why wouldn't you?
And Gary, like I said, is a unicorn, where it's like I hear people talk about like other things, and sometimes I get lost in the sauce, because we have Garrett, we have Dennis, we have Chad, we have Gary, that have all, bought houses, paid for houses, and in the one of top 3 most expensive cities in the country, and it's like they did it. It's crazy. And it's like they're continuing to do it, and so it's not impossible. It's just really difficult, and fuck, that's life though. But you have, if you go in a room with you go to your wife's business party or something like that, and then you go in a room and they're like, oh yeah, I do this, and you're like, oh yeah, I fucking got knocked out in fucking Kuwait. There's so many different, a man shook my bone from inside my leg. Like I put my balls in my, there's so many different, life is, I think it's just a culmination of stories. And I think BMX gives you like an emotional intelligence and like an experience that you cannot, skateboarding, of course, and like action, being some sort of athlete and traveling the world gives you this like experience that you can't replicate anywhere else. And that you're not going to be wealthy at the end. Yeah. And whether or not that's important to you afterwards is up to you. And how you handle it, I guess, is
I think that's one of the hard pieces, though. It's like when the rug does get pulled, are you ready at all? And are you going to be able to handle it?
And I think some people understand that, and I think some people are just
like
not they're crazy, but they're
delusional almost.
Yeah, they're just, they don't want to believe it. Like the waiting 2 months. I think like the 2 months for the Schwinn call. Oh, it's over, and you're like,
yeah, you knew,
but you knew.
Come on, you had to know.
Yeah,
or like I remember, like Duff's, when I got the call that was ending. I was in the middle range. Like I didn't get paid like the full on Rockstar guys, but I got paid enough that when a company needed to cut somebody, I was sort of a logical choice.
Yeah.
So like Duff's calls and I'm like, oh, it's over, huh? Like it was just like Schwinn.
Yeah.
I know why you're calling me. You don't call me, I call you. And so, and he's like, oh, well, yeah, I don't know. Everything's getting cut, this, that, and the other, blah, blah, blah. And he told me, I keep almost saying names, and I'm like, I don't want to say names because it doesn't matter. What was that dude's name?
Oh, that was Brian. Bigger dude.
Just had it and I lost it. But anyways,
he was nice. He was super nice.
He told me how, so and so was gonna, ask, well, can I stay on if I get less money, sort of thing, and this that. And I was like, yeah, I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
Like you were lucky where we
you
were
expect
at already.
Twice of me, but pay half.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna. Yeah. Oh, please don't! I need those free shoes. Can I? What if I do it for $200 a month?
The optics of being sponsored.
I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
Fuck.
So, yeah.
I just realized we're 4.5 hours in.
Hey, who's
For real?
Are you,
Yeah.
are you still friends with Curtis?
Who asked that question?
Sandy.
Sandy. Sandy knows.
He's like, I hit him up to see if he had any questions. He's like, man, I'm getting ready to go on stage in Belgium. I'm like,
Yes.
fucking rock star.
How awesome is that?
It's really cool.
So stoked for him.
Dude, like he's got like a, I don't know.
Is he really killing it with that?
Dude, it's fucking
Yeah,
taking off.
yeah.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they got signed to like their favorite label somehow, and they're stoked.
They're
and
touring.
now they're on
What's the
tour.
name of their band? I saw it.
Skloss.
Skloss. How do you spell that?
SKLOSS.
Okay.
I think that's Karen's
That's her last
maiden
name.
name. Or
The
whatever,
maiden name?
I think.
Maybe. I don't know. Well, it's better than Carson.
Yeah.
And it was the one of the okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that song's great.
Yeah.
I'm in that video, by the way.
I saw you.
Relax, Povah.
I'm in a lot of music videos.
I know you
There's
are.
a lot of cameo dudes in this
What's
one.
the What's the one? What's the
Dope.
Dope.
I'm riding the Schwinn in that, by the way.
what? But what is that? What is the what's
Skull-
no the one that you're the drug dealer?
Oh, this Pixies video.
Pixies.
Yeah,
Pixies.
Snakes.
Were you in the S&M porn in the S&M era?
No. No, I was not.
Oh,
Let's
man.
watch Povah in this thing. Where are you?
Pretty close to the end.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Almost 1 million views.
So who's Curtis?
Curtis.
You got 1 million views.
I got 1 million views. I did.
It was at 870
That's
or
not
something.
1 million. That's fucking.
That's close
It's been
enough.
up there for like 12 years.
That's close enough. Who the fuck is Curtis?
Who the fuck
Curtis
is
is Spooky Dave Harrison's dog.
Oh,
It's the name of my
Easy
dog
answer.
as well.
thank you. That's the name of his dog.
It's funny.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Curtis. The
puppy,
The,
the
spaz.
white one. Yeah. Okay. I don't know. I mean, dude, I feel like we could keep going. I feel like this almost is a challenge to the Magoo podcast,
Oh boy.
the underrated Magoo podcast, which I will
Right?
plug.
Crazy.
But, well, it got fucking
Flagged?
It got flagged.
Why?
It talks about shitting on.
I was gonna
somebody's
say
back.
probably the stories he was
Yeah,
telling.
he talks about
Yeah.
shitting on somebody's back in the first like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
It's like the first question that Mueller asked, and I'm
so
like,
good.
in retrospect, I was like, I should have thought about this more because I knew he was going to ask that question. But yeah, I mean, 26K. I probably made 26 bucks.
He's awesome, but
Dude, it is. I mean, I've said it multiple times on here. It was like 4 hours. It was literally about this exact time where I was like trying to wrap up the podcast, and Mueller is sitting where Povah is, and he looks at me. He's like, "Are you trying to fucking end this?" And I was like, "I guess not."
You don't stop till he's done talking.
Well,
And
but it's crazy because like, Magoo has just him and Chris have just endless stories.
oh,
Right?
Endless.
Yeah.
the story.
They could go on for hours.
I wish, because we were doing it was before we did any like the unpublished things, and the story after the podcast.
Dude.
Literally, he was telling the story straight deviant status,
Oh,
like
yeah.
not a word
Yeah.
that you hear very often.
Yeah.
Deviant status, and he's like 80% through this story, and he's like, "Is your wife home?" And I'm like, yeah, she heard everything you said. And he's like, fuck. And when he left, or we actually went out to eat afterwards, so I hung out with him. I hung out with him for like total 9 hours by the end. And I came back, and she was like, that guy's a fucking psychopath.
You're never hanging out with him again.
Don't change all our locks. Don't let that dude.
And
in
that's,
again.
dude, that was the story. That was the story. He said he was telling a story about a girl, and she wanted to hook up with him. And he's like, give me the keys to your house, and I'm not going to tell you when I'm going to be there.
Oh my goodness.
And that's all I'm going to say about this
Wow.
story.
Oh whoa.
And so it's funny because you said change the keys to the
Yeah.
lock, and it was about getting the keys to the lock.
Jeez, dude. Sketchy.
deep.
Oh my God.
If you're 4 hours into this
Dude.
podcast, that's what you get.
Now I'm gonna go finish listening to that one.
Oh yeah, it's a long one.
No,
It's not. That story is not in there.
Oh, all right.
That is
I
after the
still
fact.
haven't
That is
listened to
too.
his
It is
either.
too deviant for YouTube.
5
but
hours and 13 minutes.
5 hours.
Oh,
13
wait a
minutes.
minute. Really quickly, I never got when I opened this beer, I was supposed to say this to Jason Enns.
Oh,
I was a little upset with his podcast because it looked like he had light beer, specially shipped in. And, as I recall, I'm pretty sure I'm still on Jason's shit list from Road Fool 7. So I think I'm going to have to call out. I feel like I heard with a lot of vigor him state on Road Fool 7 because Rick Moliterno didn't show up but sent us a bunch of beer.
Yep.
And we opened the beer and it was light beer. And I recall Jason vividly saying, "Nothing says pussy like light beer." And now we're in a place where he's special ordering it. It's very sad, Jason. I guess we're all aging now.
we are aging. We are aging. He did drink exactly 11 more beers. Than
I
you
was
did,
going to
though.
say, though,
Oh, dude, he can put them away.
it wasn't light when he was done.
Yeah, he drank a lot of pussy.
That's
basically.
awesome.
Yeah. I don't know if I should say that.
He drank a lot of
It said nothing says pussy like light beer, and he drank a lot of
drank a
it.
lot
So,
of
but yeah, dude, what time is it now? It's almost midnight. So,
Oh, my God.
yeah, thank
Oh,
you.
wow.
Yeah.
That's actually what pussy means when you call someone a pussy. It's not even a female part.
Showing lack of courage or determination. Timid.
Interesting.
Fair enough.
Is that like a
Is that
definition now?
is that a
of
Latin
shows?
thing?
Pusillanimous.
I think. I don't know. I think we're gonna have to
Are
look
you in
that
the
up.
Urban Dictionary? What
Yeah.
do you
Yeah.
Pusillanimous.
Yeah. We will end it there. 4 hours and
New
about
word of
40
the day.
minutes.
Pusillanimous.
Yeah.
Are we going to throw that around a bunch? do
John-
that transfer, you pusillanimous.
The next time Jason roasts a big error, I'm going to tell him how pusillanimous that looked.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah. That's 4 hours 40 minutes.
My goodness.
It went by quick.
Good
Thank
times.
you. Thank you, Ron.
It was a good
That-
time.
Yeah. It was.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Lots of laughs.
I was stoked to do it.
Yeah.
I had. Yeah.
You got some things off your chest?
Oh, did you know that Shane Saw called me a few months back and asked me if I would do the podcast?
Oh, there you go.
And I was like, why
He
would
made-
you be the one calling me?
He made it happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shane, shout out to Shane Saw.
That's what he's going to say.
I always
now.
appreciate his energy.
I just thought that was funny. He
Yeah.
called. I haven't talked to him in years. He calls me. He's like, "Hey, would you do the Unclicked podcast?" I'm like, "Why would you be asking?"
See,
me?
that's what I need. I need those outside influences to be like hit up
Just a
people, so
reminder
then they go, okay, well, I get maybe you get the courage to ask me to do the podcast, and then it works out because Dennis and I do like it when people hit us up and be like, hey, I'm gonna be kind of in town,
Interesting.
and because it makes it easy,
Oh, for
and
sure.
we like that.
Yeah,
so.
For sure, but it's from this side. It's a little weird to call and be like, "Hey, how about I be on your?"
But
podcast?
that's what I mean. Like, there's not we're not bothered by it. We'll just tell you
Yeah.
no. If it doesn't qualify, like
You're like, ooh, that
yeah,
hurts.
yeah. So
Yeah, like 'cause Shane had said something about it, and I was just like, "Yeah, whatever. You can give. If Ryan probably has my number, but if he doesn't, first you can give him my number." Okay. And then he's like, "All right, he'll call you." And I didn't hear from you, and I was like, "Huh, all right, whatever. Like, I'll be out there soon."
if you send
And
me a DM, then I don't check them.
I didn't
That's the
think.
whole thing.
I was
yeah.
like, whatever. And then Jason did the podcast, and he's like, "Oh, I told him they should have you on or whatever, and I think I'll get in touch with you or whatever." And then. And I was just like, oh, whatever, all right, cool. Yeah, I'd love to do it, but whatever. And then we were riding the other day.
yeah.
And you guys were there for like 3 hours already. And I was like, yeah, he probably doesn't want to do it. And I was like, it's all right. I'm not offended. Like, and so I'm thinking like, he probably doesn't want to do it. I'm like, whatever. Kids might not even know who the hell I am these days. Maybe I'm not a good podcast. I'm not offended. And then like right when you were leaving, you're like, I really didn't know it was coming. You're like, hey, well, how long are you in town? And then you turned to whoever it was and was like, he knows what's coming next. And I
No,
was like,
Ben called it out. He's like, the way I said it,
I
he's
was
like, you're gonna ask me to do the podcast now. I'm like, yes, I am. Like, yeah.
I was
but it was like I haven't. It's also one of those things where sometimes people aren't like
aren't into it.
If they're like a little nervous or something like that, or they're not the you know, like. And so after talking with you for a little bit, I was like, I'm not gonna leave without bringing it up to him, but I didn't want to be like, well, go do the podcast, you know,
Right.
Like, so I was like, I have to say it before the end, but it was like cool to talk to you first, and then like and be like, oh, we talked, and it was like very easy.
You make sure
know?
my mouth still works, and
you know what I mean, though. Like,
no, I know, I
yeah,
totally
like,
know.
Yeah,
I wouldn't want to do it. Like, I would be bummed to do it and have you be like, oh god, that one's gonna suck. Like,
nah, dude, you killed it. Yeah,
stories
as
are good,
always.
man.
As soon as you said the guy grabbed my fucking bone, I was like, 100%.
Hey, we had
doing this
fun
shit,
either
so.
way. I
It was
had a
good.
good time.
Lots of laughs.
So whatever, I appreciate
you,
it.
dude.
Appreciate it a lot.
Yeah.
I'm so glad you got to make it, John. Thank you.
Oh,
Yeah,
of course,
thank you,
man.
John. Are you
Of
gonna
course.
sleep on the couch?
Yes.
You're not driving 2.5 hours.
Which couch?
Well, yeah.
You're
This
gonna
couch.
you're gonna wake up with a bruise on your hip too.
Oh my
There you
god.
go.
I'm gonna drink more of your beer, by the way.
Yeah, you should.
All right.
We can chill outside.
Dale's the liquid courage of
This
BMX.
beer I spilled now. It's only a little bit, but
No, I've spilled it all over the place.